Welcome to the post Zordon era podcast. In this, you have Lightspeed Rescue, you have Time Force, and Wild Force. This is actually going to be a longer than you expect video, by the way. There will be timestamps in it, just like the other ones, the other long boys. And then we know Lost Galaxy is technically part of the post Zordon era. It exists in the Zordon era. There's a timestamp for that if you want to go back and watch that if you missed it. Um, but guys, this was crazy. What was your favorite moments from this as like our little
Oh,
preview?
oh, I yeah. Well, considering most of the Time Force was just me fan wanking, so enjoy me just gushing over Time Force. But if I had to pick favorite moment from Lightspeed Rescue, I would definitely say it was the moment where it was just the moment finding out that Carter is not as bland as everyone made him out to be. And as for Wild Force, I would definitely say it was just the silly, stupid episode where we had the swords basically being mind controlled by a lion tamer.
Also for Lightspeed is like the super train because of how you missed that iconic moment of it being right next to a plane in comparison and seeing how massive of a scale it is for it to be up in the sky like that.
I
Also, every scene with the spirits of the totems coming out for like the orcs, they were always pretty cool.
Yeah, those were definitely ones. For me, I never watched any of these seasons before this, like in their entirety, so I didn't have like the experiences some of you had. For me, for Lightspeed Rescue, it's gotta be creating the word Rizvrasment in regards to Joel. I'm sorry, like there are certain characters that are so I love to hate in fiction, and he is definitely one of them for me. For Time Force, I think the reveal of the Quantosaurus, just because it's such a fucking mess of CGI, I love that moment. And for Wild Force, I think the fucking rainbow moment at the end of this, right? Because like you had all the like spirits of the 100 Zords that were supposed to be in the source material, um, pop up for the final battle with the big bad, and we see them basically become a Kingdom Hearts 3 kind of moment where like all of them start attacking at once, like the Keyblades from Union Cross. If anybody gets that reference, I love you. Um but that was probably my big one for that. Tyler, how about you?
For me, favorite Lightspeed moment would probably be uh, much. It's kind of hard to say because honestly, Lightspeed had a lot of amazing moments, but I gotta say, Carter, I'd have to say, uh, Captain Mitchell's confrontation with Ryan.
That's a good one.
For Time Force, I was a big fan of Time Force. You probably can't tell because, spoiler for most of these, I don't really talk much, which sorry for that. But uh, for Time Force, oh, I really like the moment. I like the Q Rex introduction, but I think I gotta go with where Wes is like, telling his old man like, you can take all this, stick it where the sun don't shine. I'm forging my own path. But an honorable mention goes to Rancic turning himself in because it shows sometimes even evil can have a heart. As for Wild Force, Luke had a fantastic pick with the Lion Tamer, but honestly, a lot of scenes featuring Max and Danny. Like, I should have brought this up, but their friendship was just really wholesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
those are all like really good moments that we've picked. I think there's one big outlier to all of this. And it has nothing to do with anything we just said. I don't know if this video will go up in one part. I really don't, because of YouTube's limitations. This is going to be basically a test buffer because the Disney era is very, very long in the amount of seasons it is, right? And these each individually are like around 2-ish to 3-ish hours. Wild Force was 4 hours, guys. I never told you at the end of the recording of it.
Fucking hell.
What?
Yeah, it was 4 hours and 1 minute. So I don't know if I can squeeze this into one upload on YouTube. So if this ends up being 2 separate uploads, that'll be essentially like how we do the Disney era. Because if this won't fucking fit in one upload, there ain't no goddamn way in hell the Disney era will.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
So I am going to say the same thing at the beginning of the Disney era regardless, because, you know, I don't know if that will fit in one. If this does, because file size, edit-wise, even though there's no real edit to it, they all end up becoming visualizers because they go up on audio platforms. On like Spotify, Google Podcasts for the little bit of time we got left with that, Audible, what have you. But the big boy goes up on YouTube, and that ends up becoming, you know, the big, you know, problem for us with the upload. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. If it ends up being 2, I apologize. You can just watch what'll end up, and I'll end up just putting Wild Force as the separate upload for that, if that's the case. And then, obviously, like, it'll be a part 1 and part 2 for the Disney era. If it ends up being the Disney era that causes the problem, it'll probably split around Dino Thunder, is what we were talking about. Because, you know, there'll be a lot of talk in that, and then that'll probably end up being like a 4-hour video in of itself, and then the rest of it at the back end. That's logic for that. Disney era will be coming in the first quarter of the new year. So I hope you enjoy the post Zordon era, everyone. And with that, into the video. Lightspeed Rescue. Honestly,
Appropriate title for a season.
yeah.
dear God, did this season go by fast?
Yeah, it was done in like 2.5 days for us.
Yeah. Now, full disclaimer, doesn't mean the season was bad. It just means that it was one of those seasons that is just so fast paced.
Oh yeah. This is the first time
Yeah, you didn't really have enough time to like just mull over like what's gonna happen and they relax for a bit. No, because just like the demons that are attacking them, it was like lightning fast. It was getting on to
Yeah,
the
we
next
just boom, 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 boom.
Which is
Yep.
a good thing for this season. You know, this is the first time I actually sat down and watched this one like Tyler, you know. So we're pretty much a fresh new perspective on this season, and you guys have watched it previously, correct?
I've watched bits and
Yes.
pieces of it here and there, but this was my first time watching it all the way through, and I must say, like you had an interesting perspective on Lightspeed Rescue, and I feel like a lot of people have had back in the day, Vex. So I guess you should just say what your perspective was on it.
This is when I was like growing up. I went through the whole Zordon era, and then, you know, kind of watched a little bit of Lost Galaxy. Didn't really watch all of it. I missed a couple episodes, and then this is when I was starting to get, you know, into that phase of I'm too old for Power Rangers. This doesn't resonate with me because it's not teenagers. These are all young professionals. Power Rangers is boring now, and this is where I kind of fell off for a while. I did catch like little bits of like Wild Force, Jungle Fury, Ninja Storm, and then Megaforce. So there's that. But this is just that era where I feel like a lot of our generation, the '90s kids, kind of started to grow out of it. If they grew out of it, this was the season that really did that to them. And it's unfortunate because this is actually, in hindsight, a really good, solid, fast-paced, no-holds-barred season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's funny that you mentioned Megaforce because of how fast-paced Megaforce is for the wrong reasons. This is fast-paced for the right reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it feels like the demons are like keeping that pressure on the Rangers at all time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But not only that, it's also it's half of it is battling the demons, but there is a reason it's called Lightspeed Rescue because they focus a lot of time on the rescue aspect as opposed to fighting demons.
Yeah,
It's also
especially
true.
yeah, especially since like the likes of Carter and Dana, like Carter's a firefighter for his regular job, and Dana's a trained paramedic, so they're like obviously trained to be like trained to rescue people while also, I don't know if de-escalating is the right word, but like subduing the situation.
Yeah. They kind of were the first gig workers here in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Their gig was being Power Rangers.
Yep.
It's an interesting concept because we start off with them kind of doing their own thing, fighting fires, being a stunt, jockey ass pilot, hashtag Team Fuck Joel.
Yeah, we had a running joke throughout this whole season. Joel doesn't deserve the win.
This dude Riz Rast Miss Fairweather the entire season and still somehow got the girl.
He somehow got her because I feel like she was interested, but the whole comment about like the head scientist sucking pissed her off.
Yeah, because one of my first notes that I put for this is that Joel is doing his best to be like Brock from Pokemon, and that is an understatement for Joel.
Yeah, because at least Brock was stopped, whether it be someone tugging on his ear or getting poison jabbed by Krogunk.
I would have liked a little Krogunk to pop up and just punch Joel right in the nuts every episode.
Actually, that would be funny.
But we start off with that, and then we have what is obviously a Jeep ad placement throughout the season.
Yeah, because of the Humvee that they have as their go-to car.
But it makes sense. They're like a government funded organization, so so it being there is no shocker to me.
Absolutely. We have one really, really stupid trend in Power Rangers that continues this season, and it's just opening random containers. This time, the sarcophagus.
Oh yeah. It's like we got these three guys here who are obviously trying to find the lost tomb of Anubis.
Grave robbers. They're grave robbers, so that's why they're opening the tomb.
Yeah, they're trying to find the lost tomb of Anubis or find the Millennium items.
They're there to steal the gold off the corpses. That's what grave robbers do.
Either that, or they just have the fucking attention span of fucking Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab. Like, oh, what does this do? I'm gonna touch it.
Not to mention, there's like hieroglyphs are all over out there. Maybe translate those before open random grave.
Archaeologists, they're just there to steal the stuff. Like that's what happened with Egypt. Like a bunch of grave robbers went around stealing the actual tombs from the pyramids.
Except these tombs are in California.
Hey,
the ancient tombs of California.
We never know. It might be the tomb of the hipster Starbucks.
Yeah, that's gonna probably happen in 3,000 years. They're gonna find a tomb, and it's just gonna be some lady with 1,000 iced lattes.
Right, there's the recipe for the pumpkin spice.
And it's like, do you want fries with that as well?
Do they serve fries at your Starbucks in the UK? Because that'd be a
No.
lot better than the fucking food we get over here.
No, I'm just.
No,
I'm
it
just
blows my mind when like other like places that like have our equivalent stores and they have their own exclusive shit, and I'm like, why can't we have that in US? Why can't we have an exclusive like item? That's bullshit.
Wagyu burgers and McDonald's. You got the McMuffins full time over in the UK. Like fucking hell. Yeah, I just want the like fresh cafe shit at our McDonald's to come back. You know, I'm sounding like a basic white bitch right now, and I hate it.
Honestly, that's
you did
why
not mention pumpkin spice latte, so
I can't.
I mentioned it.
Well, this is why I do most of my eating at Sheetz. Because it's gas station food that has no right to be as good as it is.
Those big ass burgers be hitting different if you have a 12-hour shift at the local warehouse. We have one awesome scene that I think doesn't get enough credit, and that's the gun kick, where they kick the blaster right back into their hand here in episode 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
So stupid, but I love it. But also as well, we have a lot of people say Carter is as bland as a piece of cardboard, and I'm like, no, he is not. He just straight up is like, there's a monster right there. I'm in this car. I'm gonna go and try and run over this monster.
Yeah, they obviously don't remember Jason.
Well, okay. I also disagree with the notion that Carter is bland, but him driving a car into a demon isn't necessarily like a character trait. That's him doing a cool thing that shows off a character trait that he has balls the size of fucking church bells.
I will say he's not the best Red Ranger, you know. But I will say he is better than the vast majority we have gotten, other than like Andros, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very stoic, and I would say like work, like motivated. Like he's about his business first, all time, every time.
Yeah,
he's career driven. Is what you would put on a resume.
Yes,
absolutely. And I must say, having seen the whole season, I have to say he's probably so far my favorite Red Ranger until next season. Because much as I like Takara in this season, Wes, I cannot wait until we get to Wes.
Right now for me, he's at the number 3 spot. Like, and it's like a very close race between him and Leo in my eyes.
That's fair.
That is fair.
He definitely edges out the likes of Tommy and TJ.
Oh, 100%. They are
actually, very controversial take there, Tyler. Considering we have all those shorts that person made, and like Tommy was like, oh, best Red Ranger, best Green Ranger, best White Ranger.
Did they watch any season where Tommy was Red Ranger?
I believe Tommy was on their favorite Red Ranger list, but he was like number 2.
Oh, okay.
I forget that one person's Red Ranger list.
Right.
But
he was decent in Zeo, but even Jason had more contribution to the team once he came back than Tommy did.
I think Tyler would probably have to disagree.
But like,
honestly,
I feel like it was the same treatment that Jason got when Tommy got, the Green Ranger powers. He kind of got to play that aspect of it. But,
I will say it's neat to see the roles reversed when it came to Jason and Tommy, but it felt like Jason was a stun double for a plot device.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we would have kept, like, Trey of Treforia in there, it would have probably been the same, too.
Probably.
Except slightly worse, because don't know him.
That's true. But we had some very, like, for all the good in the season, we had some very obvious cuts to Sentai footage here that kind of blurred the line for a moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'll just say what the other notes that I have for the first episode is that we obviously are showcasing the professional nature of all the Rangers, and like, okay, why are these 5 being particularly chosen? And I've got to say, I love one of the main demons. I love Diabolical's voice. It's just so calm, soothing, but also very, very threatening at times as well.
Oh yeah,
His voice is very good. I will say, I feel like his voice is almost too good at being threatening that it feels kind of like when Diabolico's supposed to be showing like major emotions, it doesn't feel like it emotes properly.
it kind of falls into the Wesker territory there in that regard.
Okay, I'll give you that, but still, every time he spoke, I was just like, oh, I could marry this voice.
I'd rather have that than a certain somebody else in this season.
Vipra?
I would rather have Diabolical's voice than a certain ranger that moans about weapons. You know the one I'm talking about.
Oh god, I cannot wait till we get to that scene so we can rip it to shreds.
Yes, we are gonna rip that scene to shreds.
Okay, I was talking about another certain demon.
I know which demon you were talking about. It's the demon that I don't think Vex would ever want to be stepped on by.
She's hot as hell, but she's also just so grating. Like, you gotta have some personality points in there. I love her goddamn car though, and you hate it. Like, I love the little dude.
That it's so dumb.
I don't give a rat's ass.
I can't decide which is dumb.
Luke,
Go ahead.
you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the Disney seasons. I know we're talking ahead, but that shows up a lot in the Disney season. And like her in one, it reminded me of that.
I think I know what you're referring to, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Also, as well, something very unique about this season is that no secret identities.
Oh yeah. Like,
Yeah, they're public figures.
They immediately like morph in public. They don't give a shit about hiding it, and that makes sense for the season, you know, because these are.
But it made sense in Lost Galaxy too, but then
But
do that. It was like, oh, we gotta hide her identity. Why? You're in the middle of effing space.
Yeah.
You'd figure in Lost Galaxy that if Kai and Damon and Kendricks came out and said, "Hey, we're the Power Rangers," it would make life so much more easy for Commander Stanton.
Oh yeah, it would have made it so much easier. But that would have got rid of a lot of the B plot too, and they didn't want to get rid of the B plot, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But also as well, speaking of the quote-unquote mentor figures, I gotta say, I've got to respect the strong faith that Captain Mitchell has about Dana being a ranger, considering what happened in his past.
Oh yeah, it's so interesting because we get to that scene a little bit later on, but he immediately has faith in Dana, knowing the risk that's included in being a ranger, and she's already risking herself enough being a paramedic, first responder, whatever you want to call it. So,
Yeah, and I've got to say, I must have been having a Mandela effect all my life, because all I remember about Captain Mitchell until we actually sat down and watched it all the way through, is that I remembered him being more meaner mentor, if that makes sense.
I think
yeah, he was like a tough love kind of guy.
Yeah, but honestly, looking at the season, it didn't seem like that. It just seemed like he was like Sack said it about Zordon in Once and Always, Mitchell did feel like the father figure to these Rangers.
He felt like a stern hand guiding them into the right direction.
Yeah, and there is one point that a lot of people bring up about him when it comes to some of his decisions, in that he doesn't explain some of his actions to the Rangers, and people hate him for that. But I see it differently. I see it like,
Zordon
okay,
explain everything.
no, Zordon,
Nope.
no, Zordon didn't explain anything, but I figure it like because jumping ahead quickly to episode 3, Trial by Fire, when he's saying to Carter, put out the fire, don't save the civilians, put out the fire, and Carter's like, why did you do that? And just shouting at him. And I'm just thinking there, like, Carter, you're a professional. You should know these things. And that's probably what Mitchell is thinking as well. It's like, I'm gonna tell them, but I'm not gonna hold their hand.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Not
I
like hold their hand. Also, I am the higher brass in this situation because I am your higher up, and don't question it. Just follow it. You work for the government. They work for the government.
Also,
So-
another thing, like, if Captain Mitchell were to try and explain it to Carter, I don't think he would be willing to listen. I feel like him shouting at Commander Mitchell was almost kind of a necessary thing for him to blow off that steam so that he's ready to listen, or he's willing to listen.
Yeah, he had to.
If that makes sense.
You got
Perfect sense.
You gotta go and process through that. I think the fact that you kind of had that realization comes with age too, Luke. When you first watched this, you were a lot younger.
Yeah.
And we see any kind of pushback as being mean or rude when we're young. But at the same time, once we get older, we realize like a little bit of tough love sometimes does teach us these necessary things in life,
Yeah.
And seeing it, from a higher up perspective as well, now that we've kind of been in the workforce and we've had to, live a bit more of a normal life than sitting at home, eating our Pop-Tarts and our Cheerios, watching Power Rangers every week. We had to, grow a bit to understand that message.
Yeah, and we'll go back to episode 2 in a bit because I've just got some notes on that. But just my other notes on episode 3 is that I love how we get the talks about the backstory and why they became the way they did, all the Rangers, but also we get hints at Carter's backstory in this episode, but we don't get the full picture, which is nice. Not a lot of foreshadowing done in many Power Rangers seasons. But also, as well, like we said, I love Carter being taken down a peg because that's one of his major flaws as a character, is that he just tends to rush into things without observing the situation fully at times.
Oh, absolutely. And having to learn, on the spot, on the job, definitely helped teach him, the proper way to go about these missions, these, whatever you want to call them, because he did have to realize, like, oh, if I hadn't have put out the fire in this episode, there was just explosives there, basically like propane tanks.
Yeah.
Fuel tanks of some sort, the red barrels you see in a fucking video game.
Yeah. Yeah, and I put down the note here, great message for adults as well as kids in this episode. Think before you leap.
It also teaches situation awareness. Like, be aware of everything that goes on in your situation before you decide to act.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, and also as well, I didn't realize this when we first watched it, but this Mitchell gives hints to his backstory in this episode because he says to Carter, sometimes we have to make tough decisions, and Mitchell obviously knows about making a tough decision.
Yep.
We'll get to that episode when we get to it. But yeah, episode 2, Lightspeed Teamwork, ladder arm punching a burning building.
This sword made no fucking sense. Okay, you have a walking torso, you have ladders for arms, you have all of the dumbassery in a Power Rangers.
Okay. You want me to explain this? Like, obviously, like they have to use the footage. So it's just like in Go-Go 5, it's just like because all the machines and stuff were mostly made by a eccentric like old man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still dumb.
It's still dumb.
It's still it's dumb but practical.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It fits.
honestly, I just appreciate the goofiness of a fucking walking torso, and not to mention
It's tall enough to get to the buildings and stop
A
fire.
A walking torso that sprays water from somewhere where, if it was any other situation, that would be so suggestive.
Hey, here. Allow me to give the building a golden shower.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. But yeah, so this season we have trains for swords, which is awesome, and I do not get why some executives think that trains won't be a
We
success.
had trains for Megazords before, and they sold really well.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that logic. It's like, Simon Bennett, I love you, but you're wrong about the train Sentai.
He's wrong about quite a few things, honestly, but I respect his devotion to what he's doing.
Yeah. And one thing I do absolutely adore about this season as well is that they're always constantly testing things before actually sending them out. Because it's not like when Zordon would send out a particular other giant head would send it out and it automatically works right away.
Oh yeah, like we have such unique, items in this season. I want to add into this is the first episode where I'm like, yeah, I really want somebody to punch Joel. And then every fucking episode since then, he made another stupid move. So that became like half of my notes for this season. I'm not going to lie.
But he gets his comeuppance, and also as well, I've got to say it because I've forgotten to say it about the first episode about the design of the Aqua base. Gungans do not like Outlanders. It is clearly you cannot deny that is supposed to be that may have been inspired by the Gungan city.
It could have been. It really could have been. I do not know in this case, though. Obviously. But skipping down to episode 4, since we already talked about 3. We have the dog rescue, and we have one of the cringiest but funniest lines in Power Rangers dialogue here, and crazy is my middle name.
Like,
It might be. Can
I just say fucking... I love Kelsey.
Yeah.
Kelsey, my second favorite Ranger this season.
Yeah. And also another Ranger who needs to be taken down a peg because of recklessness. And she is very reckless in this episode. She's doing her best to be a female Jackie Chan because when she goes under the truck on the rollerblades, that is clearly inspired by a stunt Jackie Chan did in one film.
I mean,
multiple of his films in which he was like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go right over here. Oh, yeah. I'm almost going to accidentally fall. But
no, there is one film where he is on rollerblades and he goes under a truck, and I'm like,
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm like, this the stunt with Kelsey, that had to have been inspired by him. And then, of course, in episode 4, we've got stock footage of the ending of In Space with the Nasada shuttle. where we have the show being taken off. I'm like, no, that is clearly taken from Chase into Space.
Oh yeah, and we really have a lot of like really super reckless stunts in this season, given what the context of what their careers are too. You know, that's what makes this all the more bizarre, but all the more awesome because these are public servants risking their life in quite possibly the dumbest fucking way possible.
Yep, by dressing up in spandex.
By dressing up as spandex. You know, we can't have spandex anymore. We got to make this more streamlined.
No, or as one mentor says in one season, that is not spandex!
Cases is not.
It could be Mylar. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's 100% polyester.
Well,
Or
wouldn't want it to be polyester.
100% washable as well.
The stink of just 100% poly.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Give me a poly blend at least.
Yeah.
Make it machine washable.
Yeah, machine washable. That's important as well.
We have a legitimate grabby hands moment here in this episode as well, which was the most hilarious thing.
Yeah. Grab the shuttle.
Oh my god.
But there's so much grabbing from the swords in this episode. Not in this episode, in the season.
And my other note here is what in the goddamn Luffy. So I'm guessing we had some really stretchy arm punches too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The where the Megazord just punches really really hard, and also as well Dana's sword being like the TARDIS and getting an entire highway cleared.
Yeah, I mean it worked.
Yeah, I didn't have that as one of my notes, but that just came to me right now. I'm like, yeah. How many cars were on that highway, and how did she fit them all in that sword?
I really am curious about that. Like, I know it's the power of plot, but it is an interesting concept to think about.
Yeah. So. Episode 5, A Matter of Trust, because like Card, Dana needs to. I feel like Dana should be the one that would be more inclined to trust her father's decisions, considering it's her father.
Mm-hmm.
But nope, she's like, "Why you let me babysit your old fishing buddy when I'm supposed to be helping the Rangers?" And it never occurs to her like, maybe my father has given me this assignment because he's the one carrying the fuel source.
Again, it's a case of situational awareness, being aware of your, and it's just also teaching Dana to try to think more intuitively and think like obviously if my father sent me on this mission alone, then this has to be important. That thought never crossed Dana's mind. So I feel this was also supposed to be a lesson for Dana on critical thinking.
Yeah, I suppose.
It definitely was meant to be some sort of a lesson for her, because she does seem to think she's the center of the universe a bit.
Which, now that you've actually said that, this would have been a good place to put the In the Limelight episode. Instead of at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But other note I had for here is the flip kick from the Megazord.
Yup.
I know you love that. I know you love that, Tyler.
Yeah. I love the flip kick.
It's just, I'm gonna grind our hands into the ground and then just spin around like a I don't know what you would call it.
It's a weird attack. I don't know what you would actually call it, to be fair.
What the flip kick?
Yeah, that flip kick wasn't just like a traditional flip kick. There's a little bit of added to it, you know?
I guess it's the Megazord's equivalent of trying to win a gold medal at the Pan Global Gymnastics to beat out Kimberly.
Yeah, Kimberly versus Giant Mech. Who wins? You decide.
I'm gonna go to the Lightspeed Megazord.
Yeah, I honestly like for it being a giant 3,000-pound killing machine. It's definitely more nimble.
Yeah. So those are all my notes on episode 5. Now we get to episode 6, Wind of Destruction, Viper's Vipari.
Yes, the best thing about
The
this.
Viperari, let's go!
It is the stupidest thing in this season. Why
That's
does
the point. It's supposed to be stupid. It's wonderful.
Why does she?
It's fucking adapted from Toku. We are going to have stupid mixed in with the good, and
I know we are, but I hate it. I hate it.
I
It's a
love
car.
it.
It's a car with a force field.
I love
Why
that
does
it makes you see so much?
why does it have a force?
Viper had a force field.
What?
Why are there flying cars? Why is a force field the issue?
It's not that. It's just that's not my main issue of it. What purpose does a demon need a car for? She can teleport.
Because she just wants to look cool.
'Cause fun.
You know?
Don't you want to just have fun?
If Rocky
Demons just want to have fun, Luke.
No,
Demons just want to have
Demon.
fun.
this is not. This is not Rocky. Rocky just wants to have fun and insult an entire group of humans. No, I want to burn this car so badly.
Okay. Think of it like this, Luke. We as humans see cars as a very mundane thing, while teleportation seems more interesting. Meanwhile, teleportation seems more mundane, so driving around in a car may seem more interesting to demonkind. Ever thought about that?
No, I'm not accepting it. I am just gonna bash on this car until the end
You're
of
gonna
time.
do that while I bash on Joel's nuts. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
I'll
I
back on Jason.
I hate to put it into context, the Vipari is about as popular with me as Jason is with Tyler.
And Joel is with me. And Justin.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Actually, that is a debate. Who do you find more insufferable, Justin or Joel?
Justin, but barely. It is very fucking close.
And ironically, they both have J as the start of their name.
You know, maybe I just don't like J's. I don't know.
It doesn't look very good for Jen Scott from Time Force.
Okay, she is the exception. Okay.
Okay. Jen, I feel like it's the only ranger that I think Vex would be like, please step on me.
You know, you say that, but there's also more.
I cannot wait until we get to. I know I've been saying this throughout this whole process, but I just cannot wait until we get to Time Force.
It's going to be fun.
Actually, Time Force is the next season.
I know, that's why I'm so excited. And I don't have to put up with the stupid Vipari. We'll never see the Vipari ever again.
I hope it comes.
That's
back.
what you think.
Never again.
Does it come back, Sangetsu? Please.
Never. No, it does not come back. That was a fever dream. It does not happen, Sangetsu. I refuse to accept it.
I can't wait until Hasbro makes it an actual thing in the toy line.
You know, give me a deluxe Lightning Collection figure with Vipra and the Vipari, and I'm going to send it to Luke. I will
Well,
buy
while-
it. I will buy it and send it to him just so he can destroy it for content.
Well, while Luke is having an aneurysm over the Vipari, this is where we also get the introduction of the Lightspeed cycles, which are like the motorcycles that seemingly most Power Ranger seasons have, or like the go-karts in Turbo, the Galaxy Gliders, the Jet Jammers.
Oh yeah, I'm very partial to this one being, a good thing. These were some of the better designed ones, in my opinion. I like the Jet Jammers, but these were really well designed bikes.
Yeah, it does
I
seem
agree
like
with that. Though I'm more partial to the Galaxy Glider.
I mean, to be fair, the Galaxy Gliders, that's in-house. The in-house original. You can't have them flying around on horses, can they?
wait, they were on horses in the Sentai?
Yes. In Lost the counterpart to Lost Galaxy Gingaman, yes, they rode around mostly on horseback.
No,
The Galaxy Gliders weren't in space.
The Galaxy Gliders were in space. You're thinking about the Jet Jammers.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, the name's similar. Sorry. The whole Galaxy theme.
Yeah.
Galaxy, and then it's just the name change
Lost
just on that
Galaxy.
alone.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, we're gonna switch it up here with the vehicles. Yeah.
So yeah, moving away from the Vipari. Cyborg Rangers, episode 7.
Okay. So Cyborg Rangers kicking the shit in. Here comes the military. Carter's shit rallying the team. Karma overtakes the militaries. Oh yeah, we have one glaring issue in this. I was trying to run through my notes here because I didn't take a lot for this one. The suit actor being visible inside the cyborg.
Yeah, I didn't put that down because I figured somebody else. You're probably gonna put it down.
Yeah, I'm usually the one that puts the glaring issues in the notes. I knew there was one here in the very beginning. I just couldn't remember what episode it was. It's this. It's a very obvious, like, they didn't bother to, like, rotoscope out the actor's face at all. They're just like, fuck it, no one's going to pay attention to that. But then they have egotistical assholes like us looking at it. But, like, this was a good robot episode. We seem to have a lot of those in Power Rangers, the counterpart coming in to, replace them. Since, like, Turbo, we've had it.
I can't wait for the rapping robot I actually like.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
that's gonna happen.
guys, I think I know which season you're referring to.
God.
I hate the season, but I like him.
God
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. We'll get to that when we get to it.
What is it with these people and making rap? Okay, you're terrible at making rap.
How much you want again?
Worse than Macklemore. Stop.
Again, Fex, how much you want to see a rap off between the rapping pumpkin and the Elvis monster?
I'll take the 9mm round on my desk, please.
Honestly, Macklemore's a guilty pleasure. Guilty pleasure. Very, 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 very guilty.
I'll take literally any emo rapper over Macklemore. Give me fucking Lil Peep over Macklemore.
Yeah, but the only note I had for this episode is that there was a glaring issue that Miss Fairweather, for as cheesy as the line is, did point out that the robot rangers don't have a heart. Now, yeah, the line is cheesy, but it does make sense because the robot cyborg rangers are specifically we're just combat only, whereas the Lightspeed Rescue Rangers, they're more than just like shoot the demons, we win.
I mean, it's a valid strategy, but you need that, what's it called? Human element. Empathy. Caring. You need, emotions. Something that robots tend to not have unless they're programmed into them. But these didn't have that programmed in, and ones and zeros can only go so goddamn far.
Yep.
That's the thing. They could have used them as like a backup tool. It's just like, oh, the Rangers are handling this situation, so they can handle this one over here,
They
and
could have
then we'll
done.
meet back up with them or something like that. Not just use them by themselves, because that's ridiculous.
They could have done, but you have to have the egotistical boss that's like, these are perfect in every way.
We'll save money. It's like, what, are we really going to save money? Like, we have a base underwater. We're not going to really save that much by firing them. We're going to save money.
Yeah. And also, I've not said this now, but until now, but this season with all the explosions and everything that's happening around, it's amazing that Michael Bay did not direct an episode.
It made me think it was a Disney season with how much explosions there were.
Yeah. Like, if there's one TV show that Michael Bay should have directed for, it should have been Power Rangers.
Don't give him any fucking ideas. He might be part of the reboot. We don't know.
I just want to see him like just direct one episode and see how many just count how many explosions will be in it.
I honestly want him a million miles away from Power Rangers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm partially joking here, but mostly I'm like, no, he should stay far away from Power Rangers.
Like, I love Brain Dead, Boom Boom, this shit explodes, pretty colors, action. But making that the sole reality of Power Rangers would just be so fucking boring.
Yeah, Megaforce.
Let him ruin Transformers. Because it fits with giant robots punching the shit out of giant robots and destroying cities.
Yeah.
Heard about that. Hasbro is doing that.
I mean, to be fair, people said Rise of the Beast is actually pretty good.
It was, but you also had.
I was talking about the figures.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they. Oh, Jesus fucking.
Yeah, and that's something. And again, this goes back to like the whole they don't have a heart. They don't have a heart line. Is that like what Fix said? It's that Power Rangers. Yeah, it's an action series, but there's more to it than just shoot, bang, bang, pow, pow. As demonstrated not just in this season, but pretty much the next season that's coming after this one, there is a lot of heart.
Exactly. That's what makes this franchise so intriguing. We have to have that human element in all of this. Even the darkest Toku has a giant portion of it being heart and the human element. No matter how fucking cheesy, no matter how dark it gets, it always has that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Michael Bay, don't touch this.
Yeah. So now episode 8 up to the challenge. Now we've talked about actors who are who are like people like celebrity people who we didn't expect to be in Power Rangers. Well, in this one, it's one of the biggest surprises that until looking on the wiki, I did not know about this, but Brian, the asshole who's attacking Chad in this episode, is played by the Deadpool 2 director.
Yeah, never thought that would be a thing.
Yeah. That's gonna be like the biggest celebrity that Power Rangers has ever had, like just the regular TV show.
So I just hopped on Twitter for a second, and Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways DLC comes out next week, Luke.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need to put that on my Steam Deck. I wonder what the battery life playing that will be like.
Probably crazy amount.
Yeah. We have one of the coolest little power-ups here with that little bump in power to the bike for, the yellow. Like, we have something. I love when individual Rangers get these one-off little power-ups that you don't really see often. So just the random power boost to a single bike is so silly to me.
Hey, don't diss the power of bikes.
But
I'll diss the power of Friparis, but I'll never diss the power of bikes.
But why just randomly to the Yellow Ranger? You know, you usually see like all of the shit get shoehorned to the Red Ranger. So this was
Now there are
nice,
some seasons other than this in which like Yellow gets a
Hey,
like a specific power up.
hey,
They're usually bad, but you know they get them.
there is a reason why Fex, because this episode aired on April Fool's Day, so you figure, oh, it's gonna go to the Red Ranger, April Fool.
You know, that makes about as much sense as anything else in Power Rangers. I'll take it as well.
Yeah. But also as well, something that's nice in this episode as well is that we have Richard Holfist, aka Alpha, voicing the monster in his natural voice. So it's nice that we actually get to hear his natural voice for once.
Yeah. That is a nice little thing we had going on here. And also the fact that in exchange for teaching Tai Chi, we're gonna let my boy know how to talk to girls.
Yep.
Because he is clearly horrible about talking to any other woman. For now.
Except Kelsey.
And, you know,
I ship it.
And, something he can never have. Oh, we'll get to that in a bit. Oh, my God. That's so
But also
funny.
as well in go ahead.
I was just saying that's so funny that was the give and take for this episode.
Well, also the give and take of this episode is that Kelsey's recklessness gets her in trouble because she gets caught in an explosion. It's like last season we had Leo constantly getting stabbed in the back. Now in this season we have the Rangers constantly getting caught in explosions.
I mean, normally it's just, you know, the abandoned warehouse district getting caught in them, you know. But now the Rangers themselves get caught in them. And crumbling buildings. And, you know, very clearly splitting between two sets of footage with the actors here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All the time, I don't think the warehouse is abandoned. It's just mostly, oh yeah, we see the Rangers fighting against these monsters. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna die if we don't just abandon all production. Fuck your capitalist dreams. We're leaving. You can make $1 billion off the fucking insurance policy.
Hey, I thought at this time Power Rangers wasn't union. What fucking insurance?
Yeah, it's it wasn't union at this time.
We're mostly talking in universe.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, like you gotta stop and wonder, like, would any like housing or building insurance insure anything in the Power Rangers universe?
Well, I know Angel Grove's probably like most of it is like destitute because the insurance companies probably just left.
They're like, fuck this shit. Just like Florida, we're not going to insure this.
Well, at least with you know, in like Lightspeed's case, it's like it's by beach like front, like the city, so they're gonna stay there regardless.
Oh yeah.
Angel Grove is just like almost in the middle of California. Like we're
essentially
leaving.
like the Gotham of the Power Rangers universe too. You know.
Yeah, and then I guess Mariner Bay is like Johto, where it's just slightly to the left.
Yeah. More than likely.
Which kind of upsets me because, you know, with it being a port town, I would have expected it to be somewhere like in Maine. Because that's like a big port city or big port state.
Yeah.
It's close to the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. You know, if we're going to put it in DC terms here, since I compared Angel Grove to Gotham, this would be like the metropolis.
Or whatever the fuck Flash's city is.
Oh, fuck.
Central City or something?
Yeah. It's been a minute since I read a Flash comic. I should probably catch up on that since it's all in the DC Universe app.
This is
Anyway.
why my campaign it's gonna be taking place in Iowa. No one ever expects Iowa.
No one ever expects Iowa. Does
You're
Iowa,
having it.
Does Iowa
You're having it there so you can take all the potatoes.
It's like if Power Rangers was in the UK, every single season would be set in London, and then you'd be like, and then Tiny would be like, I'm gonna set it in Liverpool. Nobody expects Liverpool.
Unless you're a football fan.
Actually, I probably would have gone Gloucestershire.
Oh yeah, that actually does make more sense now, considering I've been to Gloucester and Gloucester. Yeah, nobody expects them.
Again,
Rangers for the monsters. They could just shank them to death.
Yeah. So episode 9, Go Volcanic. Can we say what happens in this episode on YouTube?
which portion?
The plot involving the bus.
Fuck it. This isn't going to get any ads anyway. Straight up train jacking, bus jacking, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
considering the guy pulls out a.
This isn't TikTok.
Hey.
He pulls out a gun.
Yeah,
Dude's
I'm just
got-
trying to think.
Dude's got
Go
the
back.
block over here. He's gonna just hijack the bus. Then he ends up saving the day. But having to pay for his actions.
Yeah,
Let's
Which-
skate around that whole dilemma there since we're 50 minutes in. I think we're safe.
which begs the question of like how long. Yeah, he saved people. So would that be a reduced sentence on his part?
No, it's still armed robbery. No.
Despite how progressive California is, they still have like one of the worst prison systems in the country. So no, he's not getting leniency for his actions. He's probably gonna be locked in a hole somewhere for the rest of his life. Yeah. Well,
Because, as you know, he committed armed robbery, which is very serious crime.
on the scale of all the crimes that have happened in the Power Rangers universe, I think that's a pretty fucking mild one, though.
Well, you want to know what my headcanon for him is that he did get out of prison, got a third degree in black belt, and went and become a stuntman on Avengers Endgame and many of the other Marvel films. And that's not a joke. The actor is a stuntman for many of the Marvel films.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like a stuntman for say Hawkeye.
He'd be a great stuntman for the film Bullet Train.
Actually, let me see. Was he a stuntman for Bullet Train?
If he is, I just literally pulled that out of my ass. Okay, so I have done zero research into this man. That would just be hilarious.
So Marcus Young. So let's have a look at it. But when did Bullet Train come out?
2 years ago. We got the Zord power up here though. Flying train.
Yeah.
Train.
Super train.
You love the Super Train, don't you, Songetsu?
Yes.
Wait, who wouldn't?
Oh, I love it. But
The scene is so amazing. They're going up the ramp, and the Rangers and stuff was like, wait, where is the rest of this ramp?
yeah.
It's like, where you're going, you don't need no track.
But by the way, his last known release film was a film called Nyad, Nyad.
Okay,
but
never heard of it.
He's a stunt coordinator for the live action Lilo and Stitch film.
What?
Wait, Lilo and Stitch is getting a live action movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
God damn it. It's not going to be live action either. It's going to be that creepy, like, pseudo AI looking CGI, like fucking.
I know, right? And they're gonna say, "Oh, it's live action, just like the Lion King." It's like that's an animated movie. What the hell are you talking about?
But yeah, the dude, that
Stable diffusion.
for again, I've got to say this because this tweet that we saw made no sense. Like anyone who's been on Power Rangers, automatically their career's over, and this guy basically tears up that tweet because. Just looking at his stunt work, he's done a lot of films.
Luke, there are so many cases in which you have pointed out yourself throughout us watching it that is an utter fucking lie.
Yeah, I know.
Like if people just did like 2 seconds of research on Wikipedia, they would be able to be like, oh, maybe I'm talking out my goddamn ass crack.
Mm-hmm.
They love to read exactly what you fall into, and I do too sometimes. Twitter drama.
Yeah.
It's either saying, oh, because they were in Power Rangers, that means their career's going nowhere, or the whole bullshit like that I hear at least once a year. It's like, did you hear? They're gonna tear up the contract with Toei.
You know, it's Illuminati. 100% of the time talking out their ass because they have one dude who was very low on the totem pole. You know,
who probably isn't even a fan of Power Rangers and Super Sentai.
I mean, he worked on it. The dude that used to feed them, Scoop, but he also doesn't anymore. So any bullshit that he was feeding them at the time was just that outdated bullshit.
No, this was an outdated bullshit. This was like the thing that you would hear almost every other year if you were a Toku fan. It was like, oh, it's that time of year again. It's time for the Toei's gonna have the contract ripped up or some shit.
And I mean, we do progressively get more and more involved in like original footage as we've gone,
which I'm fine with. But that's the one thing that's not going to happen because we already have the past suits. They can't use the past suits without that contract.
Yeah.
Right. If we do like how Simon was talking, go a lot more original with the reboot, then maybe that would have some more credence. But we're not going to go fully, original.
No, I'm talking about toys. I'm talking about more than just the show itself. They can't sell toys based off of Mighty Morphin.
Exactly.
Without that.
And they do not want to lose that money because we see every other fucking week there's a new Mighty Morphin toy or a new, Turbo toy or any of the other fucking 30 goddamn seasons of Power Rangers.
Is there a toy? I've got to ask it because if there is, I will buy it. I will buy it right away. Is there a toy for the giant Power Rangers pizza?
No. Why would it?
Because that is stupidly awesome in my book.
Be like an awesome figure they could have done.
Super 7 made the goddamn green candle version of Tommy, so who knows, maybe 3-4 years down the line.
Oh, please, Hasbro, bring that out, the beautiful cheesy deep dish of Power Rangers pizza!
It wouldn't be Hasbro that did something like that.
It'd be somebody else doing it.
It'd be like Super 7 or...
But yeah, my only other note...
Show. I don't know.
Maybe. But my only other note for this, for the volcanic episode, is demons having a boner for fire-based monsters. Because up until this point, it's just been constant fire-based monsters.
Could you blame them, Luke? They're all they want mostly land. So it's volcanoes and stuff. That makes more land. We don't have to deal with water as much.
Oh yeah, we have that, and we do know that there's only one that is aquatic in the demons.
Yeah, we'll get to that one in a little while. But I've just got to say, who are the demons working for? Maxi from Team Magma.
They probably would because they love land. I love land so much.
Now I've just got this mental image of just Loki, Diabolicon Viper using a ritual to summon Groudon.
Yeah, summon Groudon, and then he gets to take a ride in the car.
Do not have Groudon in the Vipari. Do not have that.
Lizard, get in the Viper.
If I knew how to edit stuff, yes, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Hey,
you know,
comments, make that and torture Luke with it. Tag him at Lasher Luke.
No, do not draw Groudon in the Vipari. Oh my god, now that I've said that, somebody's gonna do it.
DM me.
Oh, I can get that commission.
DM me a bill at Vex Chaos Ringer. I will pay for that gladly, just to make Luke's life hell for a day.
But yeah, so Rising from the Ashes, episode 10, we have Joel sort of turning himself around because he's expressing concern that Miss Fairweather is doing too much work.
Yeah, well, here, that's, let me go down my notes for Joel here. Fairweather continues to deal with Joel's harassment. I want that on Urban Dictionary so bad. And I just want Joel to die horribly.
Of course you do.
I feel like that's a note like 6 times in this.
But also, as well, do we count the ending of this episode as a Joel win?
We do not.
He got to have dinner with Miss Fairweather.
He didn't get that.
Even if it was...
They all got it. So it's not even a partial W. He mistook her hint as like a one-on-one date when it was just her inviting everyone to dinner.
No, I think it was one of those moments in which she was like, "All right, everybody, can you help me mess with Joel?" It was like, "Yeah."
Say less.
That's what happened. It was an inside job. Every time those moments come up, it was an inside job. And she's like, "All right, it's time to mess with Joel."
Actually, I like that idea more.
Yes, a troll your harasser, your Riz rasser.
You know what? Have that on a t-shirt, Vex. Troll Joel. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Troll Joel, troll Joel, troll Joel, troll Joel, troll Joel.
There we go. I just cannot like this man. I'm sorry. Like, there is just he exudes that energy of the dickhead you can't put up with at work.
Yeah. And also he has an ego the size of the Aqua base.
Which makes sense because he was a stunt, he was a stunt guy and he was always the head of everything. But now in this situation, in this situation now he's not the head of anything. He's just the side guy, like doing the support stuff.
Yeah, I honestly don't think there's a more apt comparison than he is literally fucking Johnny Cage. Like that describes him perfectly well. Like
So do you want Diabolical to rip his heart out? Finish him!
And smash his $500 sunglasses. Oh God. Why am I quoting the 93 movie? Ugh. Got a bad taste in my mouth. That's not the cigarette.
But yeah, so now we can move on to possibly the darkest part of the season. With episode 11 from Deep in the Shadows, beginning with the first original Power Ranger, the Titanium Ranger.
So thoughts on the first original Ranger, guys?
I
so much.
I love him.
I really like Ryan.
Yeah.
And he's definitely in the upper echelons of my favorite 6th Ranger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like this is the one part of Lightspeed Rescue I vividly remember growing up watching parts of, where we had the whole introduction of Ryan as the Titanium Ranger, and I love when he steals the titanium mother. There's a cool you have the cool POV. You see it from his perspective going around the base. I found that really one of the more well done shots of the season.
That they did this. They did not have to do this. They made his visor the V, which is the V for Goku.
Yeah, and they also had the freelancers going up against the fee visor.
Well, that part was like made sense because it was also in that show too. But I'm mostly talking about his helmet.
Yeah, that is that is pretty cool. But it's just it's just a shame because of having Ryan, because even though he's a cool ranger and they obviously did their best to make his story emotional and impactful, it's just a shame because he is an original ranger and therefore less Sentai footage and therefore more costs needed. So
it's just weird. It's really the opposite effect of the Green Ranger. It's so weird.
The Green Ranger, he had a lot of footage that they could use because
not really. If you really thought about it, he really didn't have that much footage because it was just it was like, all right, it's time for me to fight these monsters for like 2 minutes. All right, go back into the room. Out the monster grew up big. Time to get out of the room. Time to fight the monster with the Caesar. With Caesar. Oh yeah. Time to play my flute. Come out, Caesar.
I mean, they could have just done like a couple, like, but then now that I think about it, growing older, it's like even a 10-second shot of just Ryan in the suit would have cost a bit as well. And it's like, yeah, it's a shame that it's a shame, but they did the best of what they could do with him. Because like I said, it's probably the darkest moment of the season because you finally get the whole backstory on like the whole Mitchell family, and I had that in the next episode, Truth Discovered. Really dark, tragic moment for the Mitchell family of Captain Mitchell having to make the tough decision of like, either I let my son die or I sacrifice him to the devil. And it's like, what would you do in that situation?
Obviously save my son. Also, I wanted to make a point. There is technically more footage of the Magna Defender. Like, I'm being serious. Like, in the original Sentai, than there is of like, the Green Ranger.
Wow. That is insane. But yeah, what would you do in that situation if you if it doesn't have to be a son, it doesn't have to be a son. Like if you had a family member, like a close family member, and you were in the same situation as Mitchell, and it's like, I either let this family member die or sacrifice the devil. What would you do?
That's a hard decision because
yeah,
I feel like this is definitely like a bit of a catch-22.
Yeah.
For me, I would be looking around. It's like, you being serious right now?
Well, yeah, because the only thing that
no. I'll be like, JC, are you serious right now? You're trying to test me?
Yeah.
All right, guess we got to drop then.
But yeah, it's probably like the one decision that I think Mitchell regrets his whole life, which helps explain why he lied to Dana about Ryan being dead, because at that point he might as well have been dead. I mean, it was easier for him to say that than just being like, yeah, I sacrificed over to the devil.
Yeah, I think that would kind of change things.
All right. Sorry, my idiot cat decided to.
Yeah, Rangers probably would have used more holy water and stuff.
Yeah, I think my cat needs that.
but the holy water cannot work on the car.
But it kind of opens up a bit of a plot hole here about this whole is that Diabolical comes and is like, I can save Ryan, but he belongs to me. But weren't you sealed away, Diabolical?
He wasn't free, and the other ones were sealed. We don't know that.
No, he was sealed away because he was one of the demons that when those grave robbers opened it, he was the one of the demons to escape. So it's kind of like a bit like, yeah, you're meant to be sealed away, Diabolical, but because of the tragedy, we'll let it slide.
But we remember that time in which like he was in the monster like graveyard, and it's like, wait, you didn't have the key at the time. How did you get there?
It's demon magic. We don't have to explain.
Exactly. You could have just used it for to mess with people. It's like, all right, my physical body can't be out, but I can at least like astro project and grab stuff. So let me mess with this family.
That's a good point, honestly. Like, we don't know to what extent they were sealed. Were they like sealed just physically, or were they sealed physically and spiritually? Like, there's a lot of ground for what the fuck could possibly go on here. So I'm not going to question it too much in the infinite sea of things that could be questioned in this season, you know?
But also as well, there's kind of a bit of a plot hole here because it said you will not see your son again until his 20th birthday, and he's like 8 at the time. And then Mitchell says, "I've been waiting 20 years." It's like, make up your mind, Mitchell. Although I'll give him a pass because he's probably going through some PTSD.
Or maybe he just hasn't seen him, and this is, you know, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
There's that is a big one.
But it's still probably, like I said, probably the darkest moment of the season.
I mean, there's one a little bit further up. I respect the fact that right around the time that the emo movement was getting really, really popular, this was, you know, emo and ranger moment. So, props for that.
Yeah.
But moving on to what I consider the darkest moment, the appearance of the tattoo in the next episode.
Oh yeah, I like I said, this is the moment I remember from when I was a kid. I don't remember how it got resolved. So this was my first time experiencing that, but I do remember the cobra.
Yeah, there's like I looked at that like while we were watching it, and it was like they really did. This is like the 16 candles. Wow. I mean, sorry, not 16, the green candle, but you know the original version of it.
Yeah. And I just put here as my note for that. How much more dark are we going to get with Ryan with the cobra?
Sorry about the 16 candle thing. I was thinking about, I want to rewatch that, and so I confused it with the green candle.
Yeah,
candle.
I'll be back.
I'm having brain fart.
Yeah, and I'll be back in a second. Just bear with me.
Right.
Okay.
So here we go. I'll pull up my notes for a second. So in this batch, we have the bomb feather plot, right? So having to go around and collect all these explosive feathers from the monster of the week, which is an interesting concept where they're just essentially letting all of these feathers loose, these pretty feathers in the middle of the park and everywhere across Mariner Bay, which of course, you know, like especially kids are going to grab, like, oh, you know, pretty feather, let me gather them and, you know, do arts and crafts with them or whatever kids do nowadays. But you have to destroy or dispose of them all before a certain time period, otherwise kaboom. It's such a clusterfuck of an episode with that. So
yeah, it's a good strategy. It's just like it was like, let's do this. It's a good thing they did it now instead of like in the future, because kids would have not given a crap about the feathers and just left them there.
Yep, they will. Here, collect all these feathers and we'll give you a V-Bucks gift card. That's how you get them, you know. Incentivize the kids, I guess. You want
incentivize them. It's like, yeah, you collect all these, you get free codes for like Call of Duty.
you wanna go around Warzone dressed as Nicki Minaj? We'll buy the pack for you if you just get this.
Hey, you know,
That one I would actually believe because like Snoop Dogg is like in it.
you want it?
No, Nicki Minaj
You-
is
you-
no shit in Warzone.
What?
Yes,
Yeah, I saw.
What have I missed?
we're talking about like how this plot would work in the future.
I thought you made that shit up.
The Cobra plot.
No, the feathers being the MacGuffin for the episode.
Oh my, yeah, exploding feathers.
I'll send you.
Or for a bunch of middle-aged moms. Hey, can you hand me that feather? I'll get you that pink ghost blanket that went viral on TikTok.
Oh God, no! Please, just buy me the shark onesie and I'll be your little feather collecting bitch. I don't care.
Shark onesie.
Yeah, there's a shark onesie that's going to like really viral on the TikTok shop, or maybe it's just my algorithm showing it. Because
No, I know which one you refer. I know what you're referring to. No, that is going that shark onesie is like super popular.
Okay, here you go.
I'll take your word for it. I don't be on the web like that much to even know.
I'll take your word for it too. I stopped really going on TikTok to try to avoid doom scrolling.
Yep, I just shitpost on there now. But it's very interesting to see like all these feathers being collected up, and then we see the moment here where Ryan's like, do I risk it, potentially getting strangled by this cobra tattoo, or do I just let my fellow rangers deal with this? Fuck it. No morph.
Hashtag YOLO.
Yep. And then we continue continue going down on the tattoo plot line here, where the threatening for the baby being, the cute little baby demon takes over the power.
The baby.
Mama.
Mama.
Sadly, did not turn into a car.
Yeah, sadly did not turn into the amorphous blob from Resident Evil 8.
Sadly, did not turn into a smoked ham and pimento cheese sandwich.
Pacific.
Yeah, and I'm just like throughout up until this point, like Diabolical's just like, oh, if I want to kill this infant so that he doesn't get all my powers, and then they're like, what are you doing? Nothing.
We can't.
It's like, are you trying to kill your brother? It's like, no.
No.
We're not even brothers in this series. That's the other one. And they're like, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I swear to God, Impus, I will give you a post-term abortion.
Oh God. There's just an infinite amount of dumpsters to Family Guy this shit, okay? Just go with that.
By the way, I've just got to
right
say,
now I'm just thinking like all the monsters after they're defeated, they're just in the Family Guy death pose and then explode.
By the way, I've just got to say one thing. Max Solar Sword, coolest single sword.
That's debatable.
It's a solar powered shuttle that gets rocketed into space to be powered up by the sun. Like and it's blue and silver. That two of the coolest. Well, silver's technically not a color, but you get the point.
Silver's both a metal and a color. Bite
Okay
me.
then, silver and blue, two of the coolest colors that go together.
That's fair. That's fair. It's a cool looking Zord. I won't say it's the coolest one, but it is a good one.
And then obviously we have more grabbing of swords. Car, grab onto my sword.
Oh God. Right?
Yeah.
What? In all of this, can we just talk about how many times Connor nearly eats shit in these 2 episodes. Like, he
Yeah.
gets his shit stomped in repeatedly from episode 14 to 15. So much that I had to make a double note of it. Nearly dying in this shit. I'm shocked that we have this repeated thing where, like, Red Rangers nearly die early on in the series just to see them become, like, the most well-versed, except for Lost Galaxy.
Oh yeah, where in that season it's just, we're going to shoot the Red Ranger in the back.
Consistently. But he does get more, skilled in combat in that season. It's just he can't fucking leave his back to a wall, or just, it's constantly exposed. But every other season, like, the Red Ranger, gets their shit kicked in, and then you kind of just have moments where, like, oh, I learned how to fight on the go. And it's even funnier when you think about it in this context where it's a firefighter fighting demons, hand-to-hand combat, and with giant fuck-off, lasers, too.
By the way, speaking of that, Tyler, you just to go off on a side tangent here, you potentially found a death battle opponent for Carter.
Yeah. It's currently just in the like, this might work, depending on where his opponent scales in the verse. But I have Carter Grayson versus Akitaru Obi from Fire Force.
OB.
No. You know what would happen? You know what would happen, Fex?
Mm-hmm.
Carter would tackle him unmorphed and shove him into a chasm.
Yeah, because like the whole thing with Obi is that he is one of the few firefighters in the verse that doesn't have, like, any special powers.
Mm-hmm.
And Carter's one of the few Rangers who has big enough balls to take on demons unmorphed.
Yeah, because I had that as one of my notes for episode 17, Olympius Ascends. So we had the Cocoon of Doom. We have Carter head charging into Olympius to prove his badass credentials. And when Olympius is disguising himself as the other Rangers, we have creepy Rangers when evil, because they do look creepy when Olympius is disguised as them.
No, they just look like they're really ashy.
Yeah, and surprisingly, the voice actor for Olympius was 71 when he did this. That was surprising. And yeah, of course, Carr, after realizing, wait a second, Joel, you're not Joel, you're Olympius. I'm gonna tackle you into this water. Unmorph.
Oh yeah, like, holy shit. The fact that he's willing to do all this dumb shit unmorphed is hilarious.
But it just shows how much. It just shows how awesome he is, and just how sheer determined he is to the task.
Yeah, I mean, that comes back to that taking initiative thing that we've been talking about. Like, he is willing to risk everything to make sure everyone else is safe, which is the key trait for a ranger. Like, self-sacrifice is one of the big things that you see consistently throughout the franchise.
Brought up the thing of, like, what happens if they get in the water?
Right?
Yeah, they get electrocuted.
And me, like Luke talked about it and theorized that maybe, like, the stronger the demon is, like, the more the effect, like, the sea has on them.
That would actually make a lot of sense.
I guess I nicknamed the baby Little Furby Fucker. In my notes.
He does kind of look like a Furby.
He does. I still...
Look, he looks like he's related to Seymour, which I hate bringing that up because I despise Seymour.
Yeah, he kind of does look like that. A mix between Seymour, Furbus, and a Furby. No one's gonna...
The heck's a Furbus?
This thing. from Masked Rider.
Oh god, do we have to be reminded of a friend in need?
I'm putting it in mod stuff.
Okay.
I guess we do.
Yeah. Come on, Image.
You might have to click it. It's just shared directly from the Google search bar here.
That's fine.
Oh god.
Oh, this is abomination.
Yeah, never show that again.
Oh, guys, come on.
It's like we gotta have a cute mascot for no fucking reason.
We can make it through this after Power Rangers. We can make it through Masked Rider and Mystic Knights of Tignagnor.
No, we're not watching that.
No, we've got to have me suffer through the whole of Naruto after this.
You chose to do that. I
know,
That
but
is self-flagellation, okay?
I know.
Honestly, I do have ideas for what I wish to have Yin's experience, but that's a topic for after we're done.
Yeah. So, monsters combine strong, train goes boom, the battle skirt mode activates. This is where we see the Solar Zord kind of just, become the belt, the cod piece, if you will.
At least it's not the stupid helmet, Tyler. Do you remember that? Dragon Sword in fighting mode.
Oh yeah, stupid fucking hat.
Troll.
Shape-shifting demon infiltrates base via throwing self on floor. Trying to remember the context of that one here. Oh, right. Doesn't he just kind of just melt to the floor?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. And then just transforms into every fucking ranger possible to get the key card to deactivate the security features of the base. Yeah. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. This one was a little earlier on in our watch. Even though it was a quick watch, it's been over the period of like a couple weeks. And we watch a massive Falcon punch at the end of this, which is just...
I am a man!
Oh, boom!
Oh god, I know, mate. But yeah, the episode after that, my favorite Lightspeed episode and one of my favorite Power Rangers episode, A Face from the Past, where the Rangers officially get their day off, but because Carter is Carter, he cannot take a day off. He has to keep on training.
So Mitchell joins him.
Yeah, and Mitchell has to sit down and say to him, like, look, I took a day off every once in a while, which is a great message for every single YouTuber today.
Not just YouTubers, like in general. Take your days off. Use that PTO. Take that vacation to the Bahamas. Go commit tax fraud.
But
maybe not
no, fakes. They can't. They have to keep making videos every day. That's how, because otherwise YouTube has to be mean to them.
Yeah. Otherwise, they get kicked in the pants.
At one point, but I don't think that's the case at the moment.
It's a little bit more lenient now, but it's still like you have to at least be somewhat consistent. Otherwise, you're still going to get algorithmically tanked. Case in point, us.
But still, the message is quite clear. It's like I've always seen this episode as like Carter's turning point, because after this episode he kind of mellows out. Even though he's still a badass, he's like, I'm gonna take it easy every once in a while.
Oh yeah, and it's a very much needed thing because he gets to figure out like who saved him that day through this episode.
Which spoilers is Captain Mitchell.
Originally, I thought, they kind of... Because I had never watched this entire season, and because Rocky became a firefighter, and the grand scheme of things through, like, the expanded, like, once and always stuff, I thought maybe it was Rocky that saved him, And
that would have been an interesting twist.
Right.
That would have been.
To tie it all back, because we even seen, like, Mariner Bay mentioned in, like, the Bandora Protocol, right?
Yeah.
So I figured that was their way of tying it in, but no, it was just like a little random Easter egg. And Mitchell, was the one that saved him.
Yeah, personal headcanon. Rocky worked with Captain Mitchell at one point.
It's possible.
Yeah, considering in this episode, I guess because Mitchell technically never retired as a firefighter, so he just he's doing Lightspeed Rescue as sort of like a side project, but he's still technically a firefighter on the job. That's why he can just put on a firefighter suit and get involved.
Yep. I mean, I don't think most public servants actually retire either. They just go to like the volunteer status. If they were originally like salary.
Yeah.
You can call me if you need me, kind of thing.
Yeah, because I watched a review of this episode, and he was and the guy was confused, like, wait, can Mitchell do that? Can he just put on a firefighter suit? And I'm guessing he can, because technically he's still on the clock as a firefighter. It was never established that he retired to do Lightspeed Rescue.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of plays into like the different divisions of the government as well. Like, we see many side projects for various organizations. Now we have shit declassified that even we thought was conspiracy theories back in our day. So, he could have been a part in this universe. Lightspeed could be, one of those pet projects that's also got like all these emergency responders, kind of answering to them as well. As the cover for Lightspeed in a way. You could take it a lot of different ways. I always love diving into the more obscure at times.
Yeah. But also, one of my other notes for this episode was what Mitchell said to Carter of just like, heroes are only human. And it makes perfect sense for him to say that, considering what we said about how he had to make that difficult decision with Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I did take one of my comments that I put on a video about the reveal that was on YouTube, which as one of my notes, which basically boils down to we're only human, and sometimes we need to have wind down time and let our bodies heal so that we can be to be our best. That's basically what Mitchell is saying to Carter. Is like, yeah, you're doing enough already. Go and relax. And this leads into one of my personal favorite headcanons that makes perfect sense. Captain Mitchell saved Carter's life after he had lost Ryan's diabolical, and he probably made a vow to never fail to save a child again after what happened.
Yep.
Probable.
Yeah. But that's my fan theory, and I'm sticking with it because it just makes perfect sense for his character. And possibly more than likely he has been watching over Carter and thinking like, this guy, he's going to be a great firefighter.
Oh yeah, there's definitely been some like watching in the background, albeit that's a little bit creepy, but I kind of understand him wanting to take interest in somebody that he rescued. I figure a lot of public servants do that, make sure they kind of follow down the right path if they see potential in them.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me that after Carter finishes education, Mitchell put in a recommendation for him to like, hey, come and join potentially his squad. Like Mitchell was probably like the head of a squad of firefighters, and he probably put in a recommendation for Carter to join.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's definitely probably that. And I gotta bring up one thing that I found absolutely adorable in this as well. We had to save Jeremy, the teddy.
Oh yeah, Jeremy.
Like,
good old Jeremy.
We had to save Jeremy. I just find it so wholesome that we took the time to save a fucking teddy bear in the middle of all of this too.
Hey! I've just turned to my my right. There's a teddy bear on one of my shelves in my room. So we need to save all the teddy bears.
I mean, I'm literally a foot from like 7 different plushies at any given point, so I can't say anything.
Yeah. But yeah, there was also one other thing about that review that I saw that made me head scratch. That made my head scratch when he complained about Ryan being buried in the sand by Dana. I'm just like, clearly you've never had any siblings or any cousins who have done that to you. Because that is basic sibling interaction 101. You go to a beach thinking, hey, there's the sand here, there's this giant hole, I'm going to put my sibling in it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty common for anybody that I knew that had siblings, is just like torture them for fun. You know?
Yeah. So I'm just like, I have no idea what that guy's getting on about.
Right. That's one of the like.
Yeah, like that's basically my interaction with my younger sister.
Bingo.
Yep.
So wait, did your younger sister bury you in the sand at one point?
No, we just torture each other for fun.
Oh, okay. But yeah, really good episode, strong message, and I love it.
Yeah. The next one, on the other hand, we have it opening with Joel singing "Fucking Country."
And okay, as much as
I actually found that like a little bit funny, like
found
how everybody else was annoyed.
but I also find it a little bit wholesome as well, because cards that not being the stoic guy, he's just being like, yeah, smiling, but it's like, can you turn it down, Joel?
I don't mind the music, but please stop the singing.
Yeah, I just put Joel's country music should be outlawed.
I said, please give Joel a felony.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the episode where Banshira returns to being the demon statue, because it really does look like she's just a statue.
Oh yeah.
They're fighting a demon statue.
Well, I mean, at that point, she's a bust. I mean, maybe she had giant raccoon when she had her full body the first time. I don't know.
We also, this episode was just like a GTA chaos mod going on. Nothing made sense the entire episode because it was just all over the place and shit exploding in various different directions. But
so much so that Ryan realized, oh crap, I can't be the Titanium Ranger anymore. I'm gonna go and leave and find a way to trap the demons.
But, you know, this is usually around the time where we see the 6th Ranger go on their sabbatical because we're running out of footage. Only we create the footage this time around. So it made no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, he could have just stayed. Like,
But we also tried to tie up a monster. Like, why? Of all the shit, did you try to introduce the monsters into, like, bondage? Come on now. They don't need any more.
gotta tie him up. Gotta tie him up like he's like Wonder Woman in the early Wonder
Well,
Woman.
you wanna know what's funny as
Does the truth work on you, Wonder Woman?
The answer is yes, it does work on her.
By the way,
Well,
guys, I'm bi.
yeah, but you want to know what's funny about this episode as well? If you go on the wiki for this episode, The Queen's Return, there's actually a video of Ryan's actor filming some behind the scenes.
Oh my god, really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in the mod VC.
I'll have to look at that later. But yeah, we had some really rough green screening in this one too. I made a note of it. Mostly like explosions, battle footage, and really just all over the place, you know. I think I took the screenshot of it where it was like triple rotoscoped in our mod chat.
No, that was for the team up.
That was for the team.
Yeah, team up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the team up explosion.
Yeah.
So, that's a prevailing thing here too. Then, really rough. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah. Just really rough green screen in there. Viper actually had some good line delivery in this as well, I made note of. Which is such a rarity that it's noteworthy.
Yeah, it's like, now she learns how to act.
she has this, and then when she gets her powers taken, or life, I should say.
Yeah, little late for that. Little late for now, Viper.
Yep.
We still have the car.
We still
The
have-
memories of it.
All the memories.
I swear to God, if I watch that behind the scenes again, and the Viper is there, I'm gonna flag that video
know
so
it's there.
badly. I am gonna flag that video so badly.
All the memories make me want to go back there, back there.
No,
Yeah, all the memories of the party make me want to go back to
no.
Slipworks.
We do
so-
not have the Vipari yet. There was not even one for the original season, so you are safe from getting gift bombed with a toy.
Okay, good.
That doesn't mean something. There was stuff that wasn't the toy before and then are now.
Mm-hmm.
Like certain monsters.
Yeah, like we never had like I don't think we ever had like Dino Charge villain figures until the Lightning Collection even.
Which is sad.
Yeah, because Dino Charge looks okay.
Dino Charge, as Angry Video Gamer put it about the American Godzilla versus the film that came after it. Dino Charge was like a can of air freshener after someone took a massive dump.
That's fair. That's fair, honestly.
Yeah, it is in my top 10 seasons for Dino Charge. But yeah, so after Ryan leaves, we have the Omega Project, which introduces the Omega Megazord.
And
I hate that name.
Actually had this Megazord. I had it as a kid.
I'm partial to the name because it just sounds cool to say the Omega Megazord.
And whenever it defeats a monster, I can just say, now that was a mega win.
Do not say it. Do not say that.
Mega win, Luke.
Do not say that.
That was an mega win, Luke.
That was a mega win.
Yeah, and also as well in this episode, if anybody who hates Joel as much as Vex and many of us do, I don't hate him as much. I feel like Vex is the one that hates him the most. But anyone else who hates Joel as much
I
as
hate him. I just find him funny.
I
Well-
honestly, yeah.
well, anybody who hates Joel as much as Vex does, he has probably the biggest L in this episode.
His little cousin got to go on a date with Fairweather before him.
Which I can't decide if that is creepy or funny.
I mean, it's funny, but it is a little creepy. You
Oh,
know?
it wasn't like a date. You know, it was
I
just
guess it's more like a play date sort of thing.
That's the
So-
intention they had here.
Yeah.
To
It can't.
us,
I
it's
mean,
a
it can't be any creepier than the film Blank Check.
Yeah.
Hello?
But yeah.
I'm just how about you, Mom?
So yeah.
Good to
We-
hear.
We have Joel's awfully active cousin going on a date with Miss Farrah.
Let's not discredit this kid. He's still a better fucking actor than fucking Vipra. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, that is true.
Absolutely.
He is like one of the best kid actors we had in Power Rangers history at this point.
Okay, fair enough.
Besides a certain Ranger.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so we have the creepy or endearing ending. Pick whichever you find it. But it's just nice to see Joel get the biggest L.
Oh yeah, it was just so refreshing for me. It warmed my cold little heart.
Part I found funny is him pouting because because his cousin told him about the asteroid and he couldn't do it because she wouldn't listen to him.
I'm just like, oh, yeah, here we go. Let me break into this government building, show them what the hell's going on, and then get a win over my stupid adult cousin, and then also just rubbing in his dumb little face while I go take his, love interest on a date to the planetarium. Big ups to that cousin.
That cousin is gonna get all the ladies when he's older.
Or just this will be his peak, and then he'll turn into a Reddit incel poster. There is no in between there.
Oh yeah. So yeah. And now we get on to the fifth crystal, aka I call bullshit on the grandmother.
Thank you. What is with Power Rangers and psychotic grandmothers?
Trend. I hate this trend.
Like, we see it open with her being a total piece of shit to her granddaughter. And then by the end of it, she's having this massive change of heart. Where, like, my granddaughter's the most important thing. Fuck the crystal. I'm going to steal a forklift and run it into a fucking monster.
So committing what? Yeah, and also, what is it with grandmothers in Power Rangers committing crimes?
I mean, when they're that old, do you really care if you're spending,
To be fair, if like a monster was attacking my family member, I would probably steal a forklift too and try to run the monster over.
Yeah, but this is the grandmother we're talking about.
And Kelsey's grandma we're talking about, who
I can't decide who is worse. Kelsey's grandmother or was it Cassie's grandmother who was
no,
the?
it was Ashley, but
Ashley.
Kelsey's worse by a landslide.
Yeah. What? Also, this is like the second time a Yellow Ranger's grandmother has been committing crimes.
Which isn't often, but it's weird that's happened twice.
Yeah.
For now.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh boy, can't wait to see it happen with Katie and Taylor and Dustin. Who I found out his real name is Waldo. Like who would name that
Yeah,
kid?
I guess we found Waldo.
Yeah.
Where's
We're
Waldo?
gonna-
Right here, bitch.
There is going to be so many of the. Well, actually, for me, it's not Waldo. Guess what? Guess what Waldo's called over here?
Wally.
Wally. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It makes about as much sense as you guys calling football soccer.
Because you wear socks.
That doesn't make, no, that doesn't make any sense, Tyler. But we should also point out that this episode, sadly for more than one reason, was dedicated to the memory of Bob Mayhana, the second voice of Zordon.
Rip.
So rest in peace, you giant floating head in a tube.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
second.
Yeah, well, still the giant throwing head in the tube. But yeah, it's sad that this episode is the one that got dedicated to him.
Huh.
Considering
Really
it's an episode about an asshole grandmother.
And yeah, this is definitely for sure the weakest episode of Lightspeed.
No, there is one episode that's weaker. The next episode, The Chosen Path.
Oh god.
Where we get Chad's backstory of him being a martial artist with his asshole sensei.
God fucking damn it.
Yeah,
Listen,
we get two of the worst episodes back to back.
This is where I'm like, maybe I'm pro elder abuse. Like sometimes a sensei just needs to get his ass clapped, you know? Beat up the sensei. I don't care if it's a demon. He deserved to get his shit kicked in.
Yeah, I literally put in capitals in my notes, worst episode of season. I find this more infuriating. I find this character more infuriating than the receptionist that says there's no such thing as monsters.
You know,
There's no such thing as monsters.
We're in a
demons.
city that's constantly attacked by demons. See, you should have said we were attacked by demons.
Yeah, but the reason why I find this character more infuriating is just the fact his motivation makes no sense whatsoever. I hate the fact that Chad became a Power Ranger because it's going against his martial arts roots, and I'm just there scratching your head, thinking like, where were you for the past eight seasons?
Yeah, like as okay, I can't. We got Rangers like Jason and Tommy. For how much I don't like Jason, Jason and Tommy are like the quintessential
Karate man.
representation of the tenets of martial arts. But they practice discipline, respect, and humble confidence. They don't abuse their. They don't abuse the fact that they know martial arts to try to bully people or use it for their own gain. They use it in defense of their friends and of their city.
Take that in, everyone. The only time you'll ever hear Tyler say something positive about Jason.
Don't get used to it.
No, we'll hear that again probably during Mega Force.
Oh god. But yeah, I guess what would have made sense to me is if the sensei was like, I don't like you, the path you chose of being a ranger because I don't like the technology you're using. That would have at least made sense. It would have been stupid,
It still would have been dumb.
but at least there would have been a reason, like he's a traditionalist and he hates technology.
I still don't see what the ending really had anything to do about, you know. I would not have given this man the time of day after he treated me like shit for being a ranger. I wouldn't have taken him to the Aqua Base. I wouldn't have acknowledged him. I would have been like, you do you, boo. I'm going to do me. Fuck off.
Maybe if he explained to Kelsey like the reason why I dislike Chad being a ranger is because he's not. I don't feel he's being disciplined. I feel he's being lazy because he's using all this technology to fight his battles. That would have at least made sense. It would have been stupid, but at least it would have made sense.
It would have made more sense anyway.
Yeah, but no, we get nothing with this guy. So yeah, up yours, your traditionalist who got tricked by a monster
and got rotated. He got completely rotated by a monster, which was the most satisfying fuck you I've seen in this season yet. So yeah.
Go ahead.
Now on to the goddamn Groundhog Day episode.
Yeah. Now, yesterday again. Now that we're past the worst part of the season, we can go back in time and pretend it never happened. So yeah, we get Groundhog Day, the second edition of Power Rangers.
I'm gonna say, Luke, we have to go forward in time because if we go back, we're gonna just go back to the chosen path again.
So I want to erase that episode from my memory.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, if I had to put it in my top, it would probably be in my top 5 worst episodes of Power Rangers.
May I recommend episode 13 of Dino Fury?
No.
I don't even think that'd be in my top 20 worst.
No, it wouldn't be in my top 20 worst because as much as Harvey infuriated, probably infuriated a lot of people with that episode, he was at least trying. He was in the wrong, but at least he was trying to help his sister.
He was trying to do something, but he should have approached it more delicately.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you interested in? What makes you tick? And then had an honest conversation with his sister instead of trying to do all of the wrong things.
Yeah. So I don't think that is the worst. It might be the worst episode of Dino Fury, but certainly not one of the worst episodes of Power Rangers.
Right. It's definitely one of the worst of Dino Fury, for sure.
But that's just because Dino Fury is such a good season.
Oh, I agree. Okay. So for those who are unaware, I am currently going through Dino Fury on my own time, whilst also going through other seasons with these folks. Since they already did an episode on Dino Fury, I'm simply catching myself up to speed for Cosmic Fury.
And you're going through it at a breakneck pace, honestly. So
Yeah.
massive props there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is definitely one of the best. Season 2, you will love season 2 when you get to it, Tyler.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I will.
But yeah, the only other note aside from the Groundhog Day about this episode that I had is Kelsey needs to spend less time in her rollerblades. There really needs to be a protocol in the Aquabase that says no skating footwear.
I'm pretty sure there is, and she doesn't listen.
Yeah, and also as well, this episode could have been so avoided if Carter just came out and said like, "Hey, I'm in a time loop here.
I'm in the time loop again." He's gonna sing it like a musical.
Please, no more fucking musicals and Power Rangers.
No, I was making a reference to, we're in the time warp again,
Yeah.
Rocky Horror Picture.
Let's go to time warp time." I don't know how that song goes.
I'm going to have to suffer through that movie.
I love that movie.
But yeah.
But watching it every Halloween just kind of drains you.
You don't have to watch it every Halloween. Hell, I don't even watch it during October. I watch it in the middle of July or some shit.
But there's definitely a weak spot for the Groundhog Day shit going on here. But I love the infinity symbolism throughout this episode.
Yeah, which was something that Tyler was the one of us that pointed it out. So it was nice that you were able to observe that and let us know that as well.
I just smarts.
It's unique how the little details that they put into these various little monsters. I'm assuming that the symbolism for the infinity symbol was a little more prevalent. And the footage they took it from Zangetsu.
Mm-hmm. I have not fully watched Go-Go 5.
Okay.
Now I've just got the mental image of the Go-Go 5 theme song being Go-Go 5 Rangers.
Please, no.
It's more of like Go 5. Dun, 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 Go 5. It's like that.
I don't know if that is worse.
Honestly, I don't either, but I
No, it's just the start of it, and then the singer starts singing the song. That's just the.
Isn't it like the dude that does the karaoke lines for fucking Yakuza 0 that did the Go-Go 5 theme? Or am I?
I very much doubt that, but I would not be shocked if like the guy who did like the singer for that had like a song in Tokusatsu.
I'm pretty sure he does in one of the seasons. I thought it was Go-Go 5, but I could be misremembering the season. But we get the Omega Zord here, so something good came out of this shit show of an episode.
Yeah. And in the next episode after that, as time runs out, we get the return of the best villain in the entire season, bar none, Diabolico.
Mm-hmm.
Because after Ryan got the curse lifted, he got destroyed, his powers got absorbed into Impus, and now he's back because he got resurrected by 5 Prime Loci.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
And he's back, and he's like, "I'm no longer grounded."
Yeah, it's like, "You are grounded, mister." No, because I'm a demon and I can get out of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, we have to be reminded about that at the start of every episode from now on. I honestly don't get why they do that. Like, they just keep repeating the same notions over and over in the recaps.
Like
Because
it makes sense for the catch us up, but at the same time, you should probably switch it up a bit.
Yeah, you really should, because every time I just heard Fiber going, "Welcome back to the world of the living, Diabolical," it's like that just gets stuck in your head after a while. Ugh. Yeah. But also in this episode, we get the return of Ryan after a 4-episode absence of just walking around the desert.
Yep, and we also have one of the more interesting ways to defeat the villain of the day with the throwing the spores out into outer space.
That usually results in Nuclear Man getting born.
Yeah, but I mean, what would have been worse, these spores or Nuclear Man? Because I'm honestly kind of torn.
I'd say Nuclear Man is worse because he gets born with his costume, and it's like, how?
Well, at that point, it wouldn't be a costume. Wouldn't it just be skin?
I guess so. God, that character made no sense.
I've got 0 point of reference to that, so.
Yeah. But speaking of comic books, comic book characters or superhero film characters, we have the next episode in the Freeze Zone with the ice puns. And it just baffles me that we never got stay cool,
Which
Ranger.
reminds me, ice to see you, Luke.
Oh, stop doing ice puns. That was my first note. And my only other note for this episode was Freezer was the Freezer. Yeah, that's his name. No relation to Freezer from Dragon Ball whatsoever.
I guess you could say he was a little too chill.
Stop it. But Freezer calling his belly Cold Belly Dungeon.
My Cold Valley Dungeon!
It's not a dungeon!
It's a Cold Valley Dungeon!
It's his intestinal tract.
Yeah. But I've got to say, and I don't know if you I know about this effects, but the effects for the snow in this episode when they're in the Cold Valley Dungeon, stupid name, but the effects were really well handled in that.
Oh yeah, they were.
Looked like he really had them on ice.
Songetsu, please stop. Before you have me.
I mean, is it better than having a flame in his heart? We're going to hell, buddy.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, you are. And it's oh my god! Thank God they didn't use the Mr. Freeze-esque pun of "It's a cold town."
I mean, it really is though. Like, I respect the punnery. Like, I love a good pun. Give me your best pun in the comments if you made it this far.
Yeah. But no. The ice puns were just like insufferable. But not as insufferable as, and I've been holding off on this up until this point because I haven't thought of the right time to say this, but nothing was more insufferable for me, aside from the Vipari, than Jinx's rhyming when he uses the Magic the Gathering cards to make the monsters grow.
Wait. You don't like Diet Spamson?
No, I don't. I'm just like his rhyming quirks made no sense half the time. I can't even remember half of them.
If this man never existed, we wouldn't have got Deltarune. So
yeah, but it's like what was aside from making the monsters grow, what was the point of Jinxa?
Being a punching
I mean,
bag?
it's aside from making the monsters, what was the point of Finster? Aside from making the monsters grow, what was the point of the Scottish butler and his little balloon friend?
Right.
The fact that they had the Scottish accent, and the fact that and the fact that we need to keep Barbara Goodson around for another season.
And ever. But
And what about Finster?
yeah,
Yeah,
I love Finster.
well, at least Finster made the monsters.
Yeah, so did Jinxer.
Yeah, you just
Nope.
summon them with cards like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, fair
Well, he
enough.
technically didn't make them because they were just sealed off demons.
Yes, that's what. Yes, whereas Finster was the one who actually went out and made them.
Okay, so he summoned them.
Yeah,
But
he
he
summoned
still
them like
won.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah, except for there's just not like an angsty teenager chasing down his blue-eyed white girlfriend. I mean,
Yeah.
dragon.
But
Yeah,
still,
it's just that Finster likes some card fight Vanguard.
okay, fair enough. But I still can't stand
Rewatch Vanguard.
his rhyming quirk.
You're a rhyming quirk.
Okay.
It's the reason why I can't stand the Paradox Brothers.
One of us is telling the truth, the other is lying. You will never know, but we're both lying pieces of shit.
Yeah, I'm with Joe. I'm with Joey in that episode. I have just about enough of all your lame brain rhyming.
But you gotta pile on a little bit more of that accent. I can't do a New York accent. I can't do a Brooklyn accent, and I hate it.
You want to know what? You want to know?
Sick and tired of all this lame brain rhyming.
You want to know what's funny? I think the only reason they gave Joey the last name Wheeler is because of Wheeler from Captain Planet.
Probably.
Yes.
Because Wheeler was from Brooklyn.
Hey!
Walk in here.
It's like that. Oh my god! I thought of the perfect person to fight Wheeler from Captain Planet in a death battle.
Joey.
Captain Planet versus Aang?
No. Wheeler versus Steve Rogers because they're both from Brooklyn.
I can do this all day.
I just want the Brooklyn fight off.
And with that, it seems like we got another mega win with the mighty mega battles.
Oh yeah. Oh.
The one time Joel is cool is when he becomes Denji from Chainsaw Man.
Sad but true. But also as well, we get the reveal. Go ahead.
This episode would put him on a registry in any other fucking universe. Can we at least acknowledge that?
Yeah, but also he turns into Steve Urkel in this episode with the science gear.
Like, this man stalked and harassed this woman for the entire episode and literally tried to cause damage to her fucking brother's car and ruin what he thought was a date instead of, asking a simple fucking question.
But
He did ask.
But also as well, this episode's plotline could have so easily been avoided if Miss Fairweather, because Joel did say, who is, what was the name of her brother?
Clark.
Who was?
Let me point this out. Like, everybody else knew.
Yeah,
so they were messing with him by saying, "Oh, we don't know." They knew.
Yeah, but still, it could have been so easily avoided if Joel, because Joel says, "Who's Clark?" to Miss Fairweather. She could have so easily avoided all of this episode if she just said, "Oh, he's my brother."
But realistically, in the context of the show, she answered this question correctly.
Yeah,
because
but
he does not need the privilege of knowing that this is his brother. The only way I would actually, and it's pretty obvious that he does have a crush on her, but all his purpose is to help further the program. The 8
That's also true.
So
yeah,
she's not as at fault as everybody wants to make her.
I'm not saying she's at fault. It's just weird
but still,
that no one else pointed out what they knew the entire time.
Yeah, and also as well, Miss.
Everybody here hates Joel. Like, everybody on the team hates him. And in the standard work experience, like, we want to fuck with this guy because he's a dickhead. You know?
Yeah, I hate him.
But in any other situation, Miss Fairweather could have been like, if this guy comes in and I don't tell Joel right away, he's my brother, Joel's going to think we're dating. He's going to be an idiot. He's going to ruin things. Maybe I should just tell him right off the bat who Clark is.
I'll concede that point, but I still think she answered the question appropriately.
She, I guess, but it's like, would
I wouldn't tell anybody like, "Hey, that's my sister." If the sister is just coming to help me build a cosplay prop, you know.
Fair enough, but it's like I'm just saying here. I'm just gonna use an example of a situation that I would have. Like, say if the computers in my workplace got damaged in some way, and there was nobody else that we could get out to come out and help us, I'd be like, oh, I could just ask Alex, and they'd be like, who's Alex? Oh, he's my brother. He's good with computers.
Yeah, I mean, she
we'll just chalk it up to like this happened, like she said it that way for just exclusively for plot reasons.
It's exclusive for plot reasons because I guarantee Miss Fairweather would have been smart enough to be like, I can either avoid the situation by just telling Joel Clark's my brother, or I can make it much worse.
She should have known that he has no self-control.
So she should have like put a stop on it and be like, "Hey, this is my brother. Do not do anything stupid."
But that's all Joel's character is the stupid punching bag, and he serves that purpose well because I fucking hate him.
Yeah. But also as well with this episode, it's clear like who Joel's meant to be. Who Joel's meant to be. He's meant to be the new Sack, right down to the point that Miss Fairweather's first name is Angela, considering Sack's love interest in the first season
Zach.
was
Don't
Angela.
you put Zach into this?
Not even remotely put these two in the same category. King.
I'm not trying to put them in the same boat because Sack is clearly better than Joel. I'm just trying to say like Joel with his pursuit of Miss Fairweather is clearly meant to be Sack's pursuit of Angela, right down to them both having the same first name. You cannot escape that. Like, they knew what they were doing.
Or they're just very uncreative with
They did it very poorly.
Well, to be fair, they are pretty uncreative with the names because they have like about three Rangers. Three Rangers back to back with names that begin with K. We have Kendricks, Kelsey, and Katie.
Those letters, like, sure. But,
also, Kimberly, Catherine.
We can't have Cassie because that begins with C.
But it makes the same sound, so.
Yeah, Cassie.
You can replace the C with the K.
Corone.
Yeah, so they're not very creative when it comes to the Pink Rangers.
Just really like K names. I think it's more of like eventually we're gonna have monsters that have like the same names. Eventually, I forgot when.
Yeah. So now, how about we move away from Joel getting
away from a mega win.
From a mega loss to a seriously confusing episode with a thief who wants to scrump apples.
Yep.
I got these apples for some homeless people. Let me throw them away.
Yeah. So the Great Egg Caper, and I've just got to point out, seriously, that's the title of the episode.
Yeah.
We're
fighting for an Easter egg. Don't you know that, Luke? We watched the episode.
It's the dumbest title ever.
It's the funniest title ever.
And then we got a monster who sounds like the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, that monster
was a Cosla.
That monster freaks. freaks me out. That monster.
What's the matter, Luke?
Don't you
You
like
don't
the
you
sound
won't
of
like
that?
cartoon birds?
No, I don't like cartoon birds on live action. It just freaks me
Okay,
out.
okay. Luke is now running away from the Roadrunner, but he can't outrun it.
I know I can't outrun it. But seriously, hey, thief who's 20 years in the past in a Power Rangers episode, if you want some apples, come and ask me because my mum's allotment has an apple tree that needs picking.
Oh yeah.
No, I want apples that are already been picked so I can grab them, steal them for homeless people. But then if I'm getting chased, I get to throw them out like an asshole.
And of course, we have to point out the obvious notion here that the thief looks like Jesse from Breaking Bad.
Hey,
Right down to the point where it wouldn't surprise me if Jesse's actor was the thief, but he's not.
hey, Mr. White, these apples go crazy, yo.
And I put here, we have the return of the food budget. They finally got the food budget back to a substantial rate after the episode that was spent on diapers.
Before this episode, like the food budget could not recover from all those sheet cakes back in season 1.
Or
They finally have it back.
yeah, all the all the beautiful cheesy deep dish Power Rangers pizza, even though that's Sentai footage. But no, the food budget was wasted in Turbo on all the pizzas. But yeah, and also we have in this episode Carter dressing up like
They paid for those sheet cakes, Luke. They just now had to pay for them. That's why it took them so long.
yeah. Also in this episode we have the traditional Rangers disguising themselves. So we have Carter being Clark Kent, that Dana being Avril Lavigne, Chad dressing up as Mako Tsunami, and Kelsey and Joel as old ladies.
Joel as like Medea.
Of course, Joel, since he's dressed up as an old lady, has to touch the fake boobs.
Yeah, because he's Medea. The Tyler Perry movies.
I have not seen Tyler Perry movies, so I don't have a point of
You're
reference.
so lucky. They're moving on.
Are they like so bad it's good, like The Room, or is it like bad?
Or
they
like
just
bad
good
enough that you can laugh at like how bad they are, but you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be laughing with them, not against them.
So it's like The Room.
Okay. Yeah, and the episode wastes the food. Return the food budget, but wasted it so bad that Fexa stayed quiet throughout this whole section.
Oh yeah, my package got delivered unsealed, so I'm missing an entire book. So I'm trying to get that sent back. Or
Oh, okay.
okay. So,
But yeah.
sorry.
It's all right. I just had to make that joke that the food budget was wasted again so badly that Fex was quiet. But yeah, so after the Great Egg Caper, we have Ocean Blue, aka The Little Mermaid, starring Chad.
Oh god, yes.
Fish sticks.
Chad. So we've gone from being simp for Alien Rangers to being a simp for Little Mermaids. What next? Are we gonna have a simp? Are we gonna have someone being a simp for future aliens? More than likely at this point.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Considering I haven't finished Dino Fury, they could do past aliens because if they decide to try to do a romance plot with Zato. Do they?
No, they don't. They don't.
Good.
No, you could. No, actually, I'm not going to do that. No, there is a romance plot, but it doesn't involve Sato.
Yeah, I watched that episode. It involved Izzy.
No, there's another romance subplot as well.
Wonderful.
But yeah, and now it's time for the team up. Trakeena's Revenge.
Yep. Where
Go ahead.
where we get the dumbest line in existence,
There's
which
no
we
such
already
thing-
covered, but
There's no such thing as monsters. You live in a city that is constantly under attack by monsters. The Power Rangers are active known public figures. Not to mention, where were you in Countdown to Destruction, lady?
or
Dumbest statements ever stated in
Yes.
Power
well,
Rangers.
It's the
It's
dumbest
right up
line.
there with like a certain line that we're going to talk about.
No,
in MF.
Oh god. But yeah, it's the dumbest line. It's the dumbest line ever. And it was the team up that made Amy Miller, who played Trakina in Lost Galaxy, and Danny Slavin, who played Leo, walk off the set because they found out that they were going to get less time than a little girl in this episode. That gets one morphing roll call.
Most of the stuff that she did, like later on in the two-parter, could have been done by any of the
Any
Rangers.
of the Rangers could have done anything. Like literally, you could cut out Heather throughout this whole episode, and nothing of value would have been lost.
Yeah, they could have just they could have discovered the place like another way in that episode. Like they really could have just cut her out completely, and it would have almost not changed anything.
Yeah, and this is where we have the rotoscope effects of the explosion.
Yeah.
Part one, just before the cliffhanger, 20 minutes in and 6 seconds.
Can we just address the elephant in the room? That anytime there's a team up, we seem to have these really, really bad like jumbles of source material. Because we're taking in this instance, we're taking it from a movie.
We're taking it from the Versus movie.
The Versus movie, where you're taking that source material, the original material from like our Americanized version, and we're also trying to splice these completely together, which leads to a bizarro world effect of what the fuck is even going on the screen. But it makes it so endearing.
I chalk it up to mostly like all the stuff revolving around Heather ate up a lot of part one.
Yeah, it did. And we have Carl saying to her, "Okay, go and pull the fire alarm." And it's like, why don't you just evacuate the building? Just say, "Hey, there's an emergency. Everybody needs to get out."
Like you're a public figure that.
Whoa, we really lost Sangetsu there. Okay. Did we lose everybody? We did. We're on boop. Okay. Sorry about the split in recording. Discord decided to be a fucky wucky again, guys. So we were talking about mermaids and the fact that we have characters that want to fuck anything that is not human.
Yep, and also we were talking about Trakeena's Revenge as well, and how Heather does not need to be in this episode, but she is, and she gets one Lightspeed roll call.
She does
Yes.
get one roll call, and we had
which ties her with Zordon and Robot Ashley, Carlos, and Justin.
That is just, but here's the thing we were debating, like whether or not we should count, because she technically doesn't morph, but she did say the roll call, so it does
and
count.
She got a little Lightspeed badge, so she's part of the team now. Okay.
Even though we never see her again.
I'm sure we see her again somewhere. They like to reuse their child actors in some capacity, even if it's just a background character.
Yeah. But of course, as I said in the in the watch of this episode, I have a personal connection to this episode because an actor who was in this episode who played the human form of the monster in this episode was in a film with one of my tutors from university who came over from America for a semester.
That's pretty cool though. Like you have a connection with a lot of different things in our fandom, so that's really neat to see.
Yeah.
What is your guys' thought on Trakina's device though? I did tag Simon on this, but I was one of the people he didn't get back to in his random piling on Twitter.
It was probably lying around and they did decide to use it. But then again, this was before the move to New Zealand, so it might have been like just a coincidence.
Exactly. I'm torn between the two because like a lot of the props from the time they're in New Zealand got reused and then they kind of auctioned them off here recently. But they do have a habit of reusing props in general. So it could have been something they got back from Toei from the movie. Who knows? But I did like seeing Mommy Trakina in her not hideous form, so that was really nice to see.
You didn't like her luscious DLS lips?
That was nice.
Even though it wasn't the same Trakina as in Lost Galaxy, but it still was the same character. Yeah, I like to think the original Trakina was got reincarnated and is now screwing Damon.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, well, props to him. He scored the monster mommy.
He scored the monster mommy. And of course, we have to talk about Trakina's final monster form, the one that Vex clearly wants to be stepped on by.
Nope. No, I'm good.
Vex clearly wants those tentacles in every orifice.
Yes.
Listen. There has to be some human anatomy there. Okay, once you go full bug or full tentacle monster, I tap out.
What are you talking about? She still had boobs.
Boobs? Yeah, cool, but like she's clearly an amorphous blob. There's a line she crossed here to too much monster. I'd sooner fuck Rhaenyra from Monster Musume, okay?
It's crazy that we can still type.
Wait, you had to think about that? I wouldn't.
It's crazy that we could still tie it back to Monster Musume.
It always comes back to the clearly disguised, clearly not even disguised fetish of that series. Okay.
What disguise? What disguise are you talking about? It was as clear as day.
Respect it, okay? When my manga needs a rapper, I feel a little bit ashamed taking it up to the Barnes & Noble counter, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to enjoy every last minute of that volume.
And it's still going.
Okay, aside from Vex's love of tentacles, we have to move on.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
What's after? What was it? What's after the Lost Galaxy?
The Last Ranger.
The Last Ranger, the clip show.
It was almost a clip show.
Almost a clip show, but it has the one line that perfectly sums up the abandoned buildings district. I never liked that building.
Hey.
Also, none of these buildings are abandoned. It's just more like, hey, the monster's attacking here. Let's leave.
Yep.
Also, I used to work here. That's why I'm saying I never liked that building. That clarifies the scene.
Yeah, I guess so. So really, there was not much to say about this episode.
No, Carter had no memory halfway through, and then finally gets the memory back, and then we fuck off.
Other than the monster not reusing the ability again. Could have just had him in a constant loop of forgetting shit, so he would have been able to destroy the city. But monsters can't be too smart, otherwise the series, doesn't end with the Rangers winning.
Mhm. So then we have Sorcerer of the Sands, where we have Ryan encountering sorcerers in the sand, and we have
Yeah,
more
pretty
training from
straightforward.
We have
more
the
training
kids.
from the Rangers, but we also have Battle of the Gibberish.
We have the 4-kidsfication, the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, they're
No,
in hell.
no, it's not the Shadow Realm; it's the Shadow Dimension.
It's the
There's a
Shadow
clear-
World.
There's a clear difference.
That's the same thing. We just didn't want to say the word hell.
I'm
They
saying it.
could
They were
have
in
just
hell.
said the Underworld.
Yeah, they could have said Underworld. They could have said anything, but they had to use Shadow.
Oh, we can't have underworld. They have like sexy vampires who want to bang werewolves.
I get it. I'd simp for Kate Beckinsale, you know? What
Who's Kate Beckinsale?
Selena.
She was the star from the movie. Like, yeah.
And then Rooney Mara was the star for the spin-off ones, and I'd still simp for her.
I didn't. There's spinoffs.
There was like a prequel one, and then another one that kind of existed.
There were sequels. I didn't know there were spinoff ones.
Yeah. There's like 5 of them now,
Okay.
and it's all sexy vampire women / hybrids and leather, and I am a-okay with this.
Of course you are. Yeah. So we have Battle of the Gibberish in this episode, where we have the sorcerer going. Then we have Diabolical going. And Diabolical Gibberish comes out on top.
Yep, that about sums up this arc.
Just well, they can't have the baby talking to gibberish because he's an adult now.
He can still goo goo gaga. I can goo goo gaga when I'm 32. You know, goo goo gaga.
No, the star power made him too adult. It's like I lost the ability of my greatest strength, gibberish magic.
Exactly. But we have one really fun little thing in the Lights of Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Not to be confused with the lights of Orion.
Yeah. Or
Which
a
it-
sparky little spunky ranger that we get later on. That makes no
But-
fucking sense.
Which, by the way, speaking of the Lights of Orion, just wait until we get to Megaforce. We're gonna have so many jokes. That's gonna be fun, considering one character's name.
I'm not gonna have fun during that. I'm just stating it now.
I'm gonna be drunk that entire time. I'm gonna be real with y'all.
I am going in
Maybe
expecting to not like it, but I also want to try to find some positive aspects.
Now stay neutral. Stay as neutral as you can. This is just our opinion on this.
Yeah, as much as I don't like Megaforce, I am gonna go into it as neutral as possible. I'm gonna try and find positives in every season.
I can't. I watched it twice. I cannot.
Have a couple edibles ready, buddy.
Oh, God. Let me get on that action.
So now-
fucking need it, especially by legendary battle. Just my opinion. But
So-
yeah.
So now we have Olympius Unbound, part 2 of the Shadow World arc. Oh no, the Shadow Realm arc, where we have Captain Mitchell going, "I must obey. I must obey.
You must obey.
I
you
must
must
obey."
obey.
Okay, Jigsaw,
Look like
Jigsaw,
a chicken.
Jigsaw, I'll love you. Just stop it. Just make it stop. Make it stop.
He said, "I must obey" so much that for a second there, I thought he said, "You must buy Old Bay."
Oh God.
And also as well, I've just got to point out one of the names of one of the monsters here, Fire Wasp. That is a scary combination if I ever saw one, considering how angry wasps are already.
Oh God. Too many wasps. Too many Too many crickets, too many grasshoppers, too many bugs. Please, can we take a break from bugs?
Toppers, I'm fine with.
No,
Unless they turn into locusts, then I'm not fine with them.
I mean,
better than
next
cicadas.
season we're gonna have mutants.
No, they're not mutants. This is a thing grasshoppers just do. For some weird reason, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go insane and turn into locusts now. Okay, bye. We're gonna destroy all your crops.
Yep, we're going to destroy all your crops. And then if it was cicadas, it's just we scream, we fuck, we die.
Yeah, that's basically it. We wait like some even as far as like 18 years on the dot. We're gonna emerge and then have kids and then die. But we're gonna be as loud as fuck as possible doing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, we have in Neptune's daughter the return of
More fish sticks.
more fish sticks, but also we finally get confirmation that Neptune and Aquamarina, they're natives of Aquitar.
They have that shitty fucking underwater filter that I fucking hated.
Yeah, but it just confirms to me that there are Aquitians that got teleported through the Miranoi wormhole into Earth.
It's honestly grating as fuck. The more I hear it, but
Yes, it's really great.
But like I've heard worse, but like not this often. You know, it's just how much we've had to deal with it through Alien Ranger, you know, team ups, and then this. I don't understand what necessity there is in having this. Is there a canonical...
Just have them talk fucking normal.
There cannot even be a canonical reason to have this, because we hear fucking aliens and fucking demons talk somewhat normal. Why have this stylistic choice?
Because it's
No!
fun, Rex.
No, it's not. It's annoying as fuck. It's just like, oh, we're gonna annoy all the people who are watching this constantly with this fucking shit. And I think that's really where most of the hate for like the Alien Rangers come from. Because like story-wise, it's not that fucking bad. But you hear the fucking Alien Rangers talk, and you're like, oh yeah, this is why they hate it.
Yeah, but I must say this has the best plan from the demons of them. We're just gonna drain the water from all of Marina Bay and then go and attack the aqua base. It's like, why didn't you think of this plan right off the bat?
Right?
Maybe they had a hard time getting a hold of the water demon. Maybe
he was on vacation in some other water-related place and they couldn't get to him.
Unless he's a demon from Aquitar.
Maybe he was stuck. Maybe he was stuck in sheets, underwater sheets.
Underwater. Oh, underwater McDonald's. Now I've just got the mental image of soggy burgers. No, nobody wants soggy burgers.
No, maybe the Lightspeed base has a McDonald's in the cafeteria. We don't know.
You know what? Considering this season tries to be all America, F yeah, with Carter, it wouldn't surprise me. But why does the monster look like a deformed Donatello crossbred with a chicken?
He's a yokai.
Yeah, he's a Kappa, basically, right?
But
yeah, that's exactly what he is.
Yeah, but I'm just going to have that joke. He looks like a deformed Donatello because he's probably one of the more intelligent demons.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of the smarter ones. I really do kind of fuck with that design, you know, diving into like the whole Kappa bit of him, but at the same time there are some character types that don't translate well to live action, I will admit, and it is a little jarring seeing a Kappa in live action. But he's hard from the most disturbing looking villain we've had. Like, we have
that role goes to the cross-eyed dude from the crossover. I mean, sorry. Yeah.
There's like even in like fucking Mighty Morphin, we had more Bizarro World villains because we were just cobbling together ideas with Finster. So I mean, I don't have any.
No, Finster's monsters had a theme in that.
Oh, well,
At least the first season.
And it's like, well, here's a dude with a fucking stoplight in his back. Fuck.
Okay, that was the obsession. Like that was the only one that because like the monkeys decided to make a monster. He didn't make it.
I'm curious what those components would have turned into if it was just all Finster's idea, though. You know, that would have been an interesting one. But instead we had the other mooks deal with it. I still think Finster's the best, you know, general. Justice for Finster. But I really do like seeing the mythology tie into a lot of these, though. Yeah. It's one really neat thing that we do get. We do get her coming back out to say goodbye to Chad, though, which is awesome, too.
Yeah, but they should have kissed. Oh wait, what am I saying? We can't have kissing in Power Rangers for some reason.
Before.
And then we drive right into having dirt bikes because why the hell?
Speaking
not?
of driving.
No, dude, we.
It's sad that Luke's favorite car couldn't make an appearance.
I know. Yeah, but still. Vipari, go away!
I have in here Luke's hate boner for the Doom Buggy is so wild.
It is so stupid. It is the most stupid, ridiculous thing ever.
You want to think about it? Maybe it was more stupid in the past. Maybe it was just a giant metal horse.
Oh my god, I just can't stand it. Every time it's on screen, all I keep saying to myself in my mind is like, you can teleport. Why do you need a car?
Car's fun, baby, to her.
And I don't care about the rationality of it.
But honestly, of all the dumb things in Power Rangers, this is the hill you want to die on?
Yes, this is the hill I want to die on.
Not fucking glitter armor. This.
Yes, this.
Glitter armor is like one of the almost. Yeah, it is the most worthless power up I've ever seen.
It served no purpose.
Actually,
served no purpose. It could have been literally anything else. They could have put a goddamn force field up. It served no purpose. The Doom Buggy has a purpose. It transports her from point A to point B, and it looks cool.
Which she could do herself without the friggin' Doom Buggy. But yeah, this is where we also get Carter's Battleizer 6 episodes before the end of the season. Let that sink in.
I don't understand why this and Grandma episode didn't swap.
Yeah. Also, as well, what is it? What is it with making the Battleizer look so ridiculous as well?
It's like this in every Sentai, is it not? Like it's always
no, because some of these Battleizers are like Power Ranger exclusive, except for the SPD one.
Because we've got 2 Battleizers back to back coming up, which I absolutely adore.
Yeah, that's right, Luke. The SPD like Battleizer was in. Yeah.
But yeah.
Is that fully original?
Huh. Okay. I stand corrected. I'm
so
used to absurdity that nothing shocks me at this point.
Yeah, and also we've had grandmothers committing Grand Theft Auto. We're gonna have Rangers coming up committing Grand Theft Auto technically. So screw it. We'll have the Battlings committing Grand Theft Auto.
I mean,
Even though I find the fight party completely stupid, it was funny to just see the battlings go Grand Theft Auto on this. Now I just want Samuel L. Jackson to turn up at his office at Tenpenny.
God no.
I've had it with these mother effing battlings in this mother effing city.
I'd rather that than whatever the heck is going on with Fury at the moment in Marvel.
What is? I didn't even watch all of Secret Invasion. Like, I'm sorry if I have to devote 36 hours to goddamn TV to keep up with the MCU. Make it interesting. Anyway, and next
and
up,
of course,
we have the modeling episode because of course we fucking do. We have to have one glamour episode.
Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Shut up, fashion woman.
I kind of want that as a ringtone.
Like literally, all for this entire episode, all my notes were in block capitals because it's just like, why does this episode exist here? It's like,
Yeah.
what? This episode would have made more sense if it was about Joel being a male model than Dana.
Please, God, do not ever put that energy into the world.
Yeah, but
I feel like I need some sage out here right now. Okay.
Wait,
Wait,
repeat that.
Like he wants Joel. He said it would make more sense if Joel was a male model than this.
I mean, have you looked at him?
Yes, and I want to bash his face into the ball bat.
Not the character, the actor.
The actor's good looking. I just can't stand the character.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, it would have made more sense if this was early in the season and it was Joel.
Why? Because he's an egotistical cunt?
Yeah, because it would have been like an episode about him like learning like the power of teamwork and stuff. Because he's like a hothead who's only thinking about himself because he was like he is
Joel
he is a celebrity. Like
yeah. So for anything, Joel would be the one who would be more susceptible to money.
But we have to have the stereotypical pink and yellow ranger have a cat fight episode.
I know, and I put that as one of my notes. What is it with Power Rangers and turning the pink and yellow ranger against each other?
Because the director is like, yes, fight. No, that's nice.
No, it was probably like, we had too many of the pink and yellow rangers in Mighty Morphin being friends. Let's make them all enemies from now on.
It's not even enemies. It's just
Kat and Tanya weren't enemies.
Well, you did say like there was too much friends in Mighty Morphin, so I guess that would make sense.
But yeah, Kat and Tanya weren't in Mighty Morphin; they were in CO.
Yeah, Zio. So, like,
Kat was in Mighty Morphin, but not Tanya wasn't.
Yeah.
Not Mighty Morphin Aliens as Mighty Morphin.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were both in Mighty Morphin.
Yeah, who knows? Just stupid directorial choices. Well, my note was like this should have been way earlier as well.
And that fashion mogul, just like her voice, her attitude. I don't advocate for violence against women, but in this case, I just wanted Cassie, not Kelsey. I just wanted Kelsey or Dana to just sock her in the face.
Considering it's a fully scripted like show for kids, it was like could have had the monster do it.
Yep.
Could have just had Monster walk up to the lady, put his hand in her face, take their index and thumb, and squeeze her lips shut. That's all he had to do.
And that would have been just give me that. Just have that on repeat 24/7, and that would have been fantastic.
Yeah, 24-hour loop of it. Yeah, I'm sure somebody could rotoscope that together for you. And then we have the death of Viper finally.
Yeah, I just put for that. Queen Benshira does a U-Heart absorbs Viper.
Yeah, well, I mean, Banshira just goes around murdering her generals for the sake of murder this entire episode. Like,
yeah, but yeah, the episode where Viper learns how to act.
And
check.
And the worst part about it is that the actress has scars from the makeup that she had to put on for Viper.
Oh, I do not doubt.
What? What
Yeah.
the fuck was in that glass?
Let me get.
The fucking snow in Wizard of Oz was asbestos.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go
What the
on
fuck?
here we go on a wiki page. Yen it has since retired from acting and currently runs a skincare company, a result of her suffering several skin breakouts while portraying Viper.
It's a whole.
Hey, so the makeup had asbestos in it.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'd seriously would like to ask her, like, what was in the Viper makeup?
She probably doesn't know.
Yeah. I learned this like 2 weeks ago, actually. But there you go. The Wicked Witch's spell in the poppy field was asbestos. Yep.
Oh.
Hey, there was asbestos
Yep. In a movie.
in my poppy field.
In a film that was made in the 30s.
It's no, don't keep the asbestos away from there. I don't want it to ruin my heroin.
And of course, to add to Car's badass credentials,
My black coffee and cigarette diet. The past was the worst.
the past was really weird. But yeah, Car, one punch, Banshira.
Yep.
It's like, oh, the main enemy's there. Let's just punch her.
Oh yeah. Just punch, more punch. And maybe a kick in there. We don't want to get copyright struck by Sony, so we can't do the Parappa the Rappa.
No.
So you can't believe.
No.
And how do you
too close to the beat?
And how do you top Car one punching Banshira? How about him just using his guns against the giant Olympians and Diabolical in the very next episode?
And harnessing the Ranger's life force for his Zord.
Mm-hmm.
Like that
Happens more often than you think.
It does. It probably is a constant.
More than likely.
But we have the zombie demons going full force, and I made note here because you said that's actually a good rhyme for Diet Spamton. I mean,
Yeah. Yes, that was a good rhyme. That's the only... He gets a point. He gets 1 point. Everybody gets one, much as it pains me to say that.
You must obey.
No, I must not obey. I will not obey Jinxer. You know what? In the description for this, Vex, you have to put, will Vex be able to survive Joel, and will Luke be able to get over his hatred of Jinxer and the Phi Party?
I'll put in the
No,
audio.
it's more of like, will Vex survive the tentacles?
Will Vex survive Discord?
But yeah, we are now up to the finale, the fate of Lightspeed. And I must say, out of all the finales, this might actually be the most tense finale.
Oh yeah. I think there is a lot here. This is like the most notes I took this entire season. What I think is the best takeaway here, there's 2 for me. One in part 1 of this, where they're giving Mitchell the pep talk, where he has that all hope is gone moment there, and he's just like, fuck. The whole Aqua base is kind of just going to shit here. You know,
yeah,
Podforce getting beat up by my work, in the Life Force Zord. And then right at the very end, and we'll get to that when we get to the end of the finale.
Yeah, and also right at the end of part 1, where we have literal water coming seeping into the Aqua base around electronics, which means they're not only in danger of drowning, but also in danger of being electrocuted.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah,
be more concerned about like the pressure of the ocean crushing me. But yeah,
very fair.
Very,
honestly.
very fair, very fair. Yeah, but that's why I say it's like probably one of the more tense finales is because there's a real sense of danger for the Rangers' lives at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but I must say as well, I don't know about. I mean, I think Tyler shares this sentiment, but I would say the Aqua Base is destruction in part two. I felt that more than what happened to Terra Venture.
I agree
Terra
with
Venture
that.
is sorry, cutting you off.
Go ahead.
Now the thing with Terra Venture is like we wouldn't feel that much like sorry about like it being destroyed because they're eventually gonna leave it behind anyway. Once they got to a new planet,
Yeah. Oh, by the
or
way, just
at least not be as important as it once was.
yeah. Oh, by the way, quick side tangent. It seems like in the months they landed on Miranoi, they fully colonized it because you see Leo battling monsters in a city on Miranoi. So they did ultimately colonize it.
Yep.
But yeah,
God damn filthy colonizers ruining that beautiful jungle.
But with permission.
Yeah,
I guess they got permission from the natives.
It was consensual colonization.
Yeah.
Which feels like an oxymoron.
Right? It
But
kinda
yeah.
is.
It was like, we could give you cell phones. What the heck is that? And they tell them, it's like, fuck yeah, let's get those.
Let me have the new Galaxy S23 Ultra and the iPhone 15 that has a USB-C port that is slower than USB 2.
Yeah, but I really do feel the Aquabase destruction more because it's just such a unique location for Power Rangers, and also as well, it's not only their home away from home, but also their workplace. Like they basically revolve their lives around the Aquabase up until this point.
They did. And it is very sad to see it go, but on the other hand, it is very normal for the base to get destroyed post, like, Turbo.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, oh, Aquabase. I hope we see you again in some capacity.
Probably will.
Probably will, probably won't. But
we'll see it again because it's over there, and then over there, and then over there, a little bit over there.
Yeah,
and there,
and then we have probably one of Carl's.
Rain?
Sorry,
I had to make the DBZ Bridge reference.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, then we have probably one of Carter's more defining badass moments where it's like, I'm gonna kick Queen Banshiro into the crevice.
Well, I mean, not before Banshiro just forms a fucking cult and Heaven's Gates are fucking mooks here, you know, and then uses all of this wonderful shit to play 4-dimensional chess on the cityscape. Like,
Heaven's Gate. I mean, with the stones.
Yeah. And also as well,
gotta get your Kool-Aid. No. Sorry.
It's all right. And also as well, we have the return of giving a character the thumbs up. But in this case, unlike Lost Galaxy, the film was like, nope, you're coming with me, Red Ranger.
Yeah, coming with me to the Shadow Realm.
And it actually would have been a bittersweet ending for Kara's character if they actually closed the lid.
It would have been a fitting end for Carter but this is primarily.
He's always willing to like sacrifice himself for everyone else, so it would have definitely been in character and fitting.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this is Power Rangers, and we can't have a permanent death,
except for Trini.
Except for Trini at this point. So we have to have Diabolical.
Tommy now.
And technically Tommy now. But so we have to have Diabolical, who turned on Queen Banshiro after being manipulated by her, to just be like, yep, I am here to help the Rangers defeat you and have you be basically cannibalized.
It seems like the best ending possible for this season. And it goes kind of full circle because they get the chance to return to their day-to-day lives, but their day-to-day lives in the end of the day have been changed forever, except for those that were already in like public service, like Dana and Connor. But,
Yeah, and
so at the end, we see them hand their morphers in, and then just immediately run right back into what looked like a building burning down.
yep, showcasing that even though their time as Rangers is over, they still got work to do as public service rescue people.
Yep. It's such a fitting ending for this season. I love... I honestly think, so far, this is one of the strongest seasons we've watched.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
I agree. If now that I've actually watched it, I did put it in my top 10. I think it was in 7. Let me have a look.
Yeah, definitely where I would rank while Luke's checking that up. Well, I would definitely say like this is in my top 3 currently. In fact, it's number 3, right behind Lost Galaxy and In Space. Though I am debating whether or not Lost Galaxy is 2 or 3 at this point.
But yeah, it's like I've always like personally thought it was like a very solid season that a lot of people slept on.
Absolutely.
Just like I just have a few little nitpicks with it, and the fact that I love a certain character's buggy more than I love the character itself is also telling.
Yeah.
Right, you know. And that comes down with this thing called acting skills, unfortunately. I don't know if she was, like, not a good actress, per se, because I've never seen her in anything else. I don't know if she's ever done anything else.
Nope, she
That's
hasn't.
not us.
This is the only thing she's done.
Oh,
Well,
that
then,
kind of
yeah, she
explains
was
a
a bad
lot.
actress.
Which is not a personal attack, mind you. We're just critiquing the show.
Yeah. And it could have come down to bad direction. It could have come down to, like, bad scripting. It could have just been, you know, like, somebody not helping with ADR. There's a lot that goes into the whole process, you know. Like, my acting just is various little, you know, grunts and voice lines and fan projects. So I have zero experience to critique. But when your character detracts from a show to the point where, like, whenever your character is on the screen, you're just like, oh, god damn it, this again. It doesn't reflect well on you.
Oops, sorry about that.
To
Okay.
the vast public. You know, somebody that has more knowledge from behind the scenes, for, you know, having interviewed people, talked to them, etc., or even just, like, at con, like, talking to Mike McFarlane, who does a lot of the One Piece and DBZ shit for Funimation, like, kind of having this knowledge of what goes on behind the scenes, what makes a good dub versus a bad dub, you kind of learn from just that minor bit in your life, and you realize, like, oh, that's why this person's, you know, version of this character sucks compared to this person's version. And it's unfortunate that this was her only credit, because...
Yeah. Okay, I did find the list. It was before we did Lightspeed Rescue. So I would take Turbo out of the top 10 list, put Lost Galaxy in its place, and put Lightspeed Rescue as number 7 now.
Okay, that's
all right.
Fair. That's fair.
So this would be my list for my top 10 Power Rangers season. Number 1, SPD, obviously. Number 2, Dino Fury. Number 3, Time Force. Number 4, Jungle Fury. 5 would be RPM. 6, Dino Thunder. 7, Lightspeed Rescue. 8, Dino Charge. 9, In Space, and 10 Lost Galaxy.
That's fair. That's a good list. I'd have to rank mine after we've gone through, like, the whole series and kind of dive into it.
Yeah, and I'm personally waiting to rank Dino Fury, even though if I were to rank it right now, it's at number 4, superseding Zeo.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. The reason why I just rank Dino Fury so high is because it's the season that literally got me excited about the franchise again, to the point that we're actually doing this.
Yeah, same. Like, if you hadn't forced me to kind of watch Dino Fury, this podcast series likely wouldn't exist. So,
thanks, Dino Fury.
Yeah, thanks, Dino Fury, for giving us this excuse to, you know, milk nostalgia like Hasbro.
Yeah.
And you can't see it, but I'm giving a thumbs up.
So now onto more trivial matters. I've got my top 10 Carter Grayson badass moments. Number 10, punching Banshira and blowing up the main base as a result. Number 9, jumping out of a burning building in the first episode before he gets his powers. Number 8, trying to handle the titanium powers, which begs the question of if he had become the Titanium Ranger, who would have taken the Red Ranger powers?
I kind of feel like it'd be like a secondary power up. He morphs into the Red Ranger, and then when something gets really serious, he turns into like the Titanium Ranger.
That would be fair. That would have been an interesting way to do it. 7 would be the training of Captain Mitchell, because it shows that he can go toe to toe with Mitchell just as much as Mitchell can go toe to toe with him. 6 would be kicking Banshira into the shadow dimension. Oh, sorry, hell. Number 5 would be running at Olympius and Diabolical with just his guns. Number 4, trying to run over the fire monster. Number 3, takes a blast at point blank range to kill a monster. Number 2 would be telling the Rangers to close the lid, sacrifice me for the greater good. And of course, number 1, tackling Olympius and throwing him in the water unmorphed.
All very fair moments.
So yeah, anybody who says Carter is bland really needs to watch this season again.
Honestly, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Carter is just a better version of Jason.
Yes! Absolutely 100%.
And his character's not a criminal, so there's that too.
Yeah. And also, I had a few fun facts about Lightspeed Rescue that I found. Car's actor, Sean Johnson, do you know what his actual full name is?
What?
Sean Charles Wesley Robert Johnson.
I can definitely understand why the fuck he shortened it.
Yeah, but according to him in an interview on one of the DVDs, before he auditioned for Lightspeed Rescue, he was completely unfamiliar with the series and its fandom, and all he knew was that it was a children's show. Oh, how naive he was.
I mean, he's not.
I mean, it is a children's show.
I mean, it is a children's show, but I think what he probably thought of when he heard children's show was something like Sesame Street, Teletubbies, that sort of thing. I mean, it is a kids show, but it's more geared towards the more kids bordering on teenagers at times.
If you want a whole nightmare fuel, go down the Teletubby iceberg.
Oh God. So yeah, Captain Mitchell obviously being the first mentor that's a human, and the first mentor to be related to any of the Rangers. First season to have a completely original Ranger with the Titanium Ranger, and the first season where we know all the names of all the Rangers, the full names. Yeah. And there was another interesting fun fact. Michael, I cannot pronounce this, but basically Chad's actor was a founder of Extreme Martial Arts. I guess that's a program, but he was also the martial arts coach of Taylor Luntnan, aka Jacob Black from the Twilight series, and encouraged him to get into acting. So all those Team Jacob fangirls, you have to thank Chad. You have to thank the Blue Lightspeed Ranger for that. I don't. Yes, we do because now they have to watch Power Rangers to know where he came from.
I'm good. You know, I am good with those fandoms never fucking crossing over to a massive capacity. You know.
Okay, fair enough. But also as well,
that's the one thing I hate about My Chemical Romance, because technically My Chemical Romance is responsible for Twilight.
Oh God.
What?
Because the whole Twilight, it goes like 9/11 got Gerard Way to make My Chemical Romance and leave Cartoon Network, right? And then the fucking Stephanie Meyer wrote fan fiction about MCR, and then started writing Twilight, and that also inspired the fucking author of 50 Shades of Grey
50 Shades of Grey.
to write fan fiction based on Twilight, and then Dakota Johnson is who got Ellen DeGeneres fired.
Now, trust me. Who would have thought that in this podcast we would go from Power
What in the
Rangers
hell?
to Twilight to 50 Shades of Grey to getting Ellen DeGeneres fired?
Well, they're
It's
all
a weird
somehow,
game.
They're all somehow connected in this capacity.
Yes.
This is a weird game of 6 degrees.
Gerard Way was a part of Cartoon Network.
Yeah, he was part of the animation department.
Yeah.
Adult Swim, technically, but
But here's my other fun fact that I had, which is kind of true, kind of true for a lot of us. Fan reception of Lightspeed Rescue was initially one of sheer derision. However, cases made by some of its more passionate fans, coupled with former critics becoming more respectable of it through repeated viewings, have helped to redeem the season's reputation. And several fans and critics of the season also agree that the fate of Lightspeed is one of Power Rangers' most gripping finales, which is true.
it really is. And that's something that I've really, I went into this basically blind, and it so far, like I said, it's one of my favorite seasons that we've watched so far. I will say, like, I'm sure there's going to be better seasons that we watch, and I know for a fact there's going to be worse seasons that we're going to watch.
Yes, definitely.
But I will say, like, I have a newfound respect for this season, having come into it, as an adult than I ever would have as a young person.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one other, because this is about one of the other power. It's about Ryan's actor. If you go and look on his Wikipedia page, he's become like a very successful musician. Because just type in his name, Brett Fisher, into Wikipedia and just look at the amount of music credits to his name. It's insane.
That's awesome.
Do it. I'll put his name. I'll put his Wikipedia in the chat now. I want just your reaction.
I got it.
He's 43. Holy shit.
Active 2000 present, songwriting. He's been with. He's worked for the Overworld. He's done a lot of like one-offs as himself. Worked with Pink Flag, Rhapsody, Sounds of Red Bull. That's just bizarre. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah, I was surprised at just how many music
Asher
credits to his name.
Angel from Jesus, that's a name I didn't think I'd ever see again. Diamante. Working with Sean Kingston, that's a throwback.
Who's Sean Kingston?
He was like,
Happened to him.
yeah, he was a fucking like R&B like rap artist when I was graduating high school. Fucking hell. And Manic Mind, I'm going to assume that's some sort of project he headed up.
Oh, and his middle name is Tyler.
Then he also has been in film since, television since. So again, it's not the end of your career. He was also in the god-awful Lightspeed Rescue video game. And he was archive footage for Dino Thunder, because of course he was.
Yeah, sorry, I said Brett Fisher. I meant Red Fisher.
Yeah, Rhett,
Yeah.
as in.
But yeah, just the amount of credits, like, I'm on it and now, it's just insane.
It's like from like 2007 till now, he has been active in music in some capacity.
Yeah. So good on him. Very good on him.
Why does that sound like an let's see. I gotta check out this Overworld. No, it's not an anime OP. That's just a regular song from Overworld. Okay.
I do like a lot of their tracks.
Yeah,
Yeah, they got some good music.
When I see them, I just think anime OP though, you know. But it's just a regular song of theirs. I'll have to listen to that later.
There a point in time I was listening to them and they didn't have not one, and then they had their first one. I was like, oh.
But anyway, I think we have some roll calls from Tyler to wrap this up.
Yes, we do. Let me pull it up. So, starting with the most inconsequential, we had the little girl from the Lost Galaxy team up, Heather, with 1. Congratulations, you are now in second place for the second lowest, alongside Zordon and the robots, for a 5-way tie. And then for the Lost Galaxy Rangers, we have Kendrix with 1, bringing her grand total up to 10. We have Damon with 1, bringing his grand total to 16. Maya with 2, bringing her grand total to 15. Kai with 2, also bringing his grand total up to 13. And Leo with 4, shooting him all the way up to 22, currently landing him in a 2-way tie for 5th place. And now for the Lightspeed Rangers. We have in last place, we have Ryan with 5, barely missing out on the top 5 for the least. And then we have Joel with 20, which lands him in 7th for the 7th most. And a tie for the 6th most, we have Kelsey and Dana with 21. Tied with Leo in 5th place in the 5th most is Chad with 22. And tied with Andros for 4th place is Carter with 24, bringing Lightspeed Rescue's grand total to 119, the second most after Mighty Morphin.
That is insane.
No, we were in Zane a couple seasons ago.
Haha, very funny. So, yeah, that's pretty much all my notes I had on Lightspeed Rescue. It was a fun ride, very enjoyable, and I will definitely be going back to this season at some point in the future. Maybe watching a few out of order.
Oh yeah, and then
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was about to say, I sorely underestimated this season. Like, I usually see nobody talking about Lightspeed Rescue, so I was worried that I wouldn't have much to say, but
This
honestly,
is like a almost 3-hour video, guys.
Wow.
Okay. Sorry.
No, like I'm just saying, like, for a season that I was like you, I'm like, I don't think I'd have a lot to say. We somehow talked about this longer than some seasons of Mighty Morphin.
That's just the power of the Lightspeed Rangers.
We stayed on topic most of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we go on to Luke Fangasms for probably 6 hours, and we're going to need to make this into 2 parts probably because you.
Okay, yeah. So, brace yourself to be racing through another time, and having the timeless wonder that is Time Force.
Oh dear God. I will have whiskey ready for that season.
Alrighty,
But
it's time
then, it's time to split this to the next season or enjoy the audio form of it. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace.
Time for
Or Time Force.
It's Luke's favorite season.
Nope. Let's get one thing straight. SPD is my favorite season, but Time Force will always have nostalgia relevance to me because it was the first season that introduced me to Power Rangers.
Is it bad that I have a Fangasm counter in this pile of notes here?
Yeah, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because for anyone who is wondering, yes, I did Phangasm a lot during this season, and I did warn in advance that that would be happening for this season. And after we've watched the whole season, I think you guys can understand why.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a good season. I think it's one of my favorites that we've watched so far. I don't know how that will change as we progress through the other 20 some seasons we got left.
Yeah.
Let's start off at the beginning because that makes the most sense.
All right. So last season we had a military operation fighting demons. This season we have space. We have futuristic police traveling back in time to capture a gang of mutants.
We have propaganda and racism.
Yep. Yes, we do.
Oh, please! Propaganda's coming a few seasons down.
No, I would say it happens more. I would say it kind of happens more in this one, but that's kind of my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So yeah, we saw in the year 3000, and nope, I'm not doing a reference to that busted song. You know the one.
I can play a snippet of it right now.
Do not play it. Do not play it, Vex. Do not play it.
Not like these will ever get fucking ads at the rate YouTube is going right now with all of our.
No, but we don't want to have a copyright strike.
That's true. It would mostly depend on like how active the label is for that song and how asshole-ish they are. If they're owned by Warner Media, no.
No, I don't think we should. I don't think we should do. We should do it. Just so you know, like I was thinking of that song, and I was like, we're not doing it.
Link it in the description.
Yeah, link it in the description. But I think one of the first things I really want to talk about is quite possibly the best film we've had so far. Well, best since Lord said, I would say, in Rancic.
I feel like Rancic is one of those like completely unstoppable forces you have
absolutely.
in Power Rangers.
If he didn't have his one weakness, I would like say yeah.
His one weakness being the only shred of humanity that he has in him. But yeah,
I was gonna say his out of control mutations.
I was thinking of his daughter. Yeah, he's a mutant that has a daughter where we don't know where the daughter came from.
Well, we kind of know where it came from if it's following the same biological process of humans.
Which it is, because Rancic was meant to be like born like as one of those humans with perfect DNA in the future until science got in the way like it does.
But life finds a way.
Yeah. And in no way am I implying that Rancic did a certain deed, but he probably did a certain deed.
We had to. It's just we don't know the mother.
Yeah, but no, you know the deed that I'm probably thinking of.
But let's talk about this team here. First off, because the at the beginning we see a proposal, and then said proposal, the dude Alex, quote unquote, die. We'll get to that a bit more later on.
Which I've got to say, in terms of like straight up brutality, this is gonna be like right up there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because
Rancic shows no mercy. He brutally slashes Alex in the back twice.
Yeah. We need the Red Rangers to stop leaving their backs exposed. Like.
Yeah, I mean, we had Leo in Lost Galaxy. I mean,
completely distracted by my role to replace this other person. Maybe that's why they leave their back.
Carl learned his lesson. Like, he doesn't turn his back. He Falcon punches things to the point that a palace explodes.
Yeah.
But Alex is just like, no, I'm gonna tell him like, oh crap, my wrong weakness. Oh, I'm quote unquote dead.
But we find out these morphers are DNA locked. By part 2 of this opening, right?
makes it even weirder how he could actually unlock it.
Well, they do kind of try to work that way around it, but yeah, because it's revealed that they go back to the year 2001, and they meet Alex's ancestor. Well, not outright state it's Alex's ancestor, but it is Alex's ancestor in the form
that's
of
what
Wes.
I'm saying. Like at that point, your DNA would be similar, but it wouldn't be similar enough that it would be a perfect match.
Not to mention, like, if we were to believe
That would
later
imply
on,
cloning more than just being ancestry.
but also
Yeah,
like
You
if
know what
we're
I'm saying?
go ahead.
No, that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
I was
go
just
ahead,
going to
Tyler.
say, Tyler, go ahead before I cut you off again.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Go.
What, like, if we're going to skip ahead for a second, if we're to believe the prophecy, how would that strand of DNA carried on? That would imply that Wes already had a kid somewhere, out there to carry on the legacy, to lead down the family chain to Alex, right? It does create like a little bit of a loophole there in the plot.
Yeah. But I mean, it's the only way they could have really got around this issue if their DNA locked.
No, I feel like it could have been kind of different.
Rather than how they handle
I
it there.
right.
I mean, would you say like they're sort of like family locks, so like only like members of your like family can unlock them?
Not even that.
That's just weird and like that just seems kind of inconvenient. Like what if Alex didn't have any other family? Like,
well, I mean, it would kind of be implied that he didn't if, he kind of died there right before his proposal, by society standards back then anyway, when this aired in like 2001. But at the same time...
Oh, no, he didn't die. He got sent to the Shadow Realm.
Right. We can't imply people die in Power Rangers, even though
they can.
Two seasons before.
No, we can imply, but I just want to go. I just want to make the 4Kids reference, even though this is Fox.
Me looking at Lost Galaxy and them showing that clip of that kid getting murdered like 5 times.
Yeah, but
they say it's Jen says she won't let his death be in vain.
Yeah. So to all those people who are like, "Oh, Power Rangers is all happy-go-lucky, just bright colors and spandex." No. There is death in Power Rangers.
They not see those buildings exploding?
No. They only see is the Rangers fighting Rita Repulsa in spandex.
Those buildings were exploding back then as well. It's like, yeah, people were in them.
Yeah. But it was the abandoned buildings district, as I guess.
Yeah, well, how do you think it became the abandoned building district? Because no one would live there anymore.
It's like the Power Rangers equivalent of Gotham.
Like, people live in Gotham, but, they're going to stay out of different districts because everybody keeps getting killed by the Joker. Same thing.
Like, pay me enough money and I'd move to Gotham, or give me cheap enough rent. Fuck it.
That rent probably is not super cheap.
I mean, it is based on New York, so no, it's not cheap at all. Cheap by New York standard, not by human standard.
Not like Metropolis was based off of New York.
They're both kind of based off of it.
It's like Gotham kind of feels more Chicago-ish to me. I don't know why.
I mean, it's all the gun crime, right? That's kind of generalist, but we have the bone sword being like the primary weapon for our villain here,
yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my spine.
Yeah. Tyler, when you saw this, you thought it was the one of the most awesome things in the whole season, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, and it still is. Like the way he's just like, oh, and this is Rancic we're talking about here. I'm gonna pull my bone and have it be a sword.
I want to know how his body functions, though.
I think I think he works like that one guy from Naruto with the bone weapons
Like
just pulling out of his
Kimimaro.
body.
Yeah.
Yes, that guy is a perfect comparison.
That's fucking cool to think about. Like, the ability to just, like, replicate bones and use them as a weapon. I always
I
thought
think
that
he
was
just
cool.
replicates them, or he has like multiple bones in his body, like those weird pictures you see of like kids' teeth.
Yeah, yeah. I've always thought that was one of the coolest jutsus in Naruto.
Yeah.
And it makes Rancic really like this raw, grisly villain in the season 2.
Yeah. Probably one of the most serious, because he there's bits of comedic elements with him, but for the most part he's not one of the characters to crack jokes. You're not gonna get like a Nadira, make me a colossal cooker moment.
No, we're not going to get
With
any
He
of those.
kind of did get like those kind of moments, but it was just him cracking jokes at like the other monsters, like how stupid they are, or the Rangers.
Yeah, we didn't
Okay,
get
that's
like
fair.
we didn't get the like stupid raps or rhymes that we were getting a couple seasons ago either.
So thank goodness.
But I think part of the reason why I really love this series is the acting. The acting in this season is probably the strongest we've had so far.
Well, there's some really good actors in it, like actors like who had like a decent name for themselves even before this show existing.
Yeah, like when Jen, who's the Pink Ranger and the leader, the official leader of the Time Force, Pink Ranger's the leader. Like, hey, those wokies out there, the Ranger in this season who was the leader was a girl. You gonna fight me on that?
I don't think anybody's going to fight you because she actually held her own in this season, and I think the same of Amelia.
No, we can't say that. We can't say that.
No, but she's technically the second female leader of a team.
Yeah,
but she's the first in a main.
Yeah, the first main female leader.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they go. So Jen and the other Rangers, they go back in time and they meet Wes, and the reaction that Jen has to like seeing Wes is just encapsulates how strong the actors are in this scene. Because like I don't know how you would feel in that situation. Like you see your loved one die right in front of you, then you go back in time and you see someone who looks almost identical to him.
Luke, I want to. It's like literally the equivalent of like you going back. It's like you met your fiance, they died, and there's literally the equivalent of you going back in time, meeting a caveman that looks exactly like your fiance, and trying to hop his bones.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, but I've just got to say, like, I cannot imagine. I can imagine what was going through her mind right then. Like, how is he still here? What is going on?
I mean, it's almost as if it was like perfectly set up. Like the moment they hop back in time, they came back to like the exact location they needed to. It was obviously a plot convenience, but it was just like so well executed here in this opening that it kind of blurs that line perfectly of like just going down the exact path they need to.
Yeah. And well, this kind of got revealed in Cosmic Fury, but I did put this as one of my notes. Would be cool if the Pfizers had matching color filters, and yeah, Cosmic Fury kind of confirms that. Like, when the Rangers are in like their helmets, like the Pfizers, like so. When Wes is in his Red Ranger outfit, he always sees red through the Pfizers.
Yeah, I mean
that's a pretty cool effect.
It's gotta be super annoying with certain colors.
Yeah, it would be. Like it would. I think it would lead to like some psychological damage too, depending on how long they're in that too. You know, always seeing red or always seeing blue. You know, it would probably also cause some eye damage too.
Oh yeah. Like
that stuff has more effect on us than it does.
Oh my god! Now I've just realised something. Whenever the Red Rangers are near water, any Red Rangers near water, they're looking at what looks like Waterworld on Virtual Boy.
God, no, please.
Yes, that literally just clicked with me just then.
I never want to think of the Virtual Boy, like how much eye strain that shit caused when I was a kid.
Mm.
Can we talk about like every season I seem to have like a character I want to step on me.
Yep.
Usually
so
it's a
go on.
villain.
But
This time it was Katie.
time-
But you don't want Rancid to step on you?
No, I'm good. I'm not into bears. I'm sorry.
Actually,
Oh, come on.
actually, Fex, if you honestly had the choice, if Katie or Jen walked into the room, who would you pick?
Katie, 100%.
You wouldn't want Jen to step on you.
No, absolutely not. Like I want somebody that
Yeah,
can
like-
also like just toss me around, be a little bit rough. Katie seems like the dominant type, but I figure she'd be a lot more submissive. This is
Yeah.
a weird conversation to have about actual
Yeah,
human beings.
This is weird, but it's awesome. It's awesome as well because we have like the pink and yellow ranger who are normally like the more cheery ones of the group.
Or
They're
the
like
badasses in this one, and I
they're
fucking
like
love that.
they're like the most badasses now. And finally, we have a season where I don't think the pink and yellow ranger have argued in this season at all.
No, like
I cannot-
they all
I cannot
ganged up
recall-
on poor Kai. Like they all fucking ganged up on like Trip. They all,
Yeah. Oh, we'll get to that episode.
they all
We'll
ganged
get
up
to
on
that
Trip.
We'll get to that episode, but yeah, and as we'll
Like,
go through the season,
Can we talk about the fact that we have aliens in this season as well?
oh, absolutely, yeah. This kind of leads into a prevailing theory when we get to what is my favorite season. That this is kind of a setup for elements that are going to be coming in that season.
Yeah.
I mean, we had aliens show up before, but they were usually, the antagonists.
Or they were like secondary protagonists.
Or henchmen.
Yeah. For like the alien rangers, right? We had them as like being secondary plot devices. They were never
and
like
that's what I meant by Jen being the second, because their leader is, of course, the White Ranger.
Yeah. But they were never like the primary focus of the plot. Like even in 3B, they were just there to help while the other Rangers.
It's the second part of like season 3 of Mighty Morphin. Like, Of course, they're not gonna be that much focus on them.
And it's unfortunate too because like that was a cool season for what it was. But here, like we have aliens being like in the main team. We see them be kind of utilized in a pro like this almost like foresight, like a little bit of like a Professor X going on there for Trip, right?
He can see the future.
So I like that.
Or read people's minds.
But it's not very accurate or not very powerful, his power, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he can only see like a few seconds ahead in the future, only when it's convenient.
Yeah. So Cyclobots are the mooks in this one. I don't really like their designs. Like, they're kind of mid.
I like the whole jig they do.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have to admit they're one of like the more mid-tier designed foot soldiers, but I do love the fact like they just seem to like be the most happy things ever.
Well, I mean they're programmed. Like
so Rancic oh wait, no, because we learn later that somebody else designed them and they had that jig. So, but why would Rancic I guess he has to have some sort of entertainment.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's entertainment. I think he wants somebody that's expendable. He values mutant life more than he does robot. We see that time and time again here. So, like having 100,000 Cyclobots, that can be just rebuilt constantly or just, disposed of whenever he needs to take over somewhere. Right? He can just throw them to the wind and just like, it's just a stupid robot. Who cares? But I do like one other feature of this first little batch of episodes here before we carry on. I love the cryo freeze that we have that kind of turns them into little action figures.
Yes.
It's perfect marketing, honestly, for the season.
For toys that they didn't sell.
for toys, and then when we get to my favorite season, we'll have something that's even more marketable because it'll be in the era of when Yu-Gi-Oh was getting popular.
God.
You'll know what I mean when we get to it.
But carrying on to episode 3 here.
Yeah. So really, episode three really should be like Force from the Future Part 3 rather than a separate episode.
I agree,
because it does seem like, hey, this is like the missing third part of the opening.
Yeah, because this is where we get like the handoff of the Morpher, like you're officially in the team kind of thing. I think Wes fighting in a suit is the dumbest thing. It is just like a choice. And this is where we get the Megazord as well.
Yeah, and oh my god, can we just talk about like how we have one Megazord being like, yeah, I'm gonna slap them all back into the past.
the trans warp Megazord.
Megazord.
I think it only had like 1 or 2 fights.
It had only one fight, as far as I can remember.
And then it slaps his own ass to shoot itself into the past. It just puts my smile on my face, like, yeah, because you could just imagine, like, all the memes who could do that. You've been a bad boy, and now you must be punished. You gotta go fight.
Transwarp Megazord is that one annoying guy during the sports game that won't just stop slapping everybody's ass.
Yeah, you've been a bad boy. Now you're going to have timeout in the year 2001. Go and help your friends. But we don't want to. Go and help the Megazord. Okay, mommy.
So, it's so dumb, but I love it.
It is. But honestly, one of the more cooler features of this season as well is the fact that the Megazord has altered it. Because normally you get like, you have the Red Ranger sword who has like the alternative forms. Here it's like it's the main Megazords that have the alternative forms.
Yeah.
So you have Mode Blue, which is the one with the gun, and Mode Red with the sword.
Yeah.
And the middle form is a callback to Jetman, which had a form similar to that, which would be a callback to what's it? Thunderbird? Yeah.
Yeah, and I put in this. I don't know what. I can't remember what part of the episode this was about, but I put. I'm having Vipari flashbacks. I honestly can't remember what that was all about. But really, those were my only notes on the episode. Apart from the fact that Wes, because Wes grew up as like a spoiled rich kid, but he wasn't a dick. That's what I love a lot about Wes's character, is that they could have so easily made him like, I'm the stereotypical rich person, therefore I must be a dick and must flaunt everything. But no, they just treat him. They literally made him like, hey, here's an average Joe Schmo that can be on the streets. He just happens to be super rich.
Yeah, if you wanted to see snobby rich kids, you should have saw another Tokusatsu series, the Tattooed Teenage Whatevers. Man, that name's on. You know the one I'm talking about, Vex.
Yep. I feel like we need to watch all of that at some point if I can find it.
I feel like we do.
If I can find it all in a watchable format, or I'll just,
it's all on YouTube.
Yeah, it's just a lot of digging. We see like how TV was like really like attachment based back then, like how you had to tune in because Nadira gets addicted to TV in this episode. And we see how bad Wes is at painting because he's never had to do like manual labor a day in his life, I feel like.
Yeah. But he he really gets over that really, really quickly.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also where we learn why Rancic is doing what he's doing.
No, that's episode 4.
Yeah. That's where I kind of skipped over to because I didn't have anything else for 3.
Yeah. So episode 4, Rancic lives. We get introduced to the main base for the Rangers, the Clock Tower, which I've got to say is probably just in terms of it being like homey, for lack of a better word, it's got to be one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Apparently, Rancic's speech was, edited down during this episode.
Yeah, because this is the episode where, because this came out in 2001, and we all know what happened in 2001.
There's a lot of editing down in this season on YouTube.
Yeah, even though most of the season was completed and aired before that event happened.
Home release and YouTube got like hella censored because of 9/11.
Even it wasn't just Power Rangers. Even the first season of Digimon had this problem for a while, where they would cut out literally any references to a particular group of people.
Yeah, it happened a lot during the Myotis Mon saga, in which any reference to terrorism was like cut out.
Yeah, and I distinctly remember, I remember as a kid, because I remember someone doing a retrospective on Digimon, and them saying, by the way, that wasn't in the dub, the blaming on the terrorists. I'm like, no, I remember it being in the dub. I remember it being, and thankfully, since the DVDs have come out, they've added it all back in. I'm like, yes, I knew it. I knew it wasn't having the Mandela effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of
people use the Mandela effect sometimes just to gaslight people into believing what they.
I like WWE had a lot of storylines get cut real short during that era too. I remember we also had like the original cut of Lilo and Stitch originally had Twin Towers put in it during the plane scene, and then that all got edited around. So did Pokemon as well, like the intro with Tentacruel.
And also as well, there's heavily implied, you've seen the trailer, the original Spider-Man trailer with the Twin Towers, haven't you? Yeah, it's honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the introduction to Spider-Man in the first film, but they cut it out at the last minute.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff that got kind of edited around because of 9/11.
Yeah,
like even the original promotional material for Spider-Man. Like if you go back and look at magazine promotions that had shit around the Twin Towers in it.
Yeah. But with go ahead, Tyler.
I was about to say, we're still on episode 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to mention this because I was talking with one of my friends about making a villain, and she was talking about a villain who has a point, but still doesn't make them right. And I feel Rancic is a really good example of he has a good point, but he's not exactly right.
I would say that's like 80% of the villains people would sympathize with is exactly that.
Yeah, because it's like
Itachi, for example, like
Yagami. Yagami does have a point, but he took it way too far.
It's Superman and Injustice.
But I mean, the.
Go ahead.
But I would imagine somebody like Itachi is more sympathetic than Light.
Yeah.
And I'd argue
there's tiers to it. I feel like.
Yeah, and there is because I think Rancic's a good example of you can have a villain with a sympathetic motive, but you don't have to make him oh, it's okay, he can change. Because I'm oh, well, that's a point I'll make later, that Rancic doesn't exactly change.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
That part of it. But I'll be getting into that later when it comes to the finale.
Yeah,
but
I'll go ahead.
And honestly, that's kind of why I like Rancic, is that I feel like his I forgot where I was going with this. I'm sorry, but
his motive.
Yeah, his motive, and it's acknowledged, he has a good reason for to be mad, but that doesn't make it right. That's I feel like with a lot of these kinds of villains, I don't know. They never acknowledge like either by the fan base or by like the characters in the series, like they like never acknowledge that like yeah, he had a good reason, but that still doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
Like a big thing I can think of is MCU Thanos. Like this may just be from me just not caring for MCU Thanos.
Thanos, he was just completely in the wrong.
Thanos was right, Songetsu.
Thanos had a point, but he was just going about it like the completely wrong way.
Genocide of half the universe equals right.
Like we will eventually run out. We'll run out of like resources. I agree with that side of Thanos, but like going about like genociding half of the universe is
Why
the wrong way
didn't
to
he
go.
use the stones to create
Exactly.
more resources?
He could have done that with
Because-
the reality stone.
Because he's not a messiah. He has a plan. He's sticking with it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not a messiah, but he gets to judge who to take out.
Yeah. Exactly. Like that's
Like if he's gonna be hypocritical, at least acknowledge his hypocrisy.
exactly.
Like have him being a hypocrite be a
Okay,
character
there's a video that I will probably play later on once we've done this, so that you can give that
the
somebody
wisecrack analysis, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. It'll be on like, hey, the points that you made of like, why doesn't Thanos just use the stones to make more resources?
He could very easily use the reality stone to make more resources, and that would have made his point that would have made his right point better.
But yeah, I do agree with you, Tyler. Like, yeah, Rancic, he does have a point, but at the same time, his just desire for revenge is kind of the more driven factor in the season.
Yeah, he kind of gets lost in the sauce of his vengeance, which kind of reminds me of Megatron in a sense.
Yep.
Like I don't know if I'm the only one who got Megatron vibes.
Oh yeah, I got him a little bit too. But
The only thing that was missing was the rubber ducky.
No, the rubber ducky is the stupidest
we
thing.
got kind of no. We're not talking about. That's a different Megatron, Luke, and you both of us know that.
Anyways, it just bring up the rubber ducky.
No, I mean literally, he is a separate
I know.
person who named himself Megatron.
I know. So yeah,
we get on to like Lucas getting a ticket in episode 5, which I find the most hilarious thing, considering he was a race car driver in the future.
Yeah. Which just begs the question of like how unstable the driving laws are in the future. If,
or maybe their cars work like almost completely different, even though they still have steering wheels and
well, technically they do, because we do see a future car in the episode. It's a hover car.
Yeah, but
so I guess because he's using it, I guess he used hover racing cars.
How does that change the laws of the road, though? Like,
I don't know.
We get the vector cycles introduced
maybe
too.
The rules of the speed limit could be different. We don't know.
Do we account drift instead of like miles per hour? Do we treat them like planes? Who knows?
Probably.
We also see the one singular use of Nadira's actual vehicle in this episode, where she has like fucking cannons on it.
Oh, that was it. It was Nadira's. That was what it was. It was Nadira's vehicle that was giving me the Vipari flashbacks.
Yep, and we'll get to that.
Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to my single breakdown in this entire season.
That was one of the most satisfying moments, but also one of the most frustrating moments.
Yeah.
Because we all got a win and we all took a loss.
Oh, yeah.
Vector cycles. They're adorable.
They're so cute. I want one. But, like, they get more use in this season because they get introduced a lot sooner than the cycles usually get, because Mighty Morphin Wave, they barely got touched.
Oh yeah, they were only like there for like 2 episodes.
Yeah. Zeo and Turbo, like the vehicles didn't really get used other than like the Zords for Turbo. They got used a lot in like Lightspeed Rescue. Lost Galaxy, we didn't really have them utilized that much. In space,
Well, we had the jet jammers instead of like the actual vehicles.
and in space, obviously, like they got their vehicles get used because they were like transportation to and from. But
Yeah.
outside of that, like this is the most we saw the vehicles get utilized. I think.
Yep.
The driver's ed
Like
teacher
most
got like
vehicles,
yeah.
in their counterpart, like Sentai, like are rarely used.
Yeah,
Other than particular scenes and whatnot.
I feel like this is a season where like we
Except for the horses and Gigaman.
Yeah, I feel like this
They're
is a
used a lot.
season that we saw the blur, like the big blur between Sentai and original footage too. Like it really is hard to tell like where.
Oh, that's because they're like plot wise, they're almost 1-to-1.
Yeah, there's literally videos on YouTube.
The only difference is Rancid.
Yeah,
the main difference is Rancid existence.
Yeah, the main difference is Rancid, because the henchman he has, like the big stroopy gluten.
That's supposed to be the big bad boss.
That's the big bad boss of Time Ranger.
Okay. So that explains that one. And we saw the trauma that this driver ed teacher had to see.
Yeah, which this season has if we could take away from one thing from this season, it's this: never be Lucas's driving instructor.
It was like I'm surprised we saw more about like driving safety in this season than a certain season that's relating to cars.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very ironic because of his counterpart.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. So
I think that's basically it for that episode. It wasn't really like too deep into anything.
Important. But the next episode is a pretty important episode, episode 6, A Part of the Ways, where we find out just how much of a dickhead Mr. Collins is, Wes's father.
It's all about the money.
To the point that Wes is like, you know what? I'm done with you. I'm out of this house. I'm gonna be with my friends.
Yeah.
But I think this is we briefly talked about this when we were watching the series, but there are definite parallels between Wes and Mr. Collins and Nadira and Rancic.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, happening throughout the season. Because Rancic, he starts off as very caring to Nadira, always supporting her, whereas Mr. Collins
starts off cold and callous towards Wes.
Yeah, which I really wish they had just said what the A stand for is there, but Wes kind of alluded to it in a later episode, probably Albert.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they shift the roles by the end of it. You see Mr. Collins become like more caring to the point where like he's willing to stand up and defend his kid. Telling his butler to take people to the hospital. Listening to Wes, you see that happen. Whereas like Rancic by the end of the season is just like going on full like genocide runs.
Yeah.
But we see Wes get one very good certifiable win over his father in this episode, which I feel like is what led Mr. Collins to realize like maybe I should let my son figure out his own path. And you see him kind of admit like I was happy to see you take your own path and not follow in my footsteps. And by the end of it, I think this was a moment where he's like, maybe my kid's not a complete idiot.
Yeah, because I feel like Mr. Collins was just kind of like one of those fathers who's just like, my son's got nothing else to do in his life, so yeah, he's going to take over the family business. Because like Jen said in episode 3, Wes didn't really have anything to fight for before meeting the Time Force Rangers.
And in most cases, there's not even really inherently wrong with that.
I feel like that was a lot of like what happened back in those days. Is like you get to take over the family business. That way you're set for life. Nowadays, obviously, we see kids kind of forge their own path. Kind of like Wes was doing here.
Yeah, and it kind of plays into one of the main themes of this season of like, do we have control over what the future has in store for us, or should we make our own future?
Yep.
Because we'll get into that when a certain character shows up.
Mhm.
Which, you want to talk about dickheads? Oh, we'll get to that character.
Yep, we'll get to him eventually. I feel like that's pretty much episode 6 here.
Yeah.
The
So
episode
go ahead.
7 is an interesting one because we see exactly how that gem that kind of powers Trip's ability is handled here while they're playing just a little game here. And we also see Nadira teaching masterclass on gaslighting in this episode as well.
And also we have Circuit, the robot owl, who's the alpha of the season, get brainwashed.
Just fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I just find it hilarious and sweet that they just have a owl who's a robot who's also their computer.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Trip is like adorable.
System in order to summon their Megazord.
Yeah. He's like an all-in-one.
Yeah. And I really wish they did more
Which
with him.
Alpha pretty much did the same exact thing, but he had the command center to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We never even got the episode where Circuit just goes off on his own. We never got that episode. Alpha got an episode like that.
Yeah. Like a lot of the companions actually get like their own little episodes, realistically. Solon even does her own adventures in the last couple seasons.
Yeah.
And also gets saved by the love interest of another ranger and then becomes the ranger's powers. But so fucking cute. I love Solon as a mentor. Like I think that's the best
If
one.
I had a nickel for every time a love interest turned into a power for a ranger's ability, I'd probably have 5 nickels.
Yeah. But
It's more than I thought, honestly.
Yeah, just what you said then, Fex. If I was going to make a top, I've pretty much made a top 10 list of favorite Power Rangers characters. Solon is in there.
Yeah. I think it's funny how like the gym comes into use in this episode too, because it was the focus of it, obviously. So like obviously it was going to come into it, but like how it came into use here, just to kind of like see where the Rangers needed to be was kind of cool. And also Trip getting payback on Lucas to round out the episode was really nice. That's all the notes I've got for this episode, though.
Yeah, that was all the notes I had. So, episode
8.
Yeah, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, episode 9, Jen's Revenge.
Yeah.
Which we definitely do see. Like, this is, I would say, if we're gonna have like darkest episodes, this would definitely be up there.
I have like for my my primary notes, Jin needs to beat me like that tree, and why am I this sexually confused? Nadira, Jin, and Katie.
Yeah, because I put in my notes of conflicting on who to step on Vex. But yeah, this episode introduces like the an interesting concept in the fact that the mutants, because in other seasons it's just been like, oh, these monsters are just monsters, so we can destroy / kill them. But in this season,
they're
like,
prisoners, and it's
the prisoners, and they have equal rights in the future. So it's basically like, no, you're straight up going to murder this other life form.
I wouldn't say necessarily equal rights because of the rancid situation, but they have like laws in place to not abuse power in the future, which we kind of have here, but we don't enforce it at all because
that's why it's so funny that there's so much propaganda in this, because we realize now like how much the police abuse their power, but it wasn't as like unless you had been in the system then. You didn't know how prevalent that actually was.
Well, then we could kind of see, but they're talking about a system that doesn't exist yet because they are, in fact, from the future. So they might have straightened most of that out. We don't know.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So really, that's all I had on this episode. So rare moment, mention of death, conflicted on who'd step on Vex. I think the only other note I had was just the monster's name, Fat Catfish. It's like that's gotta be like one of the okay. I feel like we need to do like a list of like the stupidest monster name. Wait, I can't say monster because it's not a monster, it's a mutant.
It's not even a catfish.
Yeah, like we have King Sphinx, we got Pudgy Pig, we got Pumpkin Rapper.
We've
At
got
least they look like the said thing that was in their name. This is not even a fucking catfish.
we've got Freaky Tiki. With you, Freaky Tiki. I still find that just hilarious.
That is one of the dumbest names in all of it. And then we got like fucking, and we got Misagog coming up, which is like the dumbest name for a fucking primary villain ever.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you supposed to be? Like, you ugly lizard-faced fuck. But anyway, being lizard racist aside, we got a new Zord in the next episode.
Yeah. The Time Shadow in the episode, Time Shadow.
Yeah, get ready for the eclipse.
I love the Time Shadow Mega. If I was going to make a top 10 of my favorite Megazords, Time Shadow would definitely be in there.
Ninja running.
It becomes out of an eclipse. It's got blades for arms.
Oh, honestly.
It sleeps upside down.
I repeat, it's got blades for arms. Blade arms are always cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you guys remember this? I'm pulling it up here really quick.
Yeah, and this is where we get introduced to future mysterious guy. Now, this was honestly one of my favorite aspects of the season. How they kept the guy who sent the Time Shadow Megazord to them just completely in shadows, like with the glasses on and everything, and you don't hear him speak. So it's an effective mystery of building up like who this guy actually is.
God damn it! Like they don't have the little video I wanted.
Have him there in the shadow, just flipping the buttons.
Yeah, I don't know what you thought, Vex, of how they kept this mystery up, but I thought they did a pretty good job.
Like this image here, I'm gonna just put in like the mod BC text chat so you guys can see where I'm getting at. Like when we had the Time Shadow first introduced, I kind of got the vibe of like when Rukia was just pouncing around.
Oh yes,
in Bleach. That's kind of like the vibe I got originally.
Yeah,
because of just how she moves when she's like first going around Karakura Town. But anyway, like that's the kind of vibe I got originally. But I like how they kept it like hidden. Like I had a hunch who it was, and it was confirmed later on. But at the same time, like it was nice how they hid it initially, right?
Yeah. And it wasn't shoved in your face every episode.
No.
They kind of simmered in the background for a long time.
And you're like, what's going on? Like, who launched it? Who's behind the random Zord? Because, like, obviously, nobody really wanted to admit, like, who was really doing it initially. So...
Yeah. But also, as well, it's not just we get the Time Shadow in this episode. We get an example of changing history because we get the Rame tank, which gets blasted pretty quickly, so it was kind of pointless.
Yeah, we got that. We also had like Mr. Collins is still being a cunt, and we like get confirmed that Rancic is kind of racist, and that's only because he like experienced racism too, you know, because like the whole future hates mutants and everything. So like he's racist because he faced it. Like that's a very real thing that we see in like even today.
Yeah, and it's something. And there's another aspect to that. We're gonna not the racism angle, but there's another like psychologically damaging aspect that we're going to get into in a later season.
Mhm.
You'll know it when it comes up.
Yeah. The next 3 episodes though kind of blend together because we're facing like the time dilation beginning,
Yeah,
like all the
which I've got to say was the part I was looking forward to the most because of Kate. Because not only do we get introduced to the X-Vault here, which is under command of Thrax, the robot under Rancet's control, and we'll get to Thrax later because oh my god, I can I want to smile at when we get to the part where we're talking about that episode.
Also, break out the polymerization because we get the combination creature.
God, yes.
But yeah, I do like that. I do like this episode for that fact of like Katie being like, "Hey, I'm back in time. If we mess with time, things are going to be changed in the future, and I won't get to be reunited with my family." That is a very that is something that you don't really see a lot in like time travel stories about the consequences of actually traveling back in time.
Like I feel like Doctor Who's the only one that really dives deeply into it.
Oh yeah,
Other than Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor Who, Back to the Future, but I would say Doctor Who is one of the more precedent ones, particularly in the new series, because in the old series this was never a thing, but in the new series they have what is called fixed points in time, meaning that you can't change this no matter how horrible it is. Like one where the Doctor goes to Pompeii when the volcano's going to erupt, and they're like, "We can't change this. These people have to die."
Wasn't World War II one of them as well?
They do go to World War II, but it's not really a era where they actually met.
They're like, we can't go back. We can't go back in time.
We can't answer the age-old
Hitler.
Yeah, we can't answer the age-old kill baby Hitler question.
Yeah, they can't do that like in the Doctor Who universe because it's a fixed point in time. Like Hitler has to do this because if this happens, then history has changed far times worse in the Doctor Who universe.
Yeah, we got the Shadow Force Megazord. Yay!
We don't see the destroyed city like in Time Ranger here because of 9/11. This is another big editing point. And we see Trip's insecurities feeding into the plot in this little batch of episodes as well.
Yeah, and I do like that about one aspect to like about Trip's character, because Trip, out of all of them, would definitely be the kindest, but also the most innocent, which does help come into play in the finale when he's with Nadira. Yeah. And I would say, like, even though Wes is my all-time favorite Ranger, like, that's not changed. Like, Wes is still my favorite Ranger even after this season. But Trip has definitely gone up there because I didn't really think, when I first saw Time Force, didn't really think much about Trip. But now after going back and revisit it, Trip has definitely gone up there as one of my favorite Green Rangers as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And
can we talk about how these children just proved why Darwinism is a thing?
Yes, and why kids you should never go near a power plant because you can get electrocuted and and I don't want to have to relive a psychologically traumatic UK advert about kids going into electrical plant and getting shocked to death.
You know, I never really had that. But, like, I kind of had that when I was a kid. Like, don't go near down power lines was our version of it here in America.
Yeah.
But the other... I don't know. Did any of you guys play Cyberpunk?
No.
I'm aware of it. Never played it.
Okay, so the Silver Guardians kind of remind me of Trauma Team.
Okay.
Trauma Team is like a private, extraction / healthcare plan you can get. Like, the more money you pay into it, the more accurate their response would be, and how much they'll be willing to even kill to save your ass and revive you because you've paid money into this private healthcare, which is ultimate late stage capitalism, which is what kind of the Silver Guardians is utilized here initially for anyway, right? Because Wes wants to, or Wes's dad wants to like use them to whoever's willing to pay top dollar as private security.
Yeah. Which kind of reminds me of a certain other private funded military organization in a certain other series that has a group that revolves around pirates. You know, you know what I'm talking about there.
God.
Yeah. But before we get to the Silver
Almost
Guard,
1 for 1, except way worse.
yeah. But before we get to the Silver Guardians, about that Trip episode, there were a couple of other things that I just wanted to briefly touch upon. Trip and Lucas trying to recreate Joel. Like, Lucas trying to be like, oh, I'm the cool guy, I'm going to get the girl, and then Trip's trying to do it and scaring her off with a bee.
I didn't take any notes on that because I thought it was just cringe as hell, but yeah.
I know, I had to bring it up. But also as well, I did like the edits to that episode of like when everyone is just like, yeah, Trip's safe today, so we'll give him a win here. We'll dress up like him. And it really did help cement the fact that this team, because Katie does say this at the end of her episode, that they are her family, and the ending of that episode definitely did prove that as well. Like they do act like a very dysfunctional family.
They do. In that same episode with the Silver Guardians, so we see like the difference in the age, like Mr. Collins and Wes not being able to see eye to eye because like, well, Wes's dad is a boomer, and he doesn't understand like we shouldn't be exploiting the people for their money just to protect them from the mutants, you know. Whereas Wes wants to see the Silver Guardians be used for a force of good. We'll get back to that near the end of it. And then we see the introduction of Eric in this episode as like the like leader of the Silver Guardians, or leading up to that.
And Eric,
he wasn't quite the leader yet. He was just one of the higher ranking members.
Yeah, it was I feel like he was kind of like the second in command sort of kind of guy that they were going for with him when he was first introduced. But yeah, when Eric is introduced, you just like what is this guy's deal?
You kind of vibe with him a little bit more as the series goes on, but he still continues to be an insufferable cunt till the very end, realistically.
But I do like that about him in the sense that he's the first like Sixth Ranger that doesn't like technically join the team. He's kind of like doing his own thing.
Yeah, he really does. Kind of just fuck off and do his own thing. And
then he only comes in when he feels like coming in to help them.
I feel like there's a couple more as we go on that are like that, but I can't place them because this is the first time I've watched like full seasons of Power Rangers past like Lost Galaxy.
I think the one coming up in Wild Force kind of does that, but I feel like they're more willing to work with the team. They'll go off and do their own thing, but they're more willing to work with the team.
Okay.
Whereas Eric is just like, nope, I don't want to work with you guys. I want to do my own thing.
I'm a Silver Guardian, even though in the next episode we see, the morpher for the Quantosaurus get introduced.
All right, so I'll be right back.
We see Eric get the morpher here, and we see like probably the worst CGI out of this entire season in this episode.
Still better than some CGI that comes later on.
Yeah, that's the weird thing.
Dino Thunder.
Yeah, that's the green like puke filter for the Tommy episode. I think you're getting to.
I'm talking about specifically for their version of the T-Rex looks worse.
Oh God.
Than this.
Like in the next like two-parter that's about the Quantosaurus also is like really bad CGI. Like these 3 episodes are the worst. But we see Wes getting
their heads floating in midair as they stare at each other. That looks so bad.
Yeah, and also like
I'm looking at the wiki for this image.
Also like the fucking the T-Rex that kind of just floats in while it's chasing like Wes and Eric. as it runs around like it's out of the fucking Land of the Lost reboot from like the 2000s.
I think that's what they were trying to reference with this whole like. There it is.
The voice chat. Oh shit! I closed.
Text.
Okay, yeah. Let's pop this back out, and then this button. Mock as text. Oh god. This fucking thing here. Ugh. God, why? Why did they do this? Like,
why did they do what?
mock as text. The CGI floating head shit.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't understand.
Yeah. Are we talking about the episode where they go back in time for the T-Rex? Yeah. I've for my notes for this episode, I've got go up. I've got Mr. Collins being Lex Luthor because he's on he's in his office and just being like, oh, I'm gonna have all my plans.
Yeah, we see Eric like go ham with kicks in this entire part.
Yeah,
and be an insufferable cunt throughout the two-parter. It's like this entire like 3-episode arc for like the Quantosaurus Morpher and the back in time to the Land of the Lost era stuff going on, just kind of is a giant dick measuring contest between who's the better person between Wes and Eric.
Absolutely.
That's like always happening.
But you kind of get that. You kind of get where Eric is coming from because even before he reveals like why he is the way he is, it's like, yeah, he really didn't have any. He really didn't have any friends, even though Wes was always trying to be his friend. It's just others around him were like, because in a flashback, it's like, hey, I'm going to this party. Do you want to come? And then the guy who's inviting Wes to the party is just like, yeah, we kind of don't want Eric there.
Yeah.
And then, like the part when Wes said, you know what? Fuck it. We'll have our own fucking party.
Yeah. But I feel like because Eric kind of saw Wes as just like as just the spoiled rich brat.
Which he wasn't really that spoiled if he like said, let's have our own party because of that guy insulting him right in front of his face.
Yeah. But I feel like
that's pretty like a best friend material right there.
I feel like that's always been like a problem for Eric because jumping ahead a bit to the finale, just to say, like because he mentions like he was dirt poor, and I imagine that that's something that's kind of like ingrained in his mind. Like he's always met people who have had more than him, like way more than what he's had, and they've always flaunted it in front of him to the point that it's just become bitter. Like anybody who has even the slightest bit of money, it's like, no, I'm not gonna trust them.
Yeah, it's weird because like throughout his life, Wes has tried. Like you're right. Like he's been like that certified best boy towards Eric, and all the way up to the finale, like fighting side by side, carrying Eric's like shambled corpse basically by the end of the fight, to safety. We get one solid moment by the end of the series with them. Him trusting him with the Quantosaurus Morpher just flying clear to the finale. But like that's the only moment where like Eric seems to be like a half of a human being.
And every other time Eric is like, what are you doing, Wes? Nothing personnel, kid.
It's like he reminds me of a fucking mix between Jason Todd and Sasuke.
Okay.
Like brooding, dark, mysterious, like shutting everybody off, like I don't need anybody. I'm going to use everybody to get like further because you can see him scheming in the background the entire time, trying to get farther and farther up the leadership ladder in the Silver Guardian. So he has something to do. He wants to try and do things his way. And that's why like Red Hood and the Outlaws is like one of my favorite like spin-offs out of Batman. And because you see Jason Todd kind of try to fix Gotham his own way, a little bit more dark and, not by Batman's rules anyway.
Yeah.
But you see like Eric kind of follow that path and try to, use the Silver Guardians to protect, but not do it the Rangers way.
Yeah. But yeah, so this episode kind of has what would have been a plot hole at the time, but thanks to Dino Fury, kind of resolves it because when they go back in time, Eric finds cave paintings about where the QX actually is, and you wonder, like, wait, he's in an era before humans even evolved. Who drew these cave paintings? And now that we know that the Morphin Masters are actually over 65 million years old, it very heavily might be implied that that Master Greed actually made those cave paintings.
Yeah. But it was
some humanoid creature that doesn't resemble us painted them.
Yeah.
But I'm going with the idea that because it's showing him where the Q-Rex actually is, it was Master Green that probably did that.
Or a Morphin Master who, came before that iteration of them.
Well, no, it can't be because they came. The Morphin Masters in Dino Fury came before dinosaurs were even a thing.
That's true. So yeah, it has to be.
But also as well, I was just gonna say the Q-Rex absolutely hates trains. we learned that in this episode.
Yeah, random. Like everybody in like the whole lore of Power Rangers hates trains. That's why we never got Toker.
No, correction. Like has.
Well, there's actually I actually found that somebody has actually done a fan project of the first 5 episodes of Tokuja.
Yeah, I saw it in my recommended. I gotta give it a watch just to see what the fuck's going on there. But moving on past the Q Rex because we're hitting like an hour already and we're only like not even 20 episodes in. We have an episode.
To be fair, that is halfway near enough of the season.
Yeah, we are halfway almost.
Yeah. We have like the snot-nosed little Brad episode.
And Lucas being a tsundere.
Listen, I agree with Lucas though. Like this kid's a brat. But you see him kind of.
Oh yeah, the annoying little kid episode. Yay.
Yeah, gotta have one.
But the most important element of this episode is that the Silver Guardians are actually studying the quantum Ranger powers so that all of the Silver Guardians can have Ranger tech, which might be the beginnings of what is depicted in a particular season.
Yep.
Because there is a reference to Time Force in that season that we'll get into when we get into it.
Yeah. I'm guessing Beast Morphers is what you're talking about.
No. Oh. It's another season.
Okay. It's an interesting concept because we know the tech is voice activated for the Quantosaurus powers. So
yep, just like the toy.
Which actually, now that I think about it, it probably would have made more sense if the Chronomorphers were voice activated, because that would have actually made sense for Wes to be able to activate, because he has the exact same voice as Alex.
It would have made more sense than the whole DNA bit.
Yeah, but that's requiring Sentai source to actually make sense.
And actually, it would make perfect sense, because the Q-Rex and the Chronomorpher powers, they were developed by Time Force, so really, the Chronomorphers should be voice activated.
One might have been a prototype, and one might have been, like, finalized product.
Maybe.
Just spitballing here, because we don't know, obviously.
Yeah. We don't.
But we also see, like,
the Q-Rex was the prototype, considering they lost it in time.
Exactly. Like, oh, well, it wasn't that big a deal. We got better tech now, so fuck it.
Yeah, we also invented this weird robot that can spank other robots into the future. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That's probably the second thing.
Yeah, and then because they made better stuff like the Shadow Zord, you know, it's like, well, now he can just spank other robots and just sit there forever and just be a certified, like, BDSM coach for the other Zords there.
Yeah.
But, like, I find, like, the fact that the teddy bear was, like, also plot in this funny.
Yeah,
You know?
don't kill the teddy bear.
Crispy teddy bacon.
No.
Um,
That was disturbing if it turned into bacon.
but yeah, that's about all we have out of Lucas' Tsundere episode.
Yeah. And then we
The
get
Legend of the Clock Tower.
yeah, the Legend of the Clock Tower, the episode that I didn't thought I would need, and but I'm glad to hear that we actually get some sort of history for the base of where they're actually at.
Yeah.
Which is very odd.
Yeah, but this is odd because Katie, you know the dangers about changing history, and yet what do? You go back in time and change history.
Yep.
And that's really all I had for this episode.
Yeah, that's
No,
all.
but it's just weird. It's supposed to be like some random like property like his father owns, but it's just like let's put more emphasis on it for this one episode.
And then never reference it again.
Yep, because it doesn't need to be referenced.
So
they could have had one-off thing mentioning it, you know?
Yeah. The next episode is like the Power Rangers go heavy with filters.
Yep, and we have the Evil Ranger counterparts because we've got to have that now since the Psycho Rangers.
Yep.
I mean, no, we had that before that.
I know.
It's kind of a Toei trope.
But
I mean, not
Songetsu, we don't mention the Dark Rangers, even though they'll keep reminding us of it.
I'm not mentioning them. I'm just saying it's kind of a Toku like tradition.
Yeah.
To have like an evil counterpart.
It's an interesting
counterpart. Series. Yeah, even series that aren't Toku, that are Toku inspired had it, like Sailor Moon.
Yep. Also, like, we see it in, like, fucking Western shit, too. Like, as long as it has, like, a hint of inspiration from Toku, not just, like, Toku-based inspiration, like, even the hint of it. Like, Voltron had it for a little bit there, even. But we see West reaming Jin for the exact same thing West does, and it's being a little bit closed off.
Yeah.
We have a backrooms filter and a piss filter, as I dubbed them.
Yeah, and we also have the moment where the Rangers get transported into Banshira's palace because it's the same set.
We've reused hundreds of sets. Like, we also go back.
I'm pretty sure that set also was used back with like the fog room for like Rita's.
Yeah.
Moon base.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's the same spot.
It probably is.
We just like know it more as Banshears because it got renovated a little bit for this.
It did get renovated for
that. So yeah, I do like this episode for just the general facts of that we have the trust issues between Jen and Wes, and they kind of like get Jen to open up and see like, hey, maybe I want to put my maybe I want Wes to put his Chrono Saber in me right now.
Mm-hmm. No.
Which is kind of weird considering she's still engaged to Alex, even though he's technically, even though he's dead at this point in her eyes.
Is he really dead? Is he reincarnated? What's going on there?
Is he? Yeah, is he really dead?
But no, like, Wes would be the bottom in this scenario. Jin is 100% atop there because Wes is too subby-wubby.
Absolutely.
Anyway, anything there, Tyler or Zangetsu? I feel like Luke and I have talked a lot here.
And specifically this episode, honestly, like, one thing I just want to, one thought, like, I've been having that, I kind of wanted to bring this up earlier, but I felt like, this would have been good later, but, I feel like this is so far, like, the strongest group of Rangers we've had. I feel like, like a big like ever since Lost Galaxy, I've been saying like the Rangers as a team have been getting a lot better, but it like feels like it's reached an apex with Time Force. The reason why I say that is like during the Zordon era, we had like 1-2 Rangers be the main focus.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, a lot of the episodes of In Space were focused around Andros, and a lot of the episodes of from season 2 of Mighty Morphin to the first half, up until like the first half of Turbo.
It was a Tommy show.
It was the Tommy Oliver show. But like I felt like this trend started with Lost Galaxy, but it reached an apex with this season.
Fair.
It feels like every character had a fair amount of episodes. Now,
Yeah.
like I could say, like with Lost Galaxy and Lightspeed Rescue, I could say like, oh, I like Damon, I like Kelsey, I like Chad, but I feel like they haven't had enough episodes.
Mhm.
I feel like everybody's had enough episodes. Granted, with a character like say Lucas, I feel like those episodes were kind of mishandled, and those episodes could have been used to develop Lucas a bit more. But I feel like Lucas got a good amount of episodes. I feel like everybody got a good amount of episodes. Nobody had too much screen time. Nobody had not enough. They finally hit a balance.
Yeah, I
Because,
definitely agree with
like,
that.
Like going into this, I thought Katie was gonna be completely overshadowed, like a lot of Yellow Rangers tend to be.
Oh,
Like the Yellow Ranger does kind of get shafted. I never really thought of that, but that's been since like season
Trini,
1.
Aisha, Tanya, Ashley. So far, the only Yellow Ranger who hasn't been majorly shafted is like maybe Maya.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably Maya. And maybe Ashley, but that's about it.
yeah. But yeah, I agree with you on that. Like with Katie just being like wants to be like, oh, you think I'm gonna be like the part of the happy-go-lucky? Oh no, I am the badass here. And you think Katie is badass? Wait until we get to Wild Force.
Yeah. No,
Wait until we get to Wild Force. You'll first episode, you'll understand why.
yeah. I remember there being a strong Yellow Ranger on Wild Force from one of the few episodes I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, as much as I adore Kelsey, my favorite Yellow Ranger so far, she did not have enough screen time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, point over.
All right. So now we get into the racist episode.
Yeah.
Trip takes a stand where, yeah, Eric is just a straight up racist in this episode.
100%.
Yeah.
And we see Barbara Goodson's robot, or the mutant that she's playing here, be kind of like brainwashed / power controlled by a robot from Frax.
Because this mutant was just like, hey, I'm a petty theft. I was just doing what I needed to do to survive. Obviously sounded like Prince Sprocket from CEO. But Eric was just like, no, you're a mutant. All evil, no question about it, must be destroyed. And
I was like Eric, you didn't destroy the other ones you encountered. You froze them.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. And this I felt like was like the perfect moment for Trip to actually reveal, like, hey, yeah, guy, Eric, if you hate this guy for being different, then just take a look at me. And you wanna destroy me because I'm an alien. Yeah, so maybe Eric kind of slow down on that front and maybe realize, like, hey, what why are all mutants like this? Why aren't you giving them a chance? But I feel like that's kind of like an issue with not just him, but also the regular citizens. Because when the mutants running around and everything, they're just looking at him at face value when all he's doing is like, no, I just need some help. I don't want to be. I'm not with these guys. I ran away from them.
No, but I'm thinking they're also thinking in their head monster because of like what happened to Angel Grove and what.
No. Songetsu. As we learn in Lightspeed Rescue, there's no such thing as monsters.
That lady just loves gaslighting people. That's what it was.
Yes. Oh
because she cannot say that with a straight face after all those episodes of the city being attacked.
I honestly want to speak to the writer of that episode and think, like, don't you think you should have changed this line?
No, it's because that old lady was just like, oh, it's just some stupid kid. Shut the heck up. I'm on my shift.
But also as well, with that lady, I feel like she's one of those people who's like, you can show someone absolute 100% proof and they'll be like, yeah, what TV show is this?
Oh yeah, the people who think the moon landing is fake.
Oh my god.
But with
like,
monsters.
Why would anybody believe that?
They think because of all our amazing visual technology, we never landed on the moon. I'm just like, have you seen the 90s? Beast Wars was a thing. You think we had enough technology to fake the moon landing?
I'm just thinking, like, what does NASA gain from lying?
Exactly.
It's like the same thing when people think like that 9/11 was an inside job. It's like what? Well, they actually did gain something now that I think about it. But yeah, this episode, just like, yeah, Eric, stop being a racist. We don't like a racist. So yeah, and episode after that, Quantum Secrets, where we get another example of the powers trying to be duplicated again, and we also get to see a different side to Eric in this episode. So maybe that episode did kind of take its toll on him, because we learn he's not really a bad guy. He has little birdies. So I guess he's not a speciesist. He's a racist, but he's not a speciesist because he has his little birdies that he takes care of. I wonder what his birds are called.
I'm going to assume they're like dead and mutant. No, I figure he's got like, even though he's such a dickhead, and I feel like because he values these birds so much, they have some cute little name, that shows his like fragile masculinity for what little bit it is.
So Tweety and Pie. Like, oh my god, that would have been so hilarious if those were those names. Tweety Pie. Tweety and Pie. But yeah, also as well in this episode, Eric does learn the truth about where the Time Force Rangers are from, and it's very interesting how that conversation with Jen and Eric goes, because he's like, yeah, you're not my friends, but Jen's like, yeah, that's your choice, not ours. We're trying to work with you here, and yet you're constantly shafting us.
Mm-hmm. This is the first episode we get the Battleizer too.
Yes,
or the first Battleizer, I should say.
The first Battleizer, kind of interesting that it's the 6th Ranger getting it before the Red Ranger, but whatever, because it's Rangers on rollerblades. I do not care. The Mega Battle Mode is awesome. I don't care what any of you say.
Get your rollerblades out and your short booty shorts, because we're going to the skate rink.
Like, the Mega Battle Mode. All I saw when I saw that is like, here, Archer.
Vex, the Mega Battle Mode is awesome. You know it. It's Rangers on rollerblades. He has guns that transform into blades. He can fly around.
Yeah, all I see Eric as in this is this scene right here from season 2 of Archer.
No, 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 thanks.
I-
No.
Cooler if it was an inverse of like his suit and it was just majority black with red accents instead of the gold.
The gold is awesome. Gold is one of the coolest Ranger outfits ever.
I don't feel like it fits with his though.
It was season 1, episode 5 of Archer, Honeypot. So if you want to know what I'm showing the guys, because it's definitely not going to be inside the visualizer,
Yeah,
go watch that episode. Go watch Archer in general. It's a great series.
He looks like Destiny Hero Dasher.
Oh, but yeah, I love the Mega Battle mode. It just looks so awesome.
Next to the fucking Battleizer in Mega Force, it is the worst one I've seen.
No. You will not disrespect the Mega Battle mode. You will not have another win over me in this video. But yeah.
Here you go. Here's Eric right here.
Oh god.
Yeah. But yeah, so also as well, the only other note I had for this episode is that voice simulation from the year 3000 and call it like the most advanced tech, despite the fact that we have voice simulation in the year 2023.
Well, we altered the path, Luke.
Yeah, this is the butterfly effect coming into place. This is why we got AI too.
Oh my god, Songetsu.
We're both just roasting Luke's love of this.
Yeah, you are. But speaking of love, we've got unless you had anything else to say on Quantum Sequence. Yeah, we've got Love Struck Rangers, aka the episode where Jen just doesn't want to work.
I get it.
And instead wants to pine over her love for Wes, her Wesley.
Wesley, darling, can you please get my lingerie? We're gonna have a fun night tonight. We're gonna consummate our
caveman dog is like, I am a modern man, thank you very much. He has the whole Flintstone outfit and everything ready.
Like that's what she sees when she sees Wes is like a unrefined man. And I know that she can just mold into this because like everybody's so prim and proper in the future, even though Alex tries to reprogram her brain later on.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that moment.
Anyway, we get Wes being a total cunt in this episode is my only other other note. Like I put, oh boy, the love episode.
Yeah. Well, it is called Love Struck Rangers, where it was Wes, Trip, and
Did we skip over the last race?
We get them all.
No, we're not skip. Oh yeah, because this episode and the last race were out of order for some reason.
Oh yeah. So like we have a driving school episode where we're racing Dash, who is a former acquaintance of Lucas's.
Yeah.
So like, was he an alien?
No, he was a mutant. He was confirmed to be a mutant. So that's what I'm saying, like with mutants having equal rights. Because Dash clearly had equal rights. But
I guess they changed it after some time after Rancid existing.
Yeah.
Because earlier they were just like, oh, we gotta get rid of this shit.
Yeah, but also we have another example of the one big happy family of the Rangers. So happy that it cost Lucas to get a ticket.
I mean, did they cause it, or did Lucas being a dumbass cause it?
Both.
Both, because they were distracting Lucas.
They were distracting him.
Yeah.
And also another example of the driving school instructor being scared of driving with Lucas, despite the fact that he was in the army.
Yeah, but later on, or was it the other one that he wanted like driving lessons from Lucas?
No, it was this one. It was this one.
It's like, whoa, because you gotta teach me that.
I did put down not buying the whole I want to be a race car driver.
Yeah, and he's wearing a full-on like aviator outfit. I was like, what are you doing?
It was like Kelsey's grandmother from last season, where it's like, yeah, I just want to have fun. And like,
No, this guy was actually funny.
yeah, but we don't want to have another example of the Rocky wants to have fun episode.
I want more of those episodes. That episode was great. What are you talking about?
It was great, but I feel like only Rocky can have that win. We need to give Rocky some wins.
The
You
writers
got a
search
Rocky
looked at it.
win, and that's mega great.
That's mega dumb. Anyway,
We're gonna hear that joke a lot later on.
oh yeah, we're gonna
absolutely.
have that. Yeah, but yeah, so we have also as well for this episode, Dash putting chili sauce on a banana. Which
No,
is
he
just
put ketchup on a banana.
no, it was chili sauce. It was definitely chili sauce.
Ugh. Both are terrible.
I think
Yeah,
chili sauce is somehow worse, though.
And I got flagged for that because I'm like, chili sauce and banana, and then I hear, how is that different from beans on toast?
It's not. It's not. They're both disgusting.
No, beans on toast is great. I will defend that till the end of.
You're British, that's why.
It's like with the Rangers in this season not having junk food in the future. You guys have not tried true great British beans on toast, and I will do that one day. That is my life goal now.
There's two things I will not try, and that is pineapple on a pizza, because I already tasted that. It tastes terrible.
Pineapple on pizza is great at Songetsu.
I disagree. I went to an actually good pizza place. I did not like it.
Well, we'll get to the pizza episode in a little while. But first, we have to deal with the whole Peter Parker, J. Jonah Jameson episode.
I want pictures of the Rangers demorphed.
Who are these Rangers? They're criminals. That's who they are. Vigilantes, public menaces. What are they doing on my front page?
Pictures of the Red Ranger. He is double cheeked up. I want him.
Like I love the fact that we literally had like we're watching this like right after Spider-Man 2 came out, and we have like literally J. Jonah Jameson here, you know, in this episode. It's great, it's perfect, it's timely, it's great for the algorithm. Of this video is not gonna come out till like fucking November at this point, late November, but it's still fun. It's still really fun. But I love that the photographer by the end was self-aware enough to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't release this because it would be a damaging to the public safety and to their safety. You know, he realized.
Even though Rancic already knows their identities.
Yeah, but the public doesn't. You know, and that's a danger to the public itself. I feel like it'd be the same thing if, like, J. Jonah Jameson actually revealed, like, Peter Parker's identity, you know. Obviously, Civil War did that. I think it's happened a couple other times. It's, like, I'm the Spider-Man person, but, like, there's so many different timelines for Spider-Man, it's hard to keep track of them all.
I feel now in all incarnations, JJ has to know.
Oh, yeah.
He cannot know.
He can't not know. I believe there's a couple other, like, timelines where he knows and he's just, like, defending Spider-Man's identity from the behind the scenes, but still wants the reporters to chase that as like a goal for them.
Which I feel like that kind of is like why he's doing it. Like, he doesn't technically hate Spider-Man. He's just thinking like, hey, if I hate this guy, it gives more publicity to my paper, so I'll just keep on hating him.
he has actual trauma related to like mass people. That's why he's like hard on.
There's a lot of trauma there. Also, like his brother's Scorpion, I believe. It's but yeah, like there's a lot of other reasons why. I love how, like, in the Spider-Man games, he's, like, basically Diet Alex Jones.
He was already Alex Jones before we knew who Alex Jones was.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they knew who Alex Jones was and based them off.
Well, I mean, like, Alex Jones was, like, big in Texas in the, like, 90s on public access radio, and then got really popular around the, like, news cycle drama bullshit. Like when we got
And
like
now-
Forget about gay frogs. It's all about movie madness.
yeah.
And I just one thing I want to say on that front. And now Alex Jones's words have come back to bite him in the ass.
Oh, absolutely, and I love it.
Yeah, but yeah, movie madness, geeking out fanboy episode because they're all geeking out on the Jackie Chan ripoff. Jackie Chan, what was that guy's name?
Forget.
It's here somewhere.
Yeah. I also hate that this got baked into the fucking second version of the opening because
That's the best part.
Yeah. So for all those who don't know, like this episode, they loved it so much that they had to have it in the second version of the opening after this episode.
It has like 5 scenes of the opening.
It's half the fucking opening.
It is half the opening.
We have Eric being George of the Jungle. We have Rancic and Drag. And we have this is the one where we get the Transport Magazine Zord spanking itself.
Yes.
Jen as a Tekken character or Virtual Fighter. That more
Virtual Fighter fits better. We have like the guys in like a Western along with Nadira. Who?
No, actually, both fit because they're.
Oh no, yeah, Frankie Chang.
Frankie Chang.
Was yeah.
Who was just Jackie Chan during the 90s.
Honestly,
yeah.
This was like Jackie Chan in tuxedo.
So
no, I was saying during one of his movies in which he's playing a cop during the 90s. That's literally it with the tank top. That's what I'm remembering.
Yeah. Although
Rush Hour, right?
The what?
No, not Rush Hour. No, it's one of the cop movies he played. No, before Rush Hour. That's why I said 90s.
Yeah. I gotta look this up now.
Yeah, you gotta look. So I'll say my points while Fex looks it up. So I just put down my Frankie.
Police Story.
Yeah. But some of these movie scenes that they get transported into don't make any sense. I mean, I can get Wes being a fan of cowboy and western films because his name is Wes. Get it? I like westerns.
Please, no.
Yeah, that's probably the only reason why they did that. Like, hey, we've got this character called Wes. What movie scene can we play him? A western. Okay. We've got Jen in Kung Fu movies. Yeah, that would make sense for a character. But Lucas in samurai films?
Why not?
Yeah,
it was just like
was odd.
That was odd, but it could work.
No, because
maybe he was thinking out of the box that time. It's like, let me cook.
When it would make more sense for Lucas to be in like one of those stereotypical like Fast and Furious style films.
He would, but they didn't become popular yet.
Yeah, and also I put down Eric being Cole from Wild Force. You'll know that when we get to Wild Force. Why I said that.
And Katie becomes a theater kid.
Yeah, for some reason, like Katie, when did you become a fan of the episode where Tommy and Tanya had to sing their lines?
I feel like that one was better than her like musical number in this.
Yeah,
I mean, Katie can sing, but
the musical number was awful.
Yeah,
but I love this episode for just like what Rancic is just like, hey, producer mutant, give my daughter a role and give her something. I don't care what it is. Just make my daughter a star.
Nepotism.
But we don't have any, but we've run out of roles, Rancic. I don't care.
Write her into the script. Here's $10,000.
I think it would have been funny if they gave her a role fighting against the butt-slapping robot.
Yes!
The Transwarp Megazord fights itself.
They missed the opportunity to
I feel like that would work better.
Against it.
And also we revisit the old West set for the 50,000th time in this franchise.
Yep.
Yeah. But also, we have Rancic dressing in Mad Max gear. Hey, guess what movie Vernon Wells was in? It's kind of like they're advertising like, guess what film I was in?
It just doesn't make any sense though because his normal outfit is already Mad Max enough.
It
I
really
know.
is.
It would have made more sense if he was in his outfit from the outfit from Commando.
Exactly, it would have been like.
Have you guys ever seen Commando?
Long ago,
Yeah.
when the
Long
pyramids
time
were still
ago.
young.
Yeah, he's pretty good in that film. I will say that. But one thing that just drives me insane about Commando as a film, it's like, what is in the sandwich? I need to know what is in the sandwich.
We need to know what's in the sandwich or
Yeah,
what's in the box. Oh, we already know what's in the box.
That's how that film starts, with them making sandwiches, and Arnold Schwarzenegger says to the door of that film, "What's in this? You don't want to know." And then we just never reference it again. Ever.
Beans are in the sub.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, it was the untoasted version of beans on toast. That would have been hilarious.
That would have been a war crime.
No, it would have. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, a really fun filler episode there.
Yeah. My next note is Katie needs to handle me like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think I put down like when the cyclobots are just jamming out, and Razik's just like, where are they?
Oh,
We don't know.
Back to jamming.
Fine.
We see
Yeah,
them like playing in this like two-parter here. Back to that for a second instead of episode 26. We see them like playing like a musical like just the instrumental to the Time Force theme song. And it too. Like, I find it so fucking funny. Like, every time we have like a musical number, you know, for like the Rangers, it's either like original music for like the Americanized version of it, or it's just reverting to an instrumental of the theme song.
Yeah.
So they don't have to license music whatsoever.
Yeah, but I think my favorite one in the whole franchise is "We Are Meat Chrome" from Cosmic Fury.
I love that. I love that.
Also, we need the Pokemon music because we're talking about Gen Steelix.
Oh yeah. So we got Time Force Traitor, where we learned that there's no junk food in the future. I don't want to be in the future.
No,
Well,
honestly.
we also know that there's eugenics also in the future because most of the people in the future are perfect. Engineered test tube baby.
But this might explain kind of like why the Time Force are a bit prejudiced towards mutants, because Steelix is a mutant that betrayed them.
Yeah. It has a little bit of like knowledge. Or,
No, because they had some of that before that when Rancid was like before he became a criminal.
That is true. How far back does Steelix and Time Force go though? Was it pre-Rancic or was it post-Rancic?
I'm guessing it was post-Rancid, most of it.
It might have been sort of like the
Same time, maybe.
Same time, and Rancid got in contact with him and kind of
Well, I
offered
meant
him a
post,
deal.
like after Rancid became a criminal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we see him handing off like the DVD as data to Rancic there, kind of selling out Time Force.
And I guess we still have like paper money or some version of it because gold still has value in the future.
Which is odd. You would think
I
they would go
know,
to crypto, right?
I know, right?
Crypto's apparently not
gold,
the future in Time Force.
solid gold bars, which remind me of something. I'm gonna put it in the mod text.
We've gone past Fallout using bottle caps and went back to gold.
Uh-huh.
Mod VC. Okay, let me pull this up. Boop. Just so I can see it. Can we
modcast text.
Modcast text.
So
okay.
yeah, it just reminds me of that. Have your
I
gold
love
chocolate
gold.
bar. Have your gold chocolate bars.
Jesus.
That's what it is. That's what Rancic was given.
McVeets gold bars. Okay. Looks like a probably vanilla flavored or white chocolate flavored.
They're brown chocolate, but I think they're white chocolate as well. But yeah, they're all right, but not one of my favorites.
Never even heard of it till just now. So,
I think it's a British thing. So yeah, but they're they come with caramel.
Cool. I love caramel. Can we talk about the fact that there's 3 big weird things here? We have a upskirt shot where like Jin's wearing shorts underneath, so there was no need for that.
We already had shots like that in the past before this episode.
I think this is the first one I really
noticed. That's why I reference. Oh, she's just wearing shorts.
Like, it is so random. I noticed it a lot harder here.
We've had multiple episodes in which she's just straight up kicking monsters unsuited. So, or mutant. Sorry.
Yeah. And it zoomed in on her ass for that one. Like, it is just so odd. And we also have like no one questioning her marks from where she got stalked and, assaulted there by Steelix. Like,
Jen, did you make the audience see your butt? Thank you. It's very important for that.
Right. No, like, absolutely. It was important for the plot. But like, you would think like your family, your pseudo family, right? Your adopted family, whatever you want to call it here, would be like, what the fuck happened to you? Why do you look like you got into a fight? Did you get jumped? Is Rancic on the loose? Nobody questioned that whatsoever.
It did. It was just like, what happened? She wouldn't say anything.
Like, you would think they would press, like, what happened? You didn't, like, fall into the door,
It's like, what, did you fight a raccoon? What happened?
Right.
I bet, like, the people in the crowd was like that one scene from SpongeBob. It's like, no, if we help, he'll kick our butts, too.
It is so weird. But yeah, this was a quick wrap up. They just cut Eric off to handle business on their own as well.
Also, if I was Steelix, I wouldn't just say, "Oh, I'll promise that." I would say, "Oh yeah, I'll promise to get your morpher back. You come back here." Also, I'm going to destroy your morpher, so you don't have anything to fight me with.
Right. Like, I would have made sure there was no like chance of me getting beat here, because you would think at that point that they would know, having, fought so many times together, like, their morphers, or just, like, knowledge in general. The morphers are what, helps them pilot the Zords. That they need all of them to be morphed to fucking utilize that. You need all of them to, like, utilize their weapons. You would think there would be enough information out there to know, like, hey, one less of these fuckers is, like, easier to take down the rest of them. No, not at all.
He would clearly know that because he was an officer for Time Force, so he would have probably encountered the Time Force Rangers, at least of that era before Jen got the morpher, at least.
Right, you would think that he would know what the fuck was going on, but instead they made him out to be an idiot. Obviously because of the plot, but still, it's just...
plot convenience, yeah.
It's just frustrating because, like, even kid version of you would be like, why not, ugh. Anyway. We have, the biggest episode here, and this is
I'm just going to say, for that Time Force Stray episode, Evil Ranger again, with Jen turning evil.
It's the same thing they did with Tommy 1,000 times, so...
Yeah, but moving on to... probably my favorite portion. I've said this. This string of episodes, four episodes coming up, is my favorite part of Time Force, primarily because it was the first batch of Power Rangers that I ever saw, and I've still got the VHS somewhere in the house.
It's probably worth a lot of money.
Yeah. Actually, I actually curious now to say to find that out. But yeah, so we finally get back to Frax and find out hey, I've remembered, because earlier on he was trying to overthrow Rancic, and then they kind of shelved the plot point, and now it's like, hey, we're following up on it.
Also, can we just like point out how dumb Rancid is because he never put 2 and 2 together because the guy
Right.
uses the exact same robots
Yeah, you would think.
that were exclusively
but
made by this one guy.
Yeah, but no. Actually, at that point, he thought he was dead. He thought he'd killed him.
But like, you would have to put 2 and 2 together. You know, one of the smartest villains in the galaxy. You would think you would know, like, hey, this looks a lot like the robot that was in the lab when I got rescued. Huh. And also, all these little cyclobots, you know, were in that. And they seem to like Frax. So
Right,
maybe...
well,
because I would have had some follow-up questions.
I guess
like,
Frax
where
probably.
did you get the
Frax,
robots from?
I guess Frax probably just lied to him. He probably just simply lied to him and said, "Yeah, I was in the lab left behind by the doctor, and
I would have asked other questions. Who reactivated you?
Yeah.
He probably would have said like he probably could have said like, oh, he was reactivated upon the death of the doctor or something like because Frax is a smart character. Like, there's no question about
right,
it.
as soon as he said that, I would have said that's bullshit and just destroy him.
Yeah, I will put my bone sword through his skull. Like, I don't trust this.
But Frax is a smart character, and he's very good at the whole manipulation angle as well.
Yeah.
No, I just feel like
Rancic is an idiot.
Rancid is kind of complacent.
Yeah.
He was just like, I got a convenient foot soldiers. I'm not even gonna ask any further on this.
A lot of people say use this episode as kind of a counter to like why Rancic shouldn't really hate humans as much as he did, because of the fact that the Doctor, because of a mutant, Rancic is the way he is, and the Doctor provided him with a cure for his treatment. But my counter to it is that Rancic did get the cure for his treatment, but just that one act of kindness isn't gonna change like years and years of vengeance.
I agree there. There. But it should show that like not all humans are assholes.
Right.
Yeah,
it's like I would have said it was like, you know what, the rest of you assholes
also as well.
Cool.
Also as well, to counter that argument as well, is that he was more focused on the fact that the Doctor was not viewing robots in the same way he viewed them, as like a lesser life form. So that was what's more he was fixated on than the kind of like, oh, why are you helping me? So I feel like he was just like, hey, this guy is too soft on these machines, and he's giving me this cure, but at the same time, it's not gonna change my view on them, and the fact that he's treating these as like equals, you're not worthy of my time.
Yeah, he has a lot of prejudice.
At least kept him alive due to the fact that he has a serum that
right,
kind of helps with my mutation.
Yeah, but like I said, just because of that one act of kindness, it's not going to change him overnight.
Oh no, it wouldn't have changed my opinion, like if I was in his shoes, but it would have at least kept the guy alive.
Yep,
due to that reason alone.
Oh yeah,
keep him alive and use him to make more of the serum so he can stay alive and.
Well, I feel like I said, Rancic. We've established that Rancic, even though he didn't put two together, he's a smart character, so he could have figured out like
become stupid.
If the year 2001 can find a way to replicate the serum in the year 3000, Rancic could do it easily.
Why didn't he?
But no, he might have done. That might not be the first batch of his serum.
That's what I'm stating is keep the guy alive so he makes a better version of the serum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good point. But yeah, we get an example of Wes being like, "Oh, I'm in a pickle here. I need to ask my dad for a favor," even though I've kind of like rejected him.
Well, he kind of doesn't have a choice in the matter. This guy has the means to do the said thing that he wants to happen.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
There's
a
lot there.
Oh yeah, and also this leads into a theory that I have about why a particular character is going to come when he comes in the next episode. But yeah, so the ending of this episode, oh my god, like if I was gonna pick like my favorite scene from any any Power Ranger season, it would be this scene when the scene between Frax and Rancic, when Frax absolutely betrays Rancic and reveals that he is the Doctor. And this was the moment I was waiting for, because Vex, this was probably like, because I don't you. It's an example of like, hey, this wasn't spoiled for Vex, and it came as a genuine surprise.
Yeah, it did. I was genuinely shocked. What happened here? I was trying to do something there, but the reveal that he was the doctor was kind of obvious once I put two and two together. You know, but it was still shocking because like we see how he kind of comes to be Frax instead of Ferrix, right? Where he just kind of cobbles himself together as a robot to preserve his life. Kind of almost essentially like, I guess the easiest way to put it would be like the Emperor did to Vader, right? You know, he kind of like roboticized what was left of his human body quickly and crudely. And then over time, it seems like he improved himself, you know, between like logic and all these other things before he went about like trying to double cross Rancic here.
It's more of like he pulled a Frankie because he just rebuilt himself right on the spot.
I was gonna say, that it was kind of more like the Cybermen from Doctor Who, because of the fact that he surgically removed his very humanity to the point that almost none of it was left.
That's fair. Those are all like good comparisons there. It's just interesting to see like how long he sat there and toiled away before he started trying to double cross Rancic, and then we see like in the next next couple episodes,
I feel like he was waiting for the perfect moment, and then when they got into the past, he was like, "Oh, great, the serum hasn't been invented yet, so this is my opportunity to do what I want to do."
Exactly.
Yeah, but of course, the serum gets developed despite not being developed for 200 years. So yeah, kind of doing another damage to the timeline.
Which brings us to the next episode, Dawn of Destiny.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about, because Dawn of Destiny has that bit about not being developed for 200 years. So yeah, and this is the episode where you kind of see the more noble side of Mr. Collins, because of the fact, even though Wes could have easily said like why he needs to get rid of the serum, he could have said like, this is gonna help Rancic in a big way, so you might want to get rid of it. Because Mr. Collins comes out and says like, yeah, if I knew it would have helped you, I would have poured it down the drain myself.
This is where we start to see the shift in Mr. Collins as well. I was talking about earlier. I think this is where Tyler started really liking Mr. Collins too, where he stands against Rancic here, and you know puts his life on the line to just essentially like be defiant in that moment.
Yeah, and this way you kind of get to see like Rancic is slowly becoming that more like what Mr. Collins was at the beginning of the season, because he unapologetically attacks him.
Yep.
To the point that the second time a major character has been hospitalized.
It's interesting too. We see in this a lot of the stuff that's been happening in the background too kind of come to light as well.
Yeah. But also as well, there is one point. There is one point in this episode where, cause I swear to God that this was on the VHS. I will just have to get a VHS if I can find a VHS machine and just play. I swear to God, there was a line cut from this episode where Rancic tells the monster to level the place.
Oh yeah, there was probably that, and
Yeah.
the restreaming of it, they edited it, especially when they re-aired on like Fox Kids or like ABC Family. They re-edited the episodes.
Well, this is around the same time that the reversion was airing as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we got a lot of the editing
The
down.
what now? Are you talking about like
the remade like poppy artsy stylized version of
Oh
an
no,
NPR.
that's way late. That's
way
way
late.
late.
Okay.
That's like around the time of like not RPM, but it's another season
Okay.
in which that pops up.
But anyway, like I put in my notes here like edited post 9/11 because we don't know like the actual editing time frame for it. But like Tyler, you want to add anything here?
I don't have much to add. I apologize.
Okay.
Other than the fact that we get one of the other, so we get one plot twist of Frax being the Doctor, then we get another plot twist in the episode later. Alex is alive.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like there was a lot of stuff in the background here that was coming to light. This is where we're shifting the history more because like Wes is supposed to take over as the president of the company, right? It's revealed that when Alex takes back the Red Morpher, like Wes is supposed to like kind of take over for his dad who's about to die. We see
Which imagine being told that like you see your parent like 5 hours before, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, they're gonna die tomorrow. It's like
excuse me,
what?
Yeah.
But also as well, like we have Alex saying to them like, I can't tell you how the future has shifted, but probably and I said this when we watched it, probably the reason why he didn't tell them is that they failed the mission that they're about to go on and died in that year.
Mm-hmm. And that makes sense. Like, you don't want to tell people they're about to die, obviously. But you realize, like, hey, you're signing up for a dangerous mission. Like, let's just take the military, for example. I know it's a rough topic to utilize, but you realize, like, you might not be coming back when you get deployed, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for people in Time Force, I feel like they realize, and, like, police and all that, like, they realize, like, hey, every day might be my last kind of thing. Depending on, like, their city, what department they're in, what division of the military, what yada, 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 what division of the police they're in. Time Force, you're going back in time or forward in time and doing things and, trying to, like, make things right in the time stream. So realistically, you never know what the hell is going to happen in that regard. So they realize like it's a dangerous mission regardless. So they probably come to terms with it to a degree. Like, yeah, I might die tomorrow. I'm going to the year 6042. There's a mutated Godzilla monster that might eat me. Part of the job.
Yeah.
But
also as well we have I guess a change in Alex's personality because of the fact that I feel like he was originally meant to die, and the time changes, brought him back to life, and we'll get into it when we get into the next episode of like why I feel like that is the case. But yeah, he is just an asshole now.
Changing the time stream also altered his personality because maybe Jen liked Wes because other than his face, like his personality, mannerisms also reminded her of Alex as well.
And also we get the one line that gets Alex ticked. What are we gonna do, Wes? It's like, yeah,
Excuse
saying
me,
that in
I'm the leader here, woman.
Right.
You know.
Saying that in front of him is like, yeah. Trigger word.
That she's not
I'm gonna
referring
say
to me.
this right now. I despise Jason. I despise Alex more than I hate Jason.
Oh yeah,
What?
and yeah. Because it's about what he does in the finale. We'll get to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll say this in terms of like character. I don't like Jason more, but that's purely from like I don't like his writing. But in terms of just like being a person, I don't like it's Alex.
That makes sense.
And that makes sense. That absolutely does make sense. Yeah, I cannot defend what Alex does. Absolutely, 100% cannot defend it. So yeah, and then we have Destiny Defeated, which wraps up this little batch of episodes, where we see Wes saying "screw you" to Alex. I'm gonna go and help my friends.
Yep.
Because
Mhm.
you don't decide my future. I decide my future, and a scene being cut as well between Wes and Eric, where Eric's just like, "Yeah, screw you, Wes. I'm not going to be taking orders from you," and Wes telling him like, hey, who's the coward here if you're walking away when things get tough?"
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. But also as well, I love the fact that it's Lucas wanting to punch Alex but cut for violence because that was what he was originally going to do in the episode.
Yeah.
Before we just get the four kids pointing the invisible punch.
Yeah, we get the little finger guns instead of like the actual guns in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. But also as well, we have Alex basically saying like basically kind of sort of learning from Wes about we can change the future. It's not set in stone, and basically shifted the timeline so that Mr. Collins does survive with a certain healing device that has a certain liquid in it, not like the serum that Rancic has, which makes me believe that okay, in the original timeline, the serum was only invented by Dr. Ferrix, but because they went back in time and made the serum in the year 2001, it sort of shifted so that the serum was alive, what was around after the Time Rangers left in the time ship and it was able to save Alex.
No, but they clearly stated it's like, oh, this ain't supposed to be invented for another 200 years, implying that some form of the serum existed before the year 3000.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to like work it like how he could still be alive and how the orb he uses to heal Mr. Collins obviously has the serum inside it because that is clearly the serum.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying it appears that the serum made in the past is actually better than the serum in the future because this one actually cures rancid.
Yeah. So it could be like that. Maybe it's a combination of some. Like I don't know. I'm just trying to work it out here. I'm just trying to defend some aspects that I feel could have been explained more.
Yeah.
But again, it's a nice wrap up for this part of the story because it does show the change in Wes and Mr. Collins' relationship, and just like one of the best moments from Wes is like when he sees the empty hospital bed after being told his father's gonna die and thinking his father has died.
Yeah, that had to be shocking to him. Like, what the fuck happened? I missed it. Did they already take his body out? You know,
Yeah,
on his way to a funeral home.
I felt that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
I knew. I had a feeling Mr. Collins wasn't dead, but just like props to Jason Font for his acting here.
Yeah. And even though I disagree with Jason Font on some personal things that he's been doing recently, he is still one of the best Ranger actors they've ever had.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But let's let's also talk about like how he kind of comes to terms with like what makes him happy. He tries to realize like because he starts like pseudo taking over while his dad's in the hospital. He's like, well, this is my role in the whole grand scheme of things in the timeline, right? And then slowly he realizes this isn't what makes him happy. So he's like, I enjoy like going out on adventures with the Rangers. I enjoy like, defending the city and
yeah,
trying to make life better.
Yeah, more so he enjoys being a field agent.
Yeah, honestly, he likes playing Diet James Bond, kind of.
Yeah, which kind of does lead into what he becomes at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I do like that his dad finally sees like the value of like, oh no, my son's not a businessman. He is clearly in his field when he's with the Rangers.
Yeah, and I love how like in these couple episodes we see like that bond start to form that we see leading up into the finale, and like the character shift for him and Rancic really come full circle. They kind of swap roles by the end. I find it odd that like in this batch of episodes we also get the moped delivered 9 episodes before the finale.
Oh yeah, we get the straddle cycle because which is in the next episode, where also Jen realizes that maybe she doesn't love Alex anymore. And then Wes obviously trying to be like Alex when no, Wes, just be yourself.
I got that moment. I got in here like that moment when your ex comes back.
Yeah, the Mr. and the X, welcome to every person's worst nightmare.
Yeah. I get to live that often, honestly.
Yeah, and when they're undercover with Wes trying to do his obvious Clark Kent impression mixed with Steve Urkel.
You rock those overalls. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, dude, fucking rock the suspenders.
I'm not digging it. It's an awesome look for him.
And then you got good old Miss Teresa feeling up on his muscles.
Feeling up on his.
You don't need the gym, honey. You already muscly.
And then him probably say like, yeah, I've got my own Chrono Saber going up, Jen. I mean, what was that? Gotta go.
Oh, so this is the first episode after the thing.
This
is the first post 9/11 one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the first post 9/11 episode.
See, I didn't know where that line blurred here because I didn't look up like air dates for any of these. I probably should have.
Yeah, so this was we're in the post 9/11 era of Power Rangers now.
Wild to think that that's a thing, but it makes sense, honestly.
But I love the line from Alex when he's back in the future, like, I'm sending you a new weapon, aka a toy for kids to buy. The straddle cycle.
Yeah.
Show loot.
It's a good show. We gotta have all the merch possible.
I know it's a kid's show, but it's just like, come on, Alex.
When we get to the Disney seasons, they kind of do the opposite because they don't sell all of the available like Zords of the season. They just pick a few.
Just fucking stupid. Let's be realistic here. But
yeah,
it was great for parents' wallets, I bet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's still happening to this day because because I get this all the time. It's like you have parents coming in and being like, I don't know what's the obsession. I'll just use Stitch for an example because of like kids are now just so for some reason so obsessed with Stitch, and parents are like, I don't know what it is with the obsession with Stitch all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean that's a toy from our generation, and it's just like had this renaissance. It's not even like I can't even like throw it up to like Kingdom Hearts because like
it's not just toys. It's with books as well because you have a book on TikTok that gets advertised to Kingdom Come, and then everyone's coming in like, have you got this book that was on TikTok? Have you got this book that was on TikTok? And we're like, no, we've sold out because everyone's coming in for it.
Because If not, I somehow am on Book Talk, even though I don't buy a lot of books that aren't manga, and like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see,
A lot
I
of
see
people.
dozens of advertisements for like.
What that means, Luke, you gotta cross promote your books on TikTok now.
Yeah, honestly, go for it.
Yeah, I should do that. I really should do that.
Like, just read like the first page or the first like really gripping page of your book and use it as like a fucking advertisement and just like,
Yeah.
hey,
Well,
if you want like
we're
this,
advertising it. Well, we're advertising it right now. Like, yeah, I'm sending everyone a new item. It's called a book. Read it.
yeah, honestly, like, but like that's a great idea. Honestly, like read it, you know, and then just link it to your KDP profile or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but anyway, promoting
Yeah,
the
back on topic.
yeah. We get a Monty Python reference here with the black and white knight, but without the
Beware
blood.
the Knights, which is the episode.
And
The
this is where the
biggest-
gold. This is where the gold works because it has that pop of silver in it.
Yeah. So I had in here where we had the MacGuffin of this episode being pure evil. Evil. And only the pure of hearts can unlock it. Which I put in brackets. Get Trey from Trifoy. He's Trey of Heart.
Don't think they want to work with him anymore.
No. But also as well, like the really frustrating thing about this episode is that nobody believed in Trip. Yeah, nobody believing Trip that there's a knight from the past coming after him, despite them being Power Rangers from the future. I think this is worse than the whole "there's no such thing as monsters" because it's the Rangers. They should be believing him instantly.
Right? They should believe that there are alternative methods for to do stuff.
All I was
for the
picturing,
time period.
like when this was going on is just this laugh. I'm going to play for like 2 seconds here. And that's Invader Zim's evil laugh.
Okay.
Whenever I hear like evil, my brain goes to Invader Zim, you know, because that's what I grew up with.
Which again
No,
makes...
I go to like of course like the scene from SpongeBob in which like Mermaid Man just screams out evil.
Evil. Yeah, that one too.
And what really aggravates me about this episode is that like they show more concern over a pizza than Trip.
Yes,
Like-
I did have that
But the
in
pizza's delicious.
in block capitals. Save the pizza! Save the pizza!
Yeah, I got
It's like
Revenge
one of
for
those-
Pizza, not Trip on here.
it's like justice for Trip, not pizza, or like
No, they have trust. They have trust in Trip to handle it. He is a big boy, but pizza.
Have you ever had good pineapple pizza? No, then you wouldn't understand.
Ugh.
Ugh. Cease. Also, 8 episodes before the finale, we get the second battleizer.
Yeah, Wes's battleizer, which
He's
is
got the knight armor, the wings. He's got the
Yeah.
metal thong.
The good battleizer.
no, the mega battle mode is better.
I'm sorry. This one is clearly better. It has the red, like flame-like wing shoulder pads. It's got that cool-looking blade on the helmet.
Where is
It has
Pillow
that
Salma?
silver.
Where is Pillow Salma?
Probably in the
Look, it
corner
has
from.
it has the silver that is popping off the gold with the blue accents.
It's
Oh my
the,
goodness.
It's the better
This
design
is
one.
styling.
Yeah, like
Well, first,
Pillow
Wes
Sama
had-
is probably over in the corner from like an episode of Sword Art Online where you threw it.
Oh yeah, it is. It right next to something truly horrifying, which I don't want to get into. But yeah, also
The bean pit.
Wes had to go through a crappy CGI dragon.
It's not worse than Fates, okay? Like this one and then Fates. It's not a very big dip, but Fates Stay Nights is worse.
Yeah. But speaking of things that are worse,
Oh, you're talking about like the first Fate
Yeah.
State Night anime. Yeah.
Yeah. But speaking of things that are worse, now the episode's not bad. The episode's not the worst thing, but yeah, it's team up time.
Oh god, somebody created a 10-hour version of that Fate Stay Night Dragon. They deserve like the ultimate circle of hell.
Yeah, yeah. So in the team up, we have Viper back despite being absorbed and not buried.
Yeah, no, and my note for here is Viper is still as
And
dumb as
acid. Maybe there was heartburn and they had to burp her out.
Yeah, maybe.
the heartburn was her acting.
Yeah, the heartburn was her acting. The time has come for revenge.
The fact that she is so stupid that she didn't realize, like, the item that is in the fucking glass case that she is trying to steal would not phase through with her fucking hand.
No. And she couldn't just break the glass.
Yeah, you're already breaking and entering. Why not just add grand theft to that?
Why do you care? You're like, you're not.
You're a
you don't
fucking
care about
demon.
the laws of human. Right, you're a demon.
Of course, we get the best moment in this episode. Absolutely fantastic. And thanks for agreeing with me. Joel getting the woman by marrying Miss Fairweather.
No!
Oh
no,
my God.
the best scene in this was the Vipari returning.
No. Vipari is
the best part.
Vipari is back. Why? Did that get buried with Viper too?
She's got it clenched between her booty cheeks.
No, it's like the Grim Reaper summoning his scythe. It's like that.
Oh.
I love the
Well,
Vipari.
thankfully it's only on screen for a minute, and at least it's not. And at least I get the win with Joel marrying Miss Fairweather to make Fex mad.
I got the win with the Vipari coming back, so we evened out here. We evened out here. But why 7 episodes before the finale is the tie-in? Like, you would think the tie-in would, or the crossover episode would be like higher up in the episode count, where it's like fresher
Like
in the head.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that does have we get 2 team ups next season.
Yeah, I know Forever Red is in there.
And we get the standard team up, which happens, I think, just over halfway through the season for the team up episode.
Okay, well, that's not horrible.
Yeah, which is around the same time the Battleizer gets introduced as well. So the Battleizer for next season gets introduced halfway through.
That's better-ish, Like, I don't know where I would put the Battleizer introduction.
I really like that Battleizer that appears in that one.
Yeah, I love the Mega Battle mode, but the next one coming up for Wild Force is my favorite. So yeah, and it's just nice to see the Lightspeed Rangers back, and they actually get the jackets from Time Force, and Time Force get the Lightspeed jackets.
Yeah, that's a nice little trade-off.
The only problem is I don't think
this is a cool
probably
design.
happened.
I was looking at the Wild Force Battleizer.
The only problem I have is except for Carter and Dana, the other Lightspeed Rangers don't do anything except for do the thing and be like, oh, time to get back into action. Like, they don't even get they don't even get acknowledged.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Carter's not like, oh, hey, Chad, Joel, Kelsey, and Ryan. Like, only Carter and Dana get referred to by name.
Yeah.
I'm guessing because their actors were on set more than them.
Probably.
Yeah, I remember, Austin St. John mentioned, he was only on the set of Forever Red for, a brief period of time. He flew in, flew out, basically, for that.
Yeah, which makes sense because he was I think he's still a paramedic, isn't he?
I have no idea. At this point.
So Yeah, so he probably only had like, okay, I could come in, but I can only do like 1 day. That's all I can do.
Wasn't even really a day, if I remember the story correctly. Because he told it at a panel at our Comic-Con. But like a lot of those team up episodes were like filmed, like the crossover portion of it is filmed like very quickly. He mentioned, which kind of makes sense because you don't really have them on set unless they're like the core of the plot for
Yeah.
an extended period of time. Like, okay, so this villain is the big focus of the episode, so we're going to have the villain on set for longer to do like the original footage, or like you have this like use in space. We're using like the former ranger as like a training point for the current ranger and getting their focus back. That would mean they would be on there longer, then like say you have 18 different fucking Red Rangers on the scene for one, episode, and it's like boom, 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 film it all in one go. But so I figure it's similar here because like Carter was part of the plot because Viper was like a big bad, and he thought he had defeated her along with Banshira, but whatever. It's over. Viper and the Vipari can't hurt you anymore, Luke.
And neither can Joel.
Thank you.
Until I find shots of them to just sit directly to you.
No.
I'm going to have Red make a 10-hour footage of just the Vipari revving up and then upload it to this channel just to fuck with
Please.
Luke.
Please don't. Please. Yeah.
If I have to live in a universe where this shitty CGI Fate Stay Dragon exists, I'm going to make Luke's life miserable with a 10-hour shot of the Vipari wrapping up.
Oh.
Red's laptop will explode. I'll have to buy him a whole new fucking laptop. Can barely handle a Chainsaw Man review.
Oh gosh.
We have in the next episode broken mirrors and mimics gone bad. A monster in every mirror is my big notes for this one.
Yeah, I did not have any notes for this episode.
I love the fact that we had like Wes and Eric needing to double team here at the end. And Zangetsu, you pointed out that was the opening scene for the Zord that was utilized in this.
Yeah.
But like this was just like a filler ass episode. Rancic's still being pissed, obviously because of course he is because he's Rancic. I like the concept of using the mirror as like the opposite side of everything that they were doing here, and the whole like 7 years bad luck thing kind of leading into superstition for them.
Yeah,
they're from
which I've proven is theoretically wrong.
I mean, it depends on how much you believe in superstition, right? Like,
I've got to say, I broke a mirror when I was back in what you would high school, or what you would call middle school. And I did not have bad luck for 7 years. So there, proven without doubt, it's wrong.
Like I chucked a whole ass headboard with a mirror because it was all like rotted out. Like when we were renovating the house where I used to live, like just chucked it, mirror and all, into the fucking dumpster that we had out front where we were working on it. Like I didn't give a shit if it broke because I don't believe in it, but like walking under a ladder, I seemed to have like a string of bad luck after that when I was a kid. So like I put more weight into something like that than a mirror. A lot of my friends that aren't, too up and up on like black cats believe the fact that Shion would bring them bad luck. Because I have a black cat.
That's what I was thinking about. Probably get me another pet. I'd probably get me a black cat.
Yeah. Like other than Shion being a psychopath, like she's a perfect angel, I think she has a death wish.
Aside from her being a complete psychopath, that sounds like the opposite of an angel.
She has a tendency to climb into places where even she can't get back down from. That's the level of psychopath I have for her. She tried to like Jeff Hardy swanton bomb off of the fucking blinds above the sliding glass door and ended up stubbing her paw. Because she couldn't find a safe jump, so she just jumped onto the floor from like 8 feet in the fucking air. I wish I still had like because I have like little Nest cameras throughout the apartment. I wish I still had like the footage, but it writes over after so many days. I'd just splice it into the video, but I don't anymore because it's been more than, I think it's 30 days. The Nest overwrites the footage. That's how I knew it happened. How she got hurt is because she just fucking decided, like, I'm going to be an idiot and climb up here somehow. I didn't get the angle for climbing up. I watched her try to, like, swanton bomb off of it and just, like, stub her paw like a dumbass. But yeah, like, other than that, she's good. And, well, I should say, like, one other instance where, like, she jumped 3 floors of stairs at the old apartment where I used to live, to try and chase a rabbit that snuck into the apartment because there were people moving in. It was by the woods. But yeah, good cat. Hades is the perfect angel who does no wrong because all he does is sleep because he's the size of Garfield.
Oh. But yeah, speaking of sweet stuff, Nadira's dream date, aka Lucas X Nadira ship.
I am disappointed there's no fan fiction of this that dives into this relationship. There's Nadira fan fiction.
I think there isn't.
I didn't see any. I've seen Nadira fan fiction. And it's Nadira X Rancic and Jen. Which is even weirder. But the internet is a cursed place if you have never lived on like that side of the internet. Rule 34 is a thing. And no matter what you don't want to see, it will exist.
That is true, but also, why you have to remind me?
There we go, Fex. Literally just found it right now.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing I'm gonna open on stream.
Well, it's part 3 of 3.
Okay, but you
darn it! If you say, "Oh, the 3-parter," I thought you were going to talk about Triforia again.
Okay.
Triforia, sorry.
No, but yeah. So we have this episode which has Lucas doing a Joel by trying to act all cool. Because that's what Rancic told him to do, act all cool around my daughter so that she likes you. But it's very interesting, this episode, because it does give the idea, pretty much confirms that Rancic, beneath it all, he cares more about Nadira than anything else.
Should I read part of this?
No, don't.
What are you gonna read?
It's not explicit. That's the thing that's shocking me. So this takes place during the Time Force Wild Force crossover. You know what? I'll just link this in the fucking video. That's what I'll do. I'm not reading this. I'm not turning into XQC.
Yeah, don't. We still gotta get to the end of the
end of the video, for God's sake.
Video, which we're near. We're definitely near.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, most things to take away from this episode is that Rancic cares the most about Nadira above everything else, which will come back into play in the finale.
Yeah, I have in here, my favorite line is like, "I'm desperate, but not that desperate." When she finds out that the giant fat mook Bluto or Gluto was the one that was her secret admirer, who looks like Moneybags from Spyro if he was a whale.
Because he's apparently in the Sentai a gangster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he looks like a mob boss, like a going to make you a deal you can't refuse kind of guy.
Is that true? So it gets like he's a mob boss.
Who is?
The Gluton character monster thing.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
We have a moment in this also where we're pseudo hanging the mutant that was the villain here.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for Nadira in this episode though. Like being really, really lonely, especially not being in your own time period or being completely like the fish out of water, right? There's nothing more scary than that, not having any connection other than like your family or whatever. And I figure it's like amplified tenfold by being in a whole other time period, right? You're thousands of years away from where people, and you're stuck there like with your dad who's trying to take over the world and trying to come to terms with like where your place in the universe is kind of now that you're out of there. But Rancic did show like some actual true compassion and love here, and I kind of like cringed, but also like found it a little endearing that he was trying to help Nadira, find someone, even if it was like not what was really going on. It was kind of wholesome in a way.
Yeah.
But the next episode is where we get the reveal, like, spoilers, you all fucking die.
Yeah.
Like, Sergit is having an existential crisis throughout this entire episode because he realizes, like, well, I don't really want to tell them this information. And then his, like, memory gets wiped by Alex, to kind of protect it.
Yeah, and also we have crystals being the source of all the problems, but also the solutions.
Just like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, but yeah, what I find very convenient about this episode is that doors stopping self-destruct, so not the doors have to all be closed before the self-destruct has to activate. Very convenient.
I kind of understand that a little bit because, if you're like, say, government building or like somewhere where there's secure documents or whatever, you would want to make sure the blast destroys everything, right? So each individual room having a spot to where it can implode or explode and destroy the documents or the data inside there would make the most sense. Now, getting onto the level of like human casualties that might have, you never know, depending on how shady the organization is, obviously. But, it makes sense to, like, contain each individual room to destroy data or whatever's in that. But for this, it's, like, plot convenience for sure. Like, they want to make sure that everybody escaped. All the Rangers were able to save the day, yada, yada, yada. But, yeah.
Yeah. Nice little episode for Circuit, and also the episode that was dedicated to Furi Trang.
Yep. Odd choice of episode, but I guess it would be like airing the week after it revealed that she had tragically died.
Yeah.
So they just tacked on like a in memoriam title card before the next time on Time Force.
And speaking of the next time, very appropriate title because Calm Before the Storm.
Yeah.
That fits, considering what the finale is like.
Also, the fact that it's a fucking clip show for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part, but it's meant to be a reflection on where they've come from, because they honestly have all changed from this whole experience.
Oh, 100%.
That is just an excuse for to have the clip show.
Yeah.
Hey, at least we're having the clip show before shit hits the fan, for lack of a better word.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in its placement, but at the same time, like, can we move past the need for clip shows, please? There's no need to have a clip show.
We will have clip shows until the end of time, Vex.
After streaming a thing, we legitimately do not need them.
Yeah.
No, we need clip shows until the end of time, which leads into the finale, the end of time. So yeah, in this episode, I did like it, the fact that the Doctor went back in time and was confronting the Master. Oh wait, sorry, wrong show.
I knew he was going to do a Doctor Who joke. I didn't know where he was going to do it.
Yeah, because about four of the finales now are the same title as Doctor Who episodes. We have Doomsday, Journey's End, this one, and the invasion from Dino Fury.
I figure there's more If we just dig deep enough.
If I dig deep enough, yeah, there probably is more. But yeah, the end of time, in my opinion, and this is just my straight up opinion, the best finale. I argue, I mean, Countdown to Destruction on a universal level, yes, that is the best finale, but just in terms of just seasonal finales and just how emotional this season was and how much emphasis on the story was, this was the best finale because it generally did feel like it was the end of something incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this one serves a really great purpose, and I feel like Cosmic Fury also serves a great purpose. And we'll get to that when we do that video, which will come out before this video. But I find one massive flaw with this one.
It's the baby. Everybody says it's the baby. It's always the baby.
Yep. Why? Out of all of we did not need the baby to make the same point. Is the issue?
Okay. I'm gonna defend it as best I can. It does make sense. It honestly makes sense because Rancic up to this point has just seen nothing but, like, in his opinion, the worst of humanity.
Right.
The absolute
I get
unforgivable aspects of humanity. But and it took not only him accidentally shooting his daughter, but also realizing that he nearly destroyed the most pure and innocent point of humanity.
Right. There is nothing a more neutral palette than an infant, right? Like, that is, like, the most moldable version of humanity. You can make the most pure gold out of that person, or you can have the next Adolf, right? That's the point I made off camera. But at the same time, if his truest love was for his daughter, the sheer fact that he got caught up in the moment of revenge and shot his daughter, or, you know, caused harm to his daughter, would have given the same result, and he would have just like, okay, take me away, right?
Absolutely. But again, I feel like Nadira needed to show him, like, hey, this is this is a blank slate of humanity. It's pure, it's innocent, it's done nothing wrong. Would you want to destroy that along with me?
Right. I get the narrative point. I get the whole, like, the storytelling aspect of it, of, like, this is the one thing that can be molded into anything, but I still think the same point could have been made with just Nadira herself. That's my biggest flaw with it.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
I think it kind of hits harder with the baby being there, though.
Yeah, because like I said, Rancic needed to see, like, what humanity truly was, because like I said, all he's seen from humanity in his eyes is the worst of it. He needed to see, like, the most pure of it, and it's kind of what the Rangers need to see as well. Jen was so caught up in the revenge against Rancic and what she was doing. Like, she needed to see, like, hey, even Rancic has good point. Like, he's not going to harm the innocent.
Right.
Because he never does that in the season.
Right. No, he doesn't harm the innocent, but he does allow his foot soldiers to harm the innocent. He doesn't care, like, collateral damage as long as his hands aren't getting dirty themselves.
But at the same time as well, it's like, because he nearly killed his daughter and nearly took another innocent life, in his eyes, 2 innocent lives. That does honestly make sense for why he did have the change of heart in the end. Like, it's like he knew at that point, like, I have gone too far here. I nearly destroyed what makes me the best of what makes me. I need to stop this now.
Yeah, for sure. I have.
Go ahead.
I have a couple other notes here for the finale since it's so long. Let's get back to my notepad here. I think the moment here at the first episode of this 3-parter, right? Just to kind of go, like, beginning, middle, and end. We see Wes realizing like he has to be left behind and he's going to die defending the city, basically. So he has to come to terms with that. He also is realizing like everybody was going to die, you know, blah, 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 blah. So we see him like right at the end, like shove everybody into the jet, right? And ship them back because he somehow like immediately learned how the autopilot worked, right?
Oh no, because he looked at the manual, so it was probably quite easy for him to figure it out.
Which I find funny. This is advanced tech. You're also leaving like the autopilot in there, and you're also like, well, I guess it makes sense, right? You're going to send them back to a certain point in the time stream. But we see him do that, kind of just like push everybody off and leave as they're shooting out into back to the year 3000. And this is where we see the absolute worst part of Alex.
Oh, absolutely, 100%,
1,000%.
And also to go back to Dot 2 again, this is kind of similar to what happens in the season finale of the first season of Dot 2 with the ninth Dot, where he's like, I'm sending my companion back to where she came from because she does not deserve to die, and if there's one person that's going to die, it's going to be me.
Yep.
But yeah, oh my god, I literally, this was my note. Biggest dick move from, like, if I was going to pick, like, I guess the moment in RPM might be more dickish on a more grand scheme of things, but again, just in terms of a personal, like, between the teams, this has to be the biggest dick move from any of the Rangers ever. And yes, Alex is a Ranger.
Well, you got one more, so he is a Ranger.
Got one more, so he's a Ranger, but yeah.
That and he was the original Red Ranger before, you know.
Yeah.
So, even without the morph.
Yeah, the memory adaptation.
But
like a lot of people, I was talking about this with other people. I'm like saying like this has to have been like Alex. Alex says it's standard procedure, but the fact that Jen knew nothing about this, and Jen is a high-ranking member of Time Force, like she would know about this,
right?
She had to have known. Like, this makes me believe that Alex was lying to them because he wanted Jen to forget about Wes.
I also,
without a doubt.
Also, it could have been like when they've changed the time so much by this point that maybe standard procedure has changed, right? Because you never know how policy changes until it actually is like, well, yeah, like you ever go to a job and like the dress code changes, or you see like, hey, you can no longer have your phone on your person, you have to lock it in a locker, or what have you. Or during COVID, like a lot of places did the opposite, like you could have your phone on your person in case like somebody you know is like sick and got taken to the hospital or whatever, because of that, right? So a lot of like warehouses and a lot of like distribution centers just started allowing you to drag your phone onto the floor with you. But
I guess, but at the same time, it's still the biggest dick move.
It is.
Like,
That's
hey, Jen, how are you? Like, what happened to us? Oh, he's dead, but don't worry, I'm gonna erase your memory so that you forget about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, what I'm saying doesn't compare to the fact of if you're getting your fucking mind altered, you know. But I'm just like, procedure can change, rules can change, and because of timey-wimey bullshit in this plot, we don't know, like, you know, if that was kind of what happened here between that. Maybe it's a lot stricter in this version of the time, you know, the time
maybe
force.
But I just like to believe that it's strictly so that Alex can do a last ditch effort to make Jen forget about Wes.
I find it hilarious that she breaks off the fucking engagement after he tries to wipe her memory,
and the whole fan base rejoices.
Yes.
Yeah, because the reason I can back this up because he seemed he seemed like more dead set on wiping Jen's memory more than any of the other teams. Like he was always so focused on Jen, so that makes me believe like he lied to them to get Jen to forget about Wes.
Yeah, but you notice how unbothered he was by the fact that the engagement was broken off. Like it seemed
Well,
like it
no,
didn't phase him at all.
he was kind of bothered by it, but at the same time, it's like that was my last ditch effort to do it. I failed, so what else do I have?
I just got like the expression of like, well, fuck it, whatever. It just rolled right off right off the fucking shoulder there. Like, well, there's plenty of other women who find me attractive.
Well, no, that's kind of the impression they were going off. Like, even though Alex was devastated, he still respected her decision.
I don't think Alex knows the term respect, Luke.
Oh no, he doesn't. I don't think he does. So yeah, the other note I had for the finale was the parallel storytelling between Rancic and Mr. Collins comes full circle here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have Mr. Collins, having his chauffeur or butler or whatever you want to call him, taking people to the hospital that are being, wounded by the whole fight that's going on.
Yeah.
We see Eric and the Quantosaurus getting bodied by the monster because Eric doesn't know how to stop.
Yeah. And then we find out exactly what Wes actually finally just says to him, like, what is it with you?
And then we get a little bit more of like Eric's backstory in this, like he's had to like kind of make do with his own, which kind of makes sense, Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if Eric was because he says he was dirt poor. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't grow up without his parents.
And parentless or like on the streets, kind of learning how to survive, kind of thing. It's just wild to see him get development in the last 3 episodes. Like the bulk of his character development, other than like him scheming behind the scenes to climb up the ranks of the Silver Guardians and, getting goody-goody with Mr. Collins, happens in this 3-part finale.
Well, to play devil's advocate here, Edward Elric in Fullmetal Alchemist, his only character development was at the end, pretty much.
From the moment of the little like Shao Tucker down to the finale, I think is where his development happened. But like at the same time, whatever. Like fucking Fullmetal Alchemist is overrated. Fight me.
At this point, yeah, I kind of agree. I have to agree on that front. I love it, but it is incredibly overrated. But yeah, so we get the clock tower.
I think it is as goodly rated as it should be.
Yes,
I don't
stop having it be the #1 anime.
I never said that.
No, I'm talking about my anime list.
I don't care about my anime.
But yeah, we have the clock tower destruction, which
continues the tradition.
Yeah. And then we get to because I was mentally preparing myself for this moment, like the final scene where we have the Rangers saying goodbye to Wes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. I was like, oh my god. I literally, when I was watching that scene with us, in my mind I was thinking like, think of happy thoughts, Luke, think of happy thoughts, Luke, think of happy thoughts, Luke.
But it makes everything come full circle here, but at the same time, like I think it's one of the saddest moments other than like Zordon's destruction. Because out of all of the teams, like I feel like this is the most cohesive unit of Rangers we've had.
Yeah.
I agree with that point. I do think that if we see the Boom comics get adapted, I would like to see the sequel comic get adapted for this.
Yeah, a lot of some people have issues with Sins from the Future. I still need to watch the video on it, but I know one person at least has a few issues with it.
I can understand having issues with it, but at the same time, I would like it to get adapted as like an alternate, like continuation. Yeah. If we go down that route, because we really don't know what happens with the reboot or anything, or if any of that shit will end up getting adapted. We see bits and pieces of it kind of coming into light. Little nuggets of it getting added in the last couple seasons.
Also, this will be the final season of Power Rangers that ever aired on Fox Kids.
Yeah.
RIP to that.
Yeah. And also as well, we kind of get Mr. Collins giving Wes what he truly wants. Like, hey, I'm gonna make the Silver Guardians basically more like a private police force, but but kind
Free
of
of
like
charge.
merging with the police force of Silver Hills,
Yep.
kind of thing, and making him in charge, which he probably did. He probably made that decision because it's like Wes won't agree to this unless I make it or unless I make sure it's being done for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he kind of had to bite his own tongue there a little bit and take a net loss, I would assume, considering how expensive it is to arm those people. The R&D alone is on some Batman level bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
It's a short-term loss for him. He'll bounce back.
Yeah, he'll bounce back.
The pharma side of his shit alone will make boo bucks. Be like if Batman also had
what's that? You want insulin? No, they'll be $1,000.
Yeah.
Let's adjust that for inflation there, like $10,000 a tube.
No, which I find funny. It takes like
3 cents to make
insulin. It's like 15 cents.
Yeah.
But I feel like what makes this ending scene work is because Jason Thorne and Erin Carter, I can't pronounce the last name, who play Jen and Wes. They did like a reaction to this episode, and they were saying like, yeah, when we were doing this scene, we were actually crying. And it does show. It really does show.
Yeah, it shows that they were emotional. This is a series that kind of helps launch them into, and it does this. Power Rangers does this with a lot of people. It's what a lot of people don't realize. Like, Power Rangers is a way to help launch careers for a lot of people. We have more established actors in this one, like Vernon Wells. At the same time, it made them like more popular. I mean, there's one Yellow Ranger who kind of tries to distance herself from Power Ranger. I think it's Dino Thunder.
It's Dino Thunder,
which is fine.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. But when you're saying stuff like that, it's kind of like, hey, just embrace it. Just be like, haha, yes, I was this ranger.
I can kind of see it with the type of people Power Rangers tends to attract sometimes, wanting to not be around a bunch of sweaty man children who want to, say like, I like looking at your boobs jiggle in the latex and the spandex.
Those types of people.
That doesn't even make any sense because in most of the cases when you see those scenes, those are men wearing the suits.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, you have the opposite end of the spectrum where it's like the fans are like, "Oh, you can't be doing this type of thing. Why? Because you were in a kids show."
Yeah. It's like a massive catch-22 for them. It could lead to them being typecast. Look at how long it took for people like Daniel Radcliffe to escape the grips of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It took him literally taking his cock and balls out on stage to kind of
that's
be like,
because he's been doing the movies for like over a decade at that point. Like you can understand if he did like one movie and they'd be like, oh yeah, but it's just
like Tom Holland will be fucking Peter Parker for the next 5 decades of his life,
Oh, absolutely.
It's just the unfortunate side of show business. You have one massive success. That's all you will ever be to somebody.
It's just something that you have to
because they might have not seen like the other movie you're gonna be in, but that's the one that was the big break that is just in people's head.
Yeah,
you can't decide that.
Yeah, it's like with my family, they'll always say like, "Oh, are you this?" And I have fun with it. I go, "No, I am not this character. I'm not this character."
Yeah.
But I do the same thing with them, where I'm like, "Oh, you can only play this one song, can you?"
Yeah, like I feel like it's really divided. So, like, with Johnny Young Bosch, a lot of people see him as Ichigo. A lot of people will say he's Adam, To me, he'll always be Lelouch, because that is my favorite role of his, right? So, like, getting to meet him, I was like, like, here, this is the Kogias DVDs. Like, this is what I like my autograph on. And
I do. I did really like him in Wolf's Rain, where he played the main character in that.
Yeah. I got that signed, and then I also got like the Hollow Ichigo pop signed. Red's over there like, say Bankai, kind of thing. Because like he's not a big Code Geass fan, but he's a huge Bleach fan. That's what these people are to us in the fandom. I can see wanting to distance yourself from roles. I don't always want to be the heavy metal person. I want to do other things with music, for example. But it's what I'm most known for, outside of making shitty skits for Chainsaw Man, where I play a fucking hentai devil, which will be my ever living legacy on this website, is being the hentai devil. But I think there's one other important note here. At the end, we see Jen hand off her badge to Wes. And I feel like that is the way, like, obviously, like we see in the sequel comic, all of this stuff, be somewhat important. But I feel like that's the most, like, I choose you, as the person I love, instead of Alex, right? That was her moment. And I find that one the most wholesome way to end this. We see Wes win, and getting exactly what he wants out of his dad, not exploiting the people of Silver Hills. And we also see, like, the actual, like, he gets to be something better than, a rich, spoiled brat. He actually made somebody fall in love with him to an extent. And he actually had a family that, he cared about, and the Rangers. Do you want to know what your fangasm count was, Luke? Before
go on. What was the fangasm counter for me?
Before Tyler goes into the morphing calls here, your fangasm count was 18.
Okay, that wasn't as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked. Like, when you said this is one of your, like, favorite seasons, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be, tallying this up for a while. But no, it was 18, which is an average morphing call number.
Yeah, but I feel like it will be probably the only season that I will do the fangasms, because I'll probably get sick of doing it.
I mean, I can imagine Tyler's going crazy with his tabulations over there for all the morphing calls, but he's still doing it. So what is our morphing calls at?
All right. First things first. Just gonna go over the Lightspeed Rangers. They each got one. Which let me pull up their updated tallies. Carter's at 25, Chad's at 23, Joel's at 21, Dana and Kelsey are both at 22, and Ryan is at 6.
Not bad, not bad.
In terms of the Time Force Rangers, in last place, we have Alex with 1.
Yes.
Which puts him in second to last, alongside Zordon and as well as Robo, Ashley, Justin, and Carlos. Then we have a two-way tie between Trip and Katie with 12, which ties them with Billy post Mighty Morphin, pre Once and Always. Then we have Jen with 13, which ties her with Kai. And speaking of Lost Galaxy, next up, another tie, we have Lucas and Eric with 15, which ties them with Maya. I would also like to note that there was a period of time during Time Force where Lucas was leading. Which... yeah, there was a period of time where Lucas was in the lead, which I think that's one of the few times where a Blue Ranger was in the lead with morphing calls. But, of course, with the most, we have Wes with 16, which ties him with Damon from Lost Galaxy. In terms of total for the season, let me pull that up. Time Force is sitting pretty with a total of 89, which puts it ahead of Lost Galaxy, but right under Lightspeed, so it is currently in 3rd place.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, we are currently leaving the Saban era because, yeah, Wild Force was when Saban brand sold it to Disney.
Yeah,
despite what people said.
Wild Force is more of a transitionary series. It's, to me, it has the elements of a Saban season, even though it's owned by Disney.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing: it was sold to Disney before they started filming.
All right, but it still feels like a Saban season.
Yeah, it's it was in that transitionary period. It's still considered, I believe, to most as part of the Saban, even though it was like technically.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the date, and I was like, no, judging by this date, they are wrong.
Right.
I am counting it as part of the Saban. I don't care. The Disney era doesn't officially start for me until Ninja Storm.
I mean, let me look on the Ranger Wiki. That's how we can tell. All
right. Well, while you do that, thanks, I'm just going to go through a few of the Time Force fun facts that I found. So, Danny Southworth, who played Eric, auditioned for the roles of both Adam and Chad Lee. And he's been doing his own stunt work since he was 15 years old and actually did most of the stunt work for Power Rangers before getting the role. So I like to think that whenever he's in the suit, when it's original footage, both in the original and the Mega Battle mode, that is him actually behind the mask, and it's not just a stunt person.
So they list Wild Force in the post Zordon era, right? But this is it is the final season to be produced under the Saban Entertainment branding until the franchise's acquisition by Disney, moving the remainder of the series broadcast from Fox Kids to ABC Kids. So it was shifted partway through the season into what channel it was on. And that's when the acquisition was finalized, right? So it was finalized about halfway through the portion. So they're both technically right.
Okay.
So do we want to split it halfway through, or no? We're not making this shit any more complicated than it already is.
We're not making it any more complicated. So yeah, and also Danny Southworth is probably most famous these days for playing Virgil on Devil May Cry. Jason Thorne did audition for Andros in space, so it's kind of interesting. What would have happened if we had actually got him for in space?
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. Also, as well, Deborah Phillips, who played Katie, auditioned and was surprised that the series was still going on. Like she thought it had ended long ago, like a lot of other people. And the most profaning fun fact is that Eric was supposed to die like Sentai counterpart. And they did actually film 2 versions of the beach scene, one without him and one with him. But the most fun one I found was that Vernon Wells was asked to audition, and guess what he thought Power Rangers was?
What?
Something like SpongeBob with voice actors, with voiceovers.
I mean,
that is legitimately the quote that I'm seeing right now, which is kind of hilarious when he's talking about this season.
It's in live action. How is it SpongeBob?
I mean, he's also not fully wrong because a lot of it is dubbing over.
I guess because he thought like, hey, we want you to audition for this kids series, and then he gets a scene like the scene with Frax, and he's like, and I can just imagine what's going through his mind. Like, I thought this was supposed to be a kids series.
This is before like they decided for like, hey, like all kids shows should be like dumbed down.
Yeah, and apparently, as well, the relationship between Wes and Jen, it wasn't going to be as on the nose as it was. They wanted to keep it subtle, but they were like, you know what? Let's remove that restriction for once, which was for the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had done that once upon back. It was just like, you did what now?
Yeah, and another thing as well is that apparently there was going to be, because of how well the cast worked well together and how popular the series was, they almost came back for another season. So we could have gotten the Time Force Rangers as the Wild Force Rangers,
or they could have just asked Toei, it was like, "Hey, can you make more footage?" And they'd be like, "Again?" It's like, "We'll pay you."
They
all right.
But because there was a strike going on at the time, they decided to cut back. But it's a good what if the Time Force Rangers were the Wild Force Rangers.
It's actually really interesting to think about. Like, can you imagine getting that like second?
Wild Force would have been.
Does that mean Trip would become the Black Ranger, or
he probably would have done? And I guess Katie would still be the Yellow Ranger. Yeah, that would have actually made a lot of sense if Time Force were Wild Force based on Katie being the Yellow Ranger. That would have made a lot of sense, but Jen would have become the White Ranger, and that would have made her the leader properly then.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would, because she would have been a reflection of the first white female leader.
Oh boy.
But yeah, those were the fun facts I found.
Nice. That's quite a lot of fun facts, and we hit 3 hours and like 12 minutes on this recording, by the way, guys.
Oh my god, I wanted to keep it under 2 hours.
No worries.
It's good that it's long, because there's only 3 seasons I'll be in this video.
Yeah, I was doing it more for Tyler's sake, because I know, Tyler, you mentioned that you've got a get up early tomorrow.
Yeah. So, we'll see you in the Wild Force portion of this, depending on where you view it. Might be separate video or right after this. Till then, peace.
Peace.
Wild Force, we're here.
Wild access.
We're here, finally. We've done it. We've completed the post-Zordon era. Literally, like, 11 days before the end of the year.
We did it.
Yeah.
And unlike a certain Megazord, our dad didn't call and told us to get in the van.
Oh, no.
Forever.
No, we'll get to that when we get to it. But honestly, this season, going through it again, because I watched quite a bit of it when I was a kid. I didn't get through all of it, but going back and watching all of it, it's given me a newfound appreciation for it. There are elements that I don't like about the season, but overall,
we definitely didn't spend 10 minutes of an episode debating the logistics and ethics of it.
Okay, yeah, but overall, people say we have had people saying like, "Oh, this is one of the more underrated seasons," and yeah, I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of my knowledge of the season came from like Watch Mojo and various countdown channels,
which is not a good source of anything.
No, it's really not. But like Forever Red's been heavily referenced in their countdowns. A lot of the like moments near the end, like with Toxica dying and then inevitably getting brought back. Like a lot of those moments were like top 10 dramatic moments or like best team ups. Like, and I've watched like Forever Red outside of this context because I was curious about it after seeing stuff like that and then watching like the legendary battle in Megaforce. I'm like, there's got to be a better anniversary special than this, and everybody seemingly agrees, like Forever Red being one of the best episodes of all time. But like having zero context to a lot of this, and this being like my first, watch through of the season, I gotta say it's a phenomenal season. I do have like issues with it as well, specifically like near the end, but it's not egregious. It's not like I'm going to sit here and fucking trash this season. It's a good send-off because this was another like potential send-off for the Rangers until they relocated to New Zealand where they filmed up until like Cosmic Fury. So I guess we start with monkeys. Lots and lots of monkeys.
Yes, which as soon as I saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, the Boca Skull chimpanzees are back!"
All right, enough monkeying around.
I've just got to ask, what's your guys' opinion on the Ranger suits for this season?
They're pretty cool.
I like them.
I really like them. I feel like oh wait, was anyone else gonna say anything?
No.
No.
No, I'm gonna let you finish first, and then say
Yeah.
what I'm gonna say.
But I feel like this season does a fantastic job of like taking. I feel like they took a bit of like of what Lost Galaxy did with their suits and improved upon it. Like no Charlie Brown stripes, but they all have like the gold sashes.
I do like the Charlie Brown stripe though.
It's
I mean
pretty cool.
It's pretty funny.
yeah, I mean
it's
the
better
gold.
than the Peppermint Rangers, you know.
I actually like theirs for a big reason because it's like their transformations, you know. Then the salute afterwards.
Like it made sense in that context. I just hated the design of them. And the morphing sequence was dope as hell, but like that.
Yeah, the morphing sequence for this season is directly translated from the original Sentai.
We
Now, there
have
is
a
one-
lot of fucking cell phone rangers coming up, I believe, too.
Yeah, we
Yes.
do. But there is one thing that I want to quickly get out of the way. Let's just address the elephant in the room here.
The elephant in the room.
I did post this for Youthx in DMs, so I just want to get this out of the way. Yes, Cole's actor in this season did kill his roommate with a sword, but for his appearances in this season and the season and one of the season where he appears, we're not going to air that. We're not going to judge him on that. That just wanted to get the elephant out of the room.
Yeah, like we're not going to judge the season based on the actions of the actor, just like we didn't judge like Jason stuff based on his actions. We mentioned it, but we're not going to judge, the season as a whole based on the actions of one actor. And we'll do the same for Andrew Gray.
And we'll do the same for the next season because the next season has the Curse of the Red Ranger as well.
Oh right, because
he committed suicide.
Yeah.
Because it was obvious he was struggling with mental health issues.
Yeah. Again, somebody that struggles with depression and mental health issues, like I'm not going to weigh that down on him as well.
But yeah,
I gotta say, like, the running in this for Cole in particular is the most ridiculous fucking thing. This was Naruto running, as I put it in the notes.
Yeah,
there.
you called it Naruto running.
I fucking hated that though.
And there are like times where he was like on all fours too.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of goes with the animal theming, and they mostly walk on all fours when they're attacking and whatnot as rangers.
So, just to clarify, Zangetsu, you're going to be dipping in and out to play your turns.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to a game night episode with Zangetsu, and it's late as fuck for Luke.
I'm playing Pathfinder.
Well, it's not late for me. It's only midnight for me at the moment.
That's late for normal humans. Okay, we're not normal humans. I'm a third shifter. You're just devoted, and then everyone else has their own things.
His beans and toast have a lot of caffeine in it.
That it does. I'm.
You know what? Funny enough, I was gonna eat beans on toast today. Just for that.
You filthy Brit. I have to pick up the slack for Ann Arbor. I have to say, like, I'm finding newfound appreciation for Yellow Rangers here lately.
Oh yeah, because when I was thinking of this season, I was thinking like, who's the one ranger that Fex would want them to be stepped on by? And it was like, it's Taylor.
It's Taylor. Like, goddamn, she can get it.
Which, by the way, I've got to say, her outfit with the gold sash, that really does blend in and looks really good.
Yeah, it does. Like, there's some good fashion sense in this season, and that's not something you see often, except for Cole, who just casually keeps ripping his fucking shirt off.
Because the writers keep writing, and and he rips his shirt again.
Yep.
Okay, could you rewind that scene for me again? Okay, thank you.
Like, you can drink wine from his abs, okay? He also had to have been like the gay / bi-awakening for a lot of people.
Probably. But also as well, Cole is essentially Dr. Dolittle in this season.
Yeah. And in a cut scene, he apparently turns into Dr. Dolittle.
At the end of the season, yeah. But there is one other element about the first episode that we have to talk about quickly, and that is the henchman of the season, Jinjax and Toxica. Because I do I remember not thinking much of them when I was a kid, but now I think they're probably one of my favorite duos of henchmen.
Oh, yeah.
Because unlike other seasons where you have like a group of henchmen, you have like the main bad guy and then like 6 or 7 henchmen. This season, it's only really them two for the majority of the season.
Yeah, it's one of those seasons in which like you don't really spend like that much time with the main bad, in case for like for he technically doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So so they have to pick up the slack, and them being the 2 generals, and they're always consistent, even though there's like a rose gallery of like other orcs and one weirdo fake orc.
Yeah.
He didn't even come with his own design. He had to steal a suit from some other season.
Yes, he did. And also, by the way, in case people are watching this and wondering, yes, I do ship Jinjax and Toxica because it's obvious that they've been around for 3,000 years. They have to have done it at least once.
There's no other orcs around.
Best friends.
There's no other orcs around. There's nothing to do. Let's just bang one out real quick.
Yeah,
but I think that's the way you make other orcs. I just assume they were like evil spirits you put in like constructs or something.
Yeah, they're just like trash mechs, basically, in a way. I do find it funny, like the amount of pollution shit that we kept getting in this, like the heavy-handed pollution and environmentalism themes. Oh, calm down, you.
I kind of feel like it's on brand, especially with the orcs, because one, I think they're formed from like the bads of the world, or the the negative energy of the planet, and like pollution's a good theming for that. They also come back as items from our world.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like we see recycling used in a weird way here. Like we take like the discarded fucking air conditioning units and cars, a random ass tombstone, like all of this shit that you would never think of being like a monster being turned into a monster. Where we came from, like Fester creating shit with clay, right? On down to this. It's just a wild fucking transition.
Yeah. But yeah, my other note for the first episode was Taylor being a badass by punching Cole and saying he's being drafted. Man, just imagine if Zordon had recruited the original 5 that way.
Yeah.
All right. Also, you're gonna have to give him that Mike Tyson special and then drag him here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. What if they lose any teeth, we'll cover it with the dental plan.
with the dentist orc. What else was I going to say? Yeah, and also I had taste the rainbow motherfucker whenever the wild swords use the mega roar.
And Zangetsu is taking his turn. So like I gotta say, like my last note here, I gotta flip back to it. It's funny because like how this happened, like the recruiting for Cole, right? Is they just full on fucking kidnapped him. Like
pretty much.
Like they knocked him out. They forcibly gave the man a bath because he stank so much from being in the jungle, which makes sense. Like there's no Harry's or like Dollar Shave Club in there, so I'm shocked he's not out there with like a full on beard and shit, So sponsor us, please. But like it's like you are like a government official that went AWOL and you're committing another crime, which is far from like the military committing crimes, but it is funny to me in a kid show.
Mhm.
And the sword here, like the ultimate weapon in episode 1, like they just, why is the default attack pattern just fucking Getsuga Tensho?
Because every single sword attack in this franchise is a repackaged Getsuga Tensho.
It's stupid. There are other ways to swing a sword.
Well, technically, it should be the other way around because Bleach came out after this season.
No, we don't use logic here, Luke.
Yeah.
You're the one that debated the childhood logic of a fucking 9-year-old that's a reincarnation of a god for like a good 15 minutes.
And I'm gonna debate it again when we get to that point.
But on to episode 2.
Yeah,
we're
so
just straight up murdering civilians here. To start it off.
And also as well, we have the quote unquote mentor figure of this season, Princess Shayla, being confused about orcs growing large, which she shouldn't be. It's like she was from the past. She should have seen orcs growing large before. But
yeah, it's
but
kind of weird.
Yeah, but the one thing I do love most about this episode is when Toxica and Drindrax go into their main base and meet Master Org. Toxica is like, yeah, I don't trust this guy, even though he's calling himself Master Org. Yeah, there is something off about this guy. Which for one of the generals to do that, like in another season, they'd just be blind in front of it and be surprised, like, oh my god, this is not the guy we trusted. Like, no, she immediately clicks onto it.
Yeah, no, like it's we're so used to stupid henchmen, right? Like straight up dumber than dirt, but like Toxic is a smart little cookie. I like her. And definitely do not DM me any Toxica Rule 34 on Twitter. That would be very
People
unwelcome.
are gonna do that, Vex. Now that you've said that, people are gonna do it.
That is the goal here, Luke.
Right, but also as well, I think you said Master Org looking like he's taken a lot of drugs.
Yeah, no, like he looks like a fucking heroin addict here. Like full on. Because this ain't going to get fucking ads in any way, shape, or form because it'll be so long. The robot won't check it. And I'll have to appeal it 97 fucking times.
Yeah, and of course I had to do it like all the Tommy Wiseau jokes with Master Org.
Like he's just Tommy Wiseau in drag.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just hobo drag. I have on here a very dumb note because none of my notes ever for this series are serious. Onied all over because the Onis get basically jizzed out here in this episode.
Oh, yeah.
And Toxica's the one shooting seeds to make the orcs grow.
Yeah.
I am so unserious when we film these.
No, because that is legitimately what it happens.
Yeah, like
they made us hear that chant that she did throughout all the season. Evil spirits of toil and strife, give this fallen org new life. Yeah.
The fact that it's a different inflection nearly every episode and they didn't just pull it from the fucking sound bank means that this poor woman had to say that 40 fucking times. Or, well, more like 38 because of the 2 episodes where she was dead. But, yeah, I feel bad for this actress.
Yeah.
Also, like, well, 37, because also Jindrax did it during the 1 episode, the Carnival Bros. But yeah, episode 3 is just backstory, a lot of backstory. You guys have anything for episodes 2 or 3? That's all my notes for those.
Yeah, I had for episode 3, which is the invisible. We're gonna be attacked by an invisible camera. But yeah, I just had the backstory of Animaria, Animaria and the Animarium, which coincidentally is the same backstory that was made into a storybook. But one thing I did say, and this is one thing that always annoyed me, orgs that shouldn't exist 3,000 years ago exist, such as Camera Org.
Well, like Sangetsu was saying, it's basically like a play on, like fucking environmentalism and like recycling. So they're just using the discarded junk to make these orgs. The org is essentially the spirit, basically. So like cameras, printers, AC units, all this technology that didn't exist 3,000 years ago are going to exist when they resurrect these because they're just inhabiting like the discarded junk.
And I'm guessing by the statues, most of them were like, most of their quote unquote original bodies were like totems or, or ritualistic dolls of some kind.
Yeah, ritualistic dolls, totems, oni, because like the samurai one we get later on the or whatever the fuck his name was that made the shadows. That dude is just like a straight up play on folklore, so we dive into that kind of stuff as well. But it's an interesting concept, like watching like orcs just try and fucking come to terms with like new bodies and shit too, because they just roll with it. It's like they're like, okay, I'm in a fucking camera now, whatever. Let me figure out what my powers are going to be based on this. Lens flare, Christopher Nolan effect. Let's J.J. Abrams this shit. It's weird, but I kind of fuck with it. Like, it's a cool concept.
Yeah. And one other note I had for episode 2 was Cole being confused by no heart and the orc saying, "And you don't have a brain."
Really doesn't.
Well, that just goes back with the spirits possessing stuff. Like, they have no heart because they like literally have no heart.
Yeah. You
can't have a heart if you're an AC, like if you're an air conditioning unit.
Exactly, like or a camera or any of the other random discarded junk that we see turn fucking season. Episode 4, my singular note is Danny has a fear of both heights and commitment.
No, my note was that
he's just like me for real.
Honestly,
I did have a couple of notes here. On top of that, obviously this is the beginning of their phrase "never give up."
Yeah, no,
that Max and Danny, which can be eye rolling, but again, the old series had more phenomenal. So
yeah,
and it's only for one season, so we'll give them a pass on this one.
Like, I love heights, but like I feel Danny on a lot of levels, like overcoming fear is like a very big struggle for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I do like the friendship between Max and Danny, because Max throughout the series always has that insecurity of just being the youngest of the group and wanting to prove himself. Like, I'm not a kid, I can look after myself. But Danny also having some inferiority complexes as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the bell org in this episode just gives everyone a headache.
I love bells.
Yeah. Dong, 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 dong.
It's better than like the fucking ocarina org that we get later on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What are you talking about? He could have been fabulous at the R&B rap barbecue night.
Yeah. And also as well, we have the Sharknado spin, where Max is just picked up and spun around until it creates a tornado because he's the Shark Ranger.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. I love
It's
it.
stupid, but I love it.
That-
I
and
really,
this predates that movie, so they ripped them off.
I really want to watch those movies just to see how insane they are.
First one is definitely a watch. The other ones, no.
No. I am committed to watching them all.
What
But
is
one
it
of
with you and just committing to torturing yourself?
because I'm insane, Vex. But one thing we'll give Danny over a certain other ranger is that a likable guy who can chase a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Joel.
Yeah. He didn't need his harassment, okay? He just ran with it, and he got the girl until he didn't have the girl anymore because, like, he's a Power Ranger.
Because after the second episode she appears, we never see her again, and that annoys us because Joel got the woman but Danny didn't.
Yeah, and Danny
Just the-
deserved
And
the woman.
Danny deserved him, like Danny earned it more.
Yeah, Danny is just the most lovable character in this season.
I mean, he's cuddling with a teddy bear at night. Like, he's just a wholesome little boy.
To
Like,
be fair, I kind of would too, considering I had to sleep. You had to sleep on stone.
yeah, no, I'm kidding.
And he had to advertise for the pajama themed Sentai.
Maybe we'll watch that on a Vex watched it. I don't know.
I'm down to watch Pajama Sentai. Why
That
not?
is one in which it looks like the suits have animal print on them.
Oh,
I'm not joking. It's
that.
a Minecraft.
I know that one. I know the one you're
God.
talking about.
Yeah, they have Minecraft like blocks for Megazords.
Fuck it, we'll stream it on Twitch. Until Twitch probably bans it. Well, I mean, if
Till
you
Toei bans,
yeah, honestly, till Tony bans it, it's not Twitch.
which
You
will be
just-
5 seconds.
Yeah. We'll stream it in Discord on like a stage or something, and you can all join us.
But yeah, so the notes I had for episode 5 were we get the elephant sword in this episode, which you would think that we would get the secondary swords a little bit more later, but no, we're getting them right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we get the auxiliary swords pretty quickly, and that's pretty cool. Thankfully not 100 of the fuckers, but we get like 100 glowing orbs near the end, but we'll talk about the Kingdom Hearts 3 style ending when we get to it.
Yeah. But my other note really for this episode was people being confused about Shia's outfit because you see her walking around and everyone's just like, what is that woman dressed up? I'm like, her outfit doesn't look any different from a normal person.
No, honestly, she's just wearing a fucking wedding dress, basically. Like, I mean, cool. You got married today and in 3 days, and then whenever the fuck else you get out there, you know.
Yeah, but
maybe
it's not like
have a Vegas wedding.
I mean, it's not like the outfit that Jem wears in the team up episode.
Listen, that outfit is perfect. That
outfit was fire.
I am just saying that outfit. That is one that you would turn your head and look at that.
I turn my head, look at that, and point them in the direction of the nearest rave.
But yeah, I also had the note of when she goes, "Oh, the spirit is trapped in there forever." It's like that never, ever, ever, ever works.
No, it doesn't work, but it's also fucking hilarious to think about. Like, we have a literal fucking, like, elephant here, and also like motorcycles, and Cole trying to learn how to ride a motorcycle in the same episode.
Correction, trying to ride his best friend who turned into a motorcycle.
I love that because it reminds me of when Lightning Cruiser in Turbo did that with TJ. It was like, is the car trolling him?
Yeah,
it's like,
but it's not trying to troll him in this case. It's just like, I'm gonna be a motorcycle, so I won't be able to move that much. Could you figure it out?
Like, it's fucking funny to me. Like, he's riding.
It's like, I'm not supposed to be in this shape. It's actually hurting me. Could you hurry it up?
Figure this shit out so we can go zoom, and I can turn back into my normal shape,
Yeah.
please.
And of course, with the elephant sword, we get the elephant armor, which is just basically a sword and shield.
And what the man with the shield should have been, as Sangetsu put it.
No, I'm saying as in they should have used it more often. They literally only used it like 2 times?
Yeah.
And one of the times was blocking Dragonzord's attack.
Yeah, I was blocking the drill thrust, I think. It's been half a year at this point. I'm not even joking. It's been like half a year since that season was watched. But like that's basically it. Like we get the obligatory motorcycle episode, we get an auxiliary Zord. We shit on the fact that the man with the shield is like not utilized that much in OG Power Rangers, and then we
But
get
every promotion shot, they'll show it.
Yep, you can do it yourself. Bash your action figures together, consume.
I will.
As I say with my friend group, do it yourself, you lazy fucks.
Yeah.
I kind of don't feel like buying the Dino Zord, the Dino Megazord though. Maybe I'll get the Super 7 figure of it.
Yeah, like, fucking, what number of re-release of the Dino Zord are we on? Like, 18, 19? We get the Fairy Tale episode, though.
Yeah,
the,
which introduces the draft sword.
And the dreams come true, maybe.
Yep.
I mean, also, we already have enough fairy tales with the Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, with Sheila being the well, I guess she's the lady of the pond.
Listen, there wasn't enough money in the budget to make a literal lake on Animaria, okay?
I mean, it used to be a lake, but they had to go up high.
Well, yeah, technically the Animarium spouted out and that formed the Turtle Lake. Because the Animaria is in the shape of a turtle, which I always question why there was not a turtle sword.
Maybe it was one of the 100 that was sleeping.
Yeah.
But in
we never got to see them.
Yeah, they were just orbs of light.
Yeah.
That just pew beamed in the end.
Yeah, there was a reason for that. Also outside of the actual season.
Okay, yeah. I'm dying to know.
Go on.
It's because it's called the 100 piece that
Right.
Listen. The only series at this moment that can legitimately say, yeah, we're going to show all 100 of them is the 100 girlfriends.
No, I dead ass believe they're going to show.
I can't wait to see the combined form of all the 100 girlfriends Megazord.
That's already come already. But no, that is legitimate.
What?
The author and the artist.
I'm sure he's come quite a bit.
Probably to the grandma girlfriend.
Oh my god. But no, the author and the artist have legitimately confirmed that yes, we are going to show all 100 of them.
Listen, if he doesn't come on mommy girlfriend's abs, I'm going to beat MC. Okay.
I am waiting for the girlfriend that is legitimately just a parody of Super Sentai. I am waiting for that one.
There will be. Like, it's Japan.
Yeah, there will be. But yeah, we also in this episode have Cole pining for his parents, which I've got to say, I called In Space the tragedy of Andros as like a subtitle. I think Cole's whole story is more tragic than Andros for one key reason. He never gets reunited with his parents, Cole.
Yeah, well, I mean, Andros really didn't get reunited with anybody else other than Nostromo.
No. He was looking for his sister all that time, and he eventually got his sister back. But no,
yeah, he got his sister back, but only like a fraction of like his his planet's people exist out there. Like a large portion of them just died on the planet.
Yeah, like, and then in Lost Galaxy, we kind of had, like, the tragedy, but, like, the not tragedy of, like, brother dying, and then fucking... Like, the Red Ranger's entire arc is literally just to suffer. They are the Peter Parker of this franchise.
It's like, even though this ain't related to this season, he still had the trauma of, like, potentially losing almost all of his team at one point, which is highly,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't tell us out there in the open, but it's like, why did you have all those morphers? Who were the other Rangers? We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to it.
No, we already went over that season.
All right, I thought you were talking about Megaforce for a second then.
No.
In space.
Oh,
In
okay.
space.
Okay.
We get Long Boy in this episode though, so
Yeah, we get the giraffe sword.
He's
Which
a sword or spear.
which becomes the spear, and it's the only season where you can legitimately see a giraffe riding a shark.
Outside of like Toys R Us commercials.
Yeah, that is so stupid. The giraffe just hopping on the shark's back.
I love it. It's so
I
stupid.
love it as well.
Danny continuing to be wholesome as well.
Yeah, like Max getting bored of Alyssa's story and then Danny having to bail him out.
Yeah. And also the fact that he's like they're helping him cast his wish at the end. And this is where we thought we escaped the next time on
Yes, because we had it.
Next time we forgot. Oh, this time we won't have a next time. Next time.
Listen here, you motherfuckers. Make up your mind.
Well, apparently, I have checked specs, and this is the last season that does
Thank
that. There is no
fucking God.
There is no next time on Ninja Steel, as far as I can tell. No, not Ninja Storm.
There's too many ninjas and too many dinos.
Why is everybody in this
How
franchise?
dare you? I
ninja?
love the ninjas.
But
Except the last one. The last one, it would go away.
Ninja Steel was
The first two ninjas, you're cool.
Yeah. But my other note for this episode, Taylor not believing in fairy tales, yet people believe the Earth is flat, and our tech fakes the moon landing, despite the fact that this.
Vex, Luke.
What?
I want y'all to remember the animated series Beast Wars.
Oh God.
Yes.
Transformers Beast Wars. You look at that and tell me the moon landing was fake.
No, it wasn't. It's just people not wanting to believe the government. Even though they get paid by the government.
Like
at times.
if the moon landing happened now with deepfake technology, I'd buy it a little bit more. But like back then with like the whole Kubrick bullshit is like Stanley Kubrick was the one that helped fake the moon. No. He would not cooperate with anybody long enough to fake the fucking moon landing.
He legitimately would be someone who would be like, no, we have to do another take of that. Everyone gets sick of him after a while.
Do you guys not know this man drove some of his actors insane? Do you think the government would have just fucking executed him, for being an uncooperative dickhead? No, you're fucking crazy.
And also as well, Taylor not believing in the fairy tale, yet she is part of a legitimate fairy tale right here. The Animarium is a fairy tale.
You are literally standing with the lady in the lake. Come on, get over yourself. You're not that special.
Yeah, and also, people believe in the Earth is flat and our take is fake, despite the fact that this season has awful sword CGI.
Still better than the fucking Quantosaurus.
It's still better than a lot of the later Sentai seasons CGI.
It's on par with Once and Always, and that's saying something because that came out this fucking year.
The CGI for the final mech of Zenkaiger did not look that good. It's the one in which all of them combine. Well, all of the main team combines.
Oh God. No, I'm good.
The Zord looks really good. It's just the CGI for it does not look great.
Like Dawn Brothers had some rough fucking CGI too.
Yeah. So that this one, it definitely looks good for its time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 2004 for our version. I think it was 5-6 years before that for Japan.
Not that far.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm so used to us.
This
taking
was
forever.
this was basically at the time in which like they were only like a year behind.
I'm so used to it being like 4 or 5 years.
No, it doesn't get like that until later.
But yeah, like that was episode 6. Episode 7, we see this is the bear episode. This is
Oh, the Bear Brothers.
we got
yeah.
double 11s here.
And I've just got to say, the title of the episode, The Bare Necessities. Look for the bare necessities.
Which is appropriate because around the time this season was out, like Disney bought them.
Yeah,
Yes.
honestly.
Yes.
Also, Bear Wheel.
Bear Wheel. Also, Taylor's dad technically deserted. I love how she's just summarily brought back into the Air Force in the end as well.
Yeah, and I love the fact
didn't
that
face any charges for going AWOL whatsoever.
yeah, and I
But
love
Zordon always has contingency plans. It's like he wasn't even alive then.
I love the fact that she just shows up to the Air Force and it's just like, hey, I'm a superior officer here, but never shows the person like, okay, where's your ID or
And the
question,
person,
sir?
the guy never asked. You're supposed to ask for it first.
Your fucking identification, your superior officer, like there's rules for this, and they follow none of them.
Like you're supposed to think like a soldier, not somebody who's just working at McDonald's.
You know what? Fuck it. You can have a couple extra sweet and sours. I don't care. I don't get paid enough. I'm going to go smoke my blunt out back.
Based.
I've literally had that at fucking McDonald's. Dude, just say, I don't get paid enough for this. Let me go smoke my blunt in peace.
Yeah. But the only other note I had for this episode, aside from the fact that the bears make the lion sick, poor lion, he went through a lot. Is the fact
he's not
that
strong enough to contain all the power of the Bear Brothers. He can contain one of them, but not both.
Right. So he gets polar or black.
Yeah.
But also as well, the fact that the Bear Brothers in their human form, they do not speak. So kids not speaking for once in Power Rangers, like that's a breath of fresh air.
Only Kite.
No, it's more of like they didn't want to pay them more.
Yeah, that's what it really is.
Because if they had a speaking role, they would legitimately have to pay them more. Because they did talk, they could give them like the pay for the the standby. What is it called?
Appearance role, basically.
Yeah, appearance role. Yeah.
But like if they speak X number of lines, they have to pay them a number.
That's why a lot of like the actors around like season 1 of Mighty Morphin didn't talk, even though you would think they would for like they're interacting in the scene. You think they would like be talking, like interacting. Nope.
They're there for a day, right?
Yes.
Literally, like they get paid the same, I believe, for like a 20-minute appearance as they would like 5 hours there for that kind of shit too. It's really sketchy. But like, yeah, there's not a whole lot there. We did this all for some seeds and stems was my other note.
Yep. It's like, my favorite flower.
Mary Jane. Nope. Oh, okay, never mind. It's crazy. Like, all of that.
Maybe it's like something similar to what happens later on. Ooh, in which like they were reincarnated, and it's like, why are we kids? I don't know. Do we have these flowers to change us back to normal? Yeah.
Maybe because we're just innocent beings in this whole situation.
We're corrupting Luke one episode at a time here.
You've already corrupted me.
Next time, join us with the evil shark ninja alien.
We got the deforestation episode as well.
Deforestation with our devastation.
Yeah.
We got DK Donkey
also,
Kong.
Yeah, we've got the gorilla sword in this episode going bananas and using lasers to grow trees and basically creating the banana bombs from worms.
Yes.
I say that with 100% seriousness to anyone watching because that is legitimately how the gorilla sword does his attack.
And he has an actual actual weapon when he's in his when he's in the Kong Megazord form. It's an anchor. It's pretty cool. We don't see it much.
Yeah, and I was like, where did this anchor come from?
It has bananas on the anchor.
Tyler, take over for me for a few minutes.
Banana anchor.
So yeah, Tyler, what did you think of the gorilla going bananas?
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, but also as well, what is even more funnier is that we see the aftermath sometimes of the bananas fully gone characters, and they're just like, this is
like
one big banana.
Yeah, most notably when I remember I know that's skipping ahead, but when the bananas fell on Toxica and Gindrax when they were commentating over with the Lion Tamer episode. That was arguably at its best.
Yeah, and we'll get back to the commentary portion because I have something to say about that. Because that is one of my favorite episodes of the season. But also in this episode, we get more of Cole's backstory involving his parents, and straight up find out no, they were legitimately murdered. The only time when humans in the series were straight up murdered on screen, officially.
Also, is this around the time in which we had the Soulbird saga?
Yeah, this was the Soulbird saga because we get the egg of the Soulbird at the end of this episode. But also,
okay, my memory doesn't fail me.
Yeah, but also as well, we have one of the early boss encounters because we have Master Org having his first fight with Cole in this episode. Because I think they fight like 3 times if you include the finale.
Didn't he show up to fight like earlier than this?
I think he did.
Because I could have sworn he fought against White Tiger.
Yeah. First time meeting Master Org. Yeah, that was with the elephant sword. But no. But yeah. Like his first proper fight with Master Org in this episode, and we get like hints that they in this episode that they may have more in common than they initially thought. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, you're back, Vex.
Yep.
Tapping out.
Okay.
All right.
So, where are we at?
We're at episode. So we have Bare Necessities, which was episode 7. Episode 9, where we have the Soulbird hatching.
Okay, cool.
And becoming the new cockpit for the Megazords.
So, Soulbird and Mommy Shayla save the day was the note I had here. The puns in this one were top tier. Like I agreed with you here for a moment because like the orcs were knowing how to ride the train.
Yeah, because Ginjax says ever since I was a little orc, I've always wanted to be a train conductor. No trains existed 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, this was a weird one. Is Tyler okay? He's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Tyler's okay.
I just I cracked my neck and then it like my neck started to hurt and it like shot up into my forehead and I got a bit of a headache.
Ouch.
I hate when that happens. So we got top tier sound mixing this episode, which is a rarity because sometimes there's this like lag between like sound effects and like dialogue. So as a sound engineer, I was really pleased with this one.
Oh, also one thing I want to say is that during this watch through of Wild Force, Discord, you've got to fix the whole issue with the coloring.
I mean, it got better once I updated my graphics driver a second time, but I do believe like there was still some color saturation issues I don't know if it's a Discord thing, it's a copyright thing, if it's like all this other random bullshit. Because like Crunchyroll doesn't work through here, so we can't like stream shows for Crunchyroll on here
Well, actually,
anymore.
Crunchyroll's working for me now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't working for me the other night, so it might be a US thing. I mean, we're stupid when it comes to copyright.
Yeah.
Fucking
But,
Netflix doesn't work.
oh, don't even get me started on Netflix.
Voodoo, a lot of these other sites just full on block that. Maybe it's like a copyright related thing that we're doing here or testing out. I don't know. But it was better near the end. Once Nvidia decided to update it, their drivers again. But I do agree that is a fucking stupid glitch that we were experiencing at some point. I loved one thing in here above everything else, and that was Danny getting buried by bananas.
Yes, we mentioned the whole buried by bananas thing when we were talking about the last episode. But one thing I did love about this, a bear and a bear, what does that make you? Goldilocks.
God, yes.
And also the org general in this episode looking like Thousand Eyes Restrict.
God, yeah, no, fucking hell. I
Yeah,
wonder, like, fully how many ideas came from this season for other shows too.
Probably a lot. But there is one other thing that's interesting about this episode is that the general Rinatax was the personal bodyguard of Master Org 3,000 years ago. But when he sees like the modern day Master Org, he's like, "Who are you?" So that gives it like this is not the original Master Org, right? Very early on.
Yeah, no, they were dropping hints left and right this season of like this is an imposter, but it's not really an imposter fully. It's just an imposter partially.
Yeah, it's. I said this to. Well, I said this about Sanaka, but it could apply the same for Master Org as well. Is that it's kind of like a Bakura and Yami Bakura / Sork situation.
Yeah, no, like it very well could be. We don't know fully like what the actual line was between like good and bad Master Orc, like the Adler's version and the actual like canonized version of Master Orc, so to speak.
I would probably say that the canonized version of Master Orc was probably just evil in terms of like it was just his nature at the time, whereas like the Adler Master Org was just no, he is just straight up insane.
Yeah, because like as we progress, we watch his mind basically deteriorate from the power of the seeds. Like full on deteriorate to where he's like begging to be finished off. Well, like this is the story about a wolf now, right? I can't.
Edgy twink time.
Edgy twinks.
Yep. So we have Senaku first appearance, and also General Nazor. We have the generic creepy.
First.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, furries first.
Furries first.
Yeah,
okay,
furries.
okay. Go ahead.
Go on.
Oh no, I'm just making a joke.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I had generic creepy music whenever we're building up to Sanaku's reveal. Vacuum cleaner org for all your sucking jokes.
Listen. We can all use a good blowy.
Yeah, they got really blowed on in that episode.
Yeah.
But I've got to say,
I wonder if any of the Zords tried to use the vacuum as a penis pump.
Probably. But I've got to say, as a kid, I still loved it, and as an adult, I still love it. Sanaku's design is just straight up awesome.
Oh god, yes, very much so. I honestly like Zenaku as the edgy twink of this episode. But before Merrick shows up and becomes the edgiest of all edgy twinks, we'll get to more from that later on. But like, I love Zenaku's fucking design. First off, like full on edgelord twink perfect design, going through his emo phase right as Hawthorne Heights is dropping the emo national anthem. Sorry, Black Parade. Ohio was for lovers was first. We'll always go back to that. And no Dashboard Confessionals, you don't get to be in there. I had to get that clip. I'm sorry. I love what Zenaku's motivation / lore is in this scene, right? Because we have the manifestation of guilt and hatred for everything that's transpired here, because Merrick failed his role here. He sacrificed everything by giving up his humanity, and now he feels his internalized guilt towards almost killing his team and then having to be sealed away. But he also has this fucking almost angst build up from 3,000 years of being sealed away, and now wants to do evil, essentially. It's kind of weird. I kind of fuck with it. But also there is something to be said about that mask itself, how it's designed, right? Because it seemed like there was more going on once we get to the backstory of this. There might have been more relics that wouldn't have been so evil that we never utilized. I wish Zangetsu was here to kind of lead on to the Sentai version of this. Maybe we'll get some input later on that. Because it seemed like that area had more than just the one mask, you know?
Yeah.
So did he choose that because he was already predestined to be a little bit edgy evil, or what was really going on here?
You know what? I don't really know.
Yeah, no, that's where Zangetsu's Sentai lore would come and play. We'll wait till he gets turned on, and we'll kind of cycle back to that.
But also as well, the one thing that is just really creepy in this episode is when the elephant sword just disappears, where it's it does its roar, and then it's and then just
right. No, I can remooks while we're in a recording. Cool.
Yeah. And also I wanted to do the One Piece thing here because this actually is appropriate. And on that day, the Wild Force Rangers were completely and utterly defeated because he legitimately just stops them all completely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's nothing left. There's nothing left from them. For a good
to the point that in the next episode where they're actually healing from the injuries. In the next episode, Cole gets a broken arm.
Yeah, Cole gets a broken arm. But we see that Zenaku is a full evil later on too, because he's treating Alyssa's wounds as well. Which is kind of interesting. But we as we go on with the Zenaku arc, right?
Yeah. And I also love the fact that they ask Sheila, how did you not know about this? But she used the excuse of, I was asleep for 3,000 years. You can't keep using that as an excuse.
Oh, absolutely. But they will. It fucking 3,000 years is fucking a long-ass time, you know? But, also, let's be realistic here. 3,000 years, you have to know that there's a bunch of Zords missing. You have to know, what went on right before you fell into a deep slumber. The shit that should be obvious she's ignoring or choosing to withhold information that could help the Rangers for some reason. And we find out later on that maybe her and Merrick were a thing, and then they continue to be a thing a little bit until the end of the season, and then she kind of sets him on his way like a little boy toy. So is Princess Shayla the first fuck girl?
Yes.
It just dawned on me. She used Merrick for 3,000 years, basically, and just set him free. I'm not interested in you anymore because you're a human. Fuck.
Isn't Shayla human?
Yeah, kinda.
Let
I
me
think.
let me have a look.
Or is she a deity technically? And did she get freaky with Animus in the like Zord form or whatever? Not like the other, the dream form. Choosing my words wisely so we maybe get some sort of ad revenue for this video. But like, Jesus Christ, that's so crazy. Like, it's stupid. Like, it's very stupid. But Sinaku with
Well-
skirt go spinny.
Yeah, well, apparently in the Sentai, she's a 1,022-year-old shaman. So I guess she's not human.
Isn't shaman just technically a role?
I don't know. I don't know. This is so confusing about Sheila.
Like, I'm sorry, isn't technically Katara's mom a fucking shaman too?
I guess.
Like,
But yeah,
it's
so
just like a magical being or somebody that has powers technically. Like, yeah, fuck it. It's Power Rangers. I'm thinking too deeply into this bullshit.
you are. Well, hey, that's the fun of it. Think as deep as you want. But one thing that isn't deep is that Jinjax and Toxica being whiny about Sinaku. It's like, we were here before him, and then he shows up.
Yeah, no, I agree with him though. Like, we were here first. Pay attention to us. Me, until like they start realizing, like, wait a minute. Why are we obeying the not Master org?
Yeah. And also in this episode we have Sinaku playing the flute to summon his swords, the alligator, the hammerhead, and the wolf. And yet there was still no. Well, technically there was a swordfish sword. Now that I think about it, but it wasn't a proper swordfish sword that I think of when I think of a swordfish.
Yeah, I agree with you there though. Like, it's kind of weird.
You know what's weird about this whole season? Everybody gets 3 swords except for one. Max. He only gets the shark and the giraffe. Give him another sword. Give him the stingray sword or the zebra sword or the peacock. Just give him something.
Right? No, like there's a lot there that I wish would have happened, and then there's like a bunch more Zords that should have happened that didn't, because it would make more sense for the actual Ranger themselves, right? Like, the whole theme with Max is like water, because his first Zord is a shark, so why not give him the stingray that pops up later on in the finale, or the fucking the swordfish, or like the
I mean,
alligator.
okay, let's look at all the swords that they get. So like we have Cole, who has the lion, the gorilla, and the falcon. I guess you could say the theme about them is like they're either the most powerful or most majestic.
Or they're like or their theme is in the combinations, they are like the big centerpiece.
Yeah. Or I guess you could argue like because the lion's the king of the jungle, I guess the gorilla's the king of the trees and the falcon's the king of the skies.
Neck.
Yeah. And then you have Taylor, who has the 2 bear swords, and then the
bears.
eagle and the bears. So what would be the connection with them?
God, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, at least with Danny, it makes sense because he has the bison, the rhino, and the armadillo, which obviously is indicative of the Earth.
But then you have Alyssa, who has the tiger, the deer, and the elephant. They don't have a theme either.
Yeah. But like tiger, majestic, cat, why not give her like a leopard? Because you have the leopard with Animus. You have like a gazelle maybe, because that's considered a majestic animal as well. Like there's other things.
Give her the giraffe.
Yeah, no, like that's also considered a majestic creature in its own right.
And then you could give I guess elephants. Oh, but Whether or not something is of majesty is kind of subjective, though.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's weird, right? Like there's no themology between like the Zords that they get as they went throughout the season. But I do like that they got multiple Zords though, because it fucking is, very helpful to create all these different combinations. Like, because we get like as we go on, we have the Conga Zord, we have the Isis Megazord, there, and then like Animus pops up randomly. It's fucking cool to see like these different combinations and like them swapping out body parts to meet different needs, right? Like we have the stupid armadillo thing that's a soccer ball.
Shut up! The armadillo sword
The
is the most.
armadillo Zord is stupid as shit, and I will fucking die on that hill.
No, I love the armadillo sword. Like it's just little. It's just a little.
Stupidity is the point, and it is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not love it going with its little nose?
Yeah, but it is like one of the most ridiculous things in this franchise to date. I'm sure we'll get more ridiculous things. We have
we'll get more ridiculous things.
I thought Circuit was stupid, but like
Circuit's an owl. Circuit's just a robot owl. How is that stupid?
But like the whole side plot with Circuit was what was stupid. Like,
oh, okay.
Like
that's not a problem with Circuit. That's not a problem with Circuit himself. That's a problem with Circuit's writing.
Yeah. Also, his design is just wacky, but like it's not as egregious as something like fucking Gosei, which we'll get to.
Oh, don't even get me started on Gosei.
We'll get to that in probably.
We'll get to that. Gosei, more like go away.
Oh, fuck yourself.
Both are valid.
But yeah, and also the other Megazord that we have in this season, the Predazord, which when formed has the stupid alligator with its mouth gaping out.
Yeah, like I get the whole like animal head being a chest is nothing new, especially when it comes to like mecha. But like that's a whole alligator head sticking out of its chest, and like the lion head never jutted out like that.
Right. Yeah, but also in this episode we have another justice for Danny with his efforts with the books and bikes of Alyssa. It's just like, Danny, you can take my bikes to the animarium. Like, oh, actually, Danny, take all these books as well. And then nobody helps him out.
Right.
So like, Danny, just give Danny an ice cream already.
Danny needs more than an ice cream. Danny needs to get laid.
Yeah.
Like they all deserve some time off after what all they fucking went through, to be honest. Like, if there was ever a Ranger team that deserved a single fucking day off, it's this Ranger team.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like,
agreed.
Like, Time Force signed up for it. These guys just got roped into it.
Well, hey, by the end of the season, they can have Danny and Max have that.
Yeah, like they get their vacation bro time. Like that's really super wholesome.
Yeah. But also as well, we joked in this episode with Sanako after he takes the giraffe sword. You can't take that. It's yours. Whatever I possess is mine. So it's mine now under the Finders Keepers clause.
Possession is 9/10 of the law, or the 5-second rule. Like, it's fucking. I love that we had the like the no takesy backsies kind of shit going on here. But like we also like very quickly after that saw his fucking like Megazord as well, which he summoned with a boomerang flute.
I know, right?
Which is so fucking crazy that Merrick didn't get that when he kind of came back, right? Like he just
Instead, he got a pool cue.
Yeah, he got a fucking pool cue. Which is dumb as dirt. Like, okay, I'm gonna play some snooker here, everybody. Anybody want to fucking rack 'em for me? Practicing the same shot over and over again too. That's what's so fucking hilarious. Ah, I love that later on, like he gets a second shot
Oh yeah, that he only uses one time.
for plot relevance alone.
Yeah, for plot relevance alone. But yeah, so the episode after the Predasword is revealed, we have Motorcycle Org, which is a stupid name. And we also have Toxica and Jindrak sitting this one out because they're like, "Do you think we should help Tsunaku?" Nah.
Nah, he's kind of taking our role, our shtick. Fuck him, let him get beat.
Yeah. And then Tsunaku being like, "Oh, princess, what's with that necklace? Why do I remember it?" And I'm just there like, it couldn't be possibly because you're the one that gave it to her.
Mm-hmm. I
But,
love that the necklace also comes back later on as well.
Oh yeah, the necklace is just not that it is there not just for like, hey, it's a pretty necklace.
Right. It's not just like a piece of jewelry for her to wear that means something sentimental. It's actually kind of important to the plot.
But also as well in this episode, a rarity for the franchise, actual blood.
Yeah, no, like we don't see that often. And it's fucking always surprising when we do. But what's fucking crazy to me is in the same episode here where we see that Zenaku kind of has a little bit of humanity left. He also sends the dog away that he saves, right? He's like,
yeah, that's in the next episode.
Yeah,
after
the next one.
that episode.
Oh, in the one that you're talking about, the Shayla Zenaku backstory. I skipped ahead a little bit too far in my notes. We see Shayla and Zenaku's backstory a little bit, and we have the high school logo style ultimate attack. It looks like the stupid fucking high school, like the class logos. I don't know if you have them over in the UK, but like you have like the basically like the Fiverr logos you see today, right? Of like, hey, this is our mascot or our school icon, like
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we see that for the first time here. And we started seeing it more often as we went on. I don't know why they didn't do that from the start, because you would see like the logos on the fucking jackets and shit, right? But they never really utilized it, so they did here. Yeah, that's all I have for episode 13.
Yeah, and then we have episode 14, which showcases Danny's green finger, because it's like, I'm gonna attack you, Lawnmower. And then Lawnmower was like, "Don't do that to my lawn." And then he's like, "Oh, it's okay. I'll fix this now." Wait a second. Why am I apologizing to an org?
Right? It's silly, but it makes perfect sense. Like he takes care of the
Yeah. I've just got to say one thing. Yeah, Animus, you have a ranger here that takes care of the environment.
Right?
Like the dude literally has a green thumb. Like,
yeah.
The dude literally like worked in a flower shop.
Yeah. So Animus, what do you have to say to Danny? Oh, we'll get to that point when we get to it. I'm skipping ahead there because I just hate that friggin' episode without him. Okay, calm down, Luke. So the only other notes I had for this episode were Animus coming back, and then we had Doggy. We had Senaku's Doggy in this episode.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Doggy, but it doesn't stay for long because he just sends him away.
Yeah, and it's like, no, don't send the Doggy away. He could be the dog sword.
Yeah, he could be, but no. Not gonna happen.
I like to believe at the end of the series he reunites with the dog.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, if Cole can reunite with the dog at the end of the season that he met in the first episode, I'm sure Merrick can.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Fucking, it's still weird though. Like, you're a wolf. You you're literally like a spirit of a wolf. Why are you sending the dog away? Wouldn't it make sense to have him in your wolf pack? But
Maybe
whatever.
because he doesn't want the dog to get hurt, and the only way he knows how to protect people is by keeping them away from him.
Yeah, that could be. That very much could be. I don't know. There's a lot of weird choices in the season for that kind of stuff. But it's not as egregious as other stuff. And then we find out Zenaku is Merrick in the next episode. And
Yeah.
we hear like the tale from 3,000 years ago. From
But also
Animus.
as well, the confusing nature of Senaku. So if Senaku works like a werewolf, why doesn't Senaku turn into Merrick during the day?
That's a good question, and the answer is they didn't want to think about it too deeply.
And also as well, how does because Shayla says that Animus told her 3,000 years ago after Master Orc was defeated what happened to Merrick and Senaku, but Animus was destroyed before Merrick became Senaku. So how does he know that?
Different writers in the writers' room for different episodes. Who the fuck knows? It's Power Rangers. I'm not going to try and figure that one out.
And also as well, Songetsu's back. So we're on the episode Songetsu where it's revealed that Merrick is Senaku.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also as well,
more of like, being like his sock puppet.
Yeah. But I just want to say not Songetsu, that yeah, we have a counter argument for the whole humans are destroying the planet because of pollution. Danny, because he protects the environment. He's got a green finger.
I feel like
all right, we need like 6 billion more Dannys.
Oh, yeah, I would love 6 billion more Dannys. But yeah, my other notes for this episode were Deus Ex Machina ending with just the armadillo and rhino sword coming completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, there was something else we were going to ask Zangetsu, and I've completely forgot.
It was about Senaku's design in the Sentai.
Oh, right. Were there more relics meant to be there in that episode? Like, we see the mask, but it seemed like there was more relics in that same temple where he pulled that from. Were there any more things in the Sentai counterpart, or no?
No, it's basically 1 for 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like...
He just becomes edgy twink for the sense of plot.
Well, he is an orc, so he's just like a mask orc. So yeah, he's just a spirit that possesses the mask. The others possess other objects, and not really that like random.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Armadillo Zord Ex Machina was my other note for this episode.
Yeah,
because
even though I do adore the armadillo,
could have been like, oh my friend, like, oh, I just woke up. What's going on? Oh shit, my friends are in danger. I'm helping.
Yeah. No idea why the princess runs off when the Rangers are calling after Merrick.
No clue.
Yeah,
he wants
and
to
also
hide the relationship. I guess
maybe she's freaking out because her boo is around.
Yeah, and also as well, we have quite possibly the weirdest way to end an episode.
Mm-hmm.
It just stops.
It really does just stop here.
It's like you have Cole going, Merrick, and then you just say, next time on Power Rangers Wild Force. It's like, what?
He wanted Merrick to know next time.
Next time. I'll get you next time, everyone.
Yeah. And speaking of next time, in the episode where Merrick does become the Lunar Wolf Ranger, Sheena has a different actor in the next time trailer making up lines.
I hate when they do that. It's like, you didn't say that.
I think that is actually meant to be Shayna's original actor that was initially cast.
Probably was. But, like, it didn't end up happening because of reasons, I guess. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, there's nothing on the wiki to explain what actually happened.
Right? It's weird.
What were you going to say, Tyler?
I was gonna say, Shayla's original actress, lost her car keys.
I guess. But yeah, here's what it says. Here's what it says on the wiki for Princess Shayla. Princess Shayla was originally played by Natasha Alice and had a completely different appearance, which had more of a pink and white white costume as opposed to just plain white. But was recast for no reasons, and she already filmed a couple of episodes before she was recast.
Weird.
I guess maybe she couldn't commit to the season, and that was just the reason.
Maybe like a family emergency happened. And she
Probably. It's probably more than likely that.
Huh.
But yeah.
That's the only reason I could think on the top of my head. Of them,
Yeah, it's
like speculating weird stuff. But that's the more likely reason.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was probably just a family emergency. So yeah, we have Merrick as the Lunar Wolf Ranger who plays pool for some reason.
He invented pool.
Yes, he's the original pool player.
He probably did in their universe, like in the Ranger universe. I don't know.
I said this during our watch of this episode, but when I was younger, I wanted to be the Green Wild Force Ranger with the crocodile, the swordfish, and the cheetah. The cheetah, I think it was. And I even had my own theme. It was like Thrashing Crocodile, because you know how they have Blazing Lion, Noble Tiger, all of that. I had Thrashing Crocodile. I can't believe I still remember this to this day, and my theme would have been golf related.
God.
Yeah, I was such a nerd back then.
You're still a nerd.
I'm still a nerd, I know. But I do. I find it stupid, but hey, I love playing pool. And Merrick, I place 50p down on your pool table. I want the laser pool next.
Yeah, I find it funny that like after the last episode, right, where we just randomly end off, we get right back to like Merrick having this day-to-day life, and we have like this fucking crazy moment where we see one of, I think, only 2 instances where we see a soul beatdown, right? Because Merrick single-handedly beats this org, right? And I think the only other time we see something like that is in a human form in Cosmic Fury. Am I wrong in that?
No, I think you're actually right. I mean, we still. Thinking about it, I mean, there is one other incident, but I don't think it counts in Dino Thunder. But no, I think for just a straight up monster, I think you're actually right.
So we have like the 2 edgy boys being the sole instances of fucking single-handed beatdowns.
Yeah,
that's fucking wild.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
Tarek and Merrick, your name to get your win has to end in Eric. So when we inevitably get like Tommy's kid in the reboot, we'll have another one. But like this is also like another weird cutoff point for this episode, because we see him hand off like the fucking orbs, the animal orbs that he stole, and then just fucks off. And then that's basically the end of the episode. Like it's crazy that like the Merrick arc basically hard cuts to endings until like he officially joins the team. And it's something I kind of noticed as we continued through this. And like we're having Merrick.
He kind of like grudgingly like it was like, oh, I'm not gonna like stick around y'all too much, but here I'm gonna sing to the Deer Zord.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna show up every morning.
I'm gonna show up every morning.
It's 5 a.m. It's time to sing to the Deer Zord.
I gotta sit here, serenade the deer, and sit with my waifu. And then I gotta also
With them singing to the Deer Zord is plot important.
yeah. But then in 2 hours I gotta beat up some random bar thug and get free room and board for the rest of the season.
And then I got to do the R&B hip hop night every weekend.
Stupid. Fucking stupid. My other note for this mini arc here is just no more rapping monsters. Please make this stop. It's never been funny.
I'm in agreement.
It's never been funny. It's never been cool. No more cultural appropriation. No more tikis. No more rapping monsters. No more pigs. No more pizza. Let's move on from this shitty little...
No more pizza.
Viparis.
More Viparis,
Yes.
less pizza.
More pizza. We need more. We need more Rangers getting baked into deep dishes.
But my general notes, and just on Merrick in general, I like the Zanaku arc. I like Merrick as a character. It's just frustrating to just see him be all, oh, I can't be around you guys.
He's
Even if you
Sasuke
have
before
forgiven me,
Sasuke.
I cannot forgive myself.
Well, he has a
Okay,
reason
fine.
to be edgy.
Yeah. He has more of
Like,
a
you
reason.
goddamn edgy twink! Stop it!
It's like Sasuke, you could have easily done your goal better had you teamed up with people.
Well, I mean, he did, and then he casually tried to murder everyone he teamed
No,
up
I
with.
mean actually team up with people, not trying to use them as tools.
Fair enough. Tyler, why are you complaining about edgy twinks when your Discord status is besieged by edgy twinks?
That means I'm frustrated by them.
You're frustrated by...
So what episode are we talking about?
We're wrapping up the Merrick / Zanaku arc, heading into episode 18 here. We end this up by Shayla handing Merrick a jacket, and that's basically it.
What starts up on episode 18?
I had my my notes for this episode. So Merrick's new home with Willie, the bartender, which is a shame he didn't really get to do anything substantial in the series other than teach Merrick that.
Yeah, he
move.
doesn't really interact with the other Rangers that much either. There's just a few scenes of what them around him and later on, but that's about it. It's just kind of whack.
Yeah, because there's a nice quiet charm to the character, even though he's incredibly minor.
Yeah, it could have been a second home.
He could have been an early type character. So yeah, we have.
He could have been Ernie type, or he could have just been a secondary mentor for the Rangers to kind of transition back into being humans at the end too.
Yeah. If I was rewriting Wild Force, I would have definitely had him I would have actually had him find out about Merrick's situation. That
I think he kind of got the hints as the plot progressed a bit.
Yeah, but I would have preferred he just straight up told him, and then he was someone who in certain episodes could have been like, "Hey, I'll integrate you into modern day society."
Yeah, I mean, that would have been nice. It's a shame we didn't get that.
Yeah,
because he's just immediately snapping the finger. I get it.
Yeah.
Also, what the heck was he doing around that that warehouse in that one episode?
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. That he was just.
What was he doing?
Maybe that's where he gets supplies for the bar.
Maybe, yeah.
No, he was randomly fixing on something. I was like, you don't work here.
I guess he gets around a bit. But also as well in this episode, we have Merrick and Sheena basically being a Lancelot and Guinevere type relationship. And also we have the rapping orc.
Like I said, no more rapping monsters.
No more rapping monsters. No more rapping in the theme song.
And
I'm looking at you, Operation Overdrive.
Oh, we'll get to that theme song. Which, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but I do generally love the Wild Force theme song.
It is.
Oh yeah, it is really good. I like the guitar.
I know, Tyler, you have a different opinion.
What?
About the Wild Force theme song.
It's not bad. I just prefer the one that we got at the end of Time Force.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. The one that was at the end of Time Force was better.
But again, it's all about copyright and money.
Yep.
And also we have laser disc cutters, which don't look anywhere as big as what real laser discs look like.
There's some laser discs that are smaller.
Yeah, there are
Not
different
many.
size. I think Dune was one that was like a smaller one. The OG Dune. My uncle had that back in the day. Along with the OG cut of Star Wars: A New Hope on Laserdisc. Yeah, just random Vex facts. I don't remember if they were actually smaller or not, but I seem to remember them being smaller than the other ones he had in his collection. But when you're like 5 at the time, you don't really know the difference in size as well. The Signal org is dumb as hell because it's just another random memory thing again.
For the 50 billionth time. That was my memory erasure for the 50 billionth time.
Yep. We just instantly also remembered things without any help whatsoever, or like just instantly trusting the people surrounding us while we're confused is the most dangerous thing of all.
Yeah. And we also have a family, the Johnson family, with the father called John Johnson.
I don't want to think about a name. He's just going to be John Johnson. Fuck it.
Yeah. Well, I guess someone wants to have their Johnson be touched.
Okay then.
Yeah. It just reminds me of the you and your Johnson ad.
God.
You, your mates and your Johnson.
I have no knowledge of that ad. I'm going to have to look that up. Master Org is a human reveal. This was the episode where we got it.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh crap, my identity's revealed. Quick change staff and turn them into mindless zombies, Shinjax and Toxica." But also as well, we have Cole having to have the band-aid ripped off about him never being able to reunite with his parents.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't really know how to feel in that situation. Like, hey, I'm feeling so optimistic that I'll search for my parents. Like, no, they're dead, Cole.
Want to go grab a beer, Mr. Adler? Kind of need to pick your brain a little bit here. I know a nice place where my friend just kind of crashes at night.
Yeah, and he does stuff on a Saturday night for Willie, which we'll get into that point when we get to that particular episode. Because I just find it so hilarious. Like the posters just randomly put just on this construction site.
Yeah, I mean, Zangetsu has been poking fun at it too.
Yeah. So, and of course, the episode after that, we have a Max episode focusing on him being a bowling master.
Yeah, bowling master.
But also as well, why didn't Max tell his coach that, hey, I've got something important to do. It involves saving the world.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because, like, I'm sure he would have understood to some degree what the fuck was going on, because it's not unknown that Rangers exist at this point, because you just have casually, like, the Time Force Rangers showing up. A fucking Lightspeed showing up. It's just known that they exist in this universe.
Not to all Ranger teams, as we'll find out with the next season.
But like these like post Zordon ones seem to be like sort of connected, and then the other ones seem to have some knowledge of some of them, but not all of them. It's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, like I'm sure if he said I'm a Power Ranger and just was honest at this point, he wouldn't have been met with such douchery. But instead, we got the douchery.
Yeah, and also the bowling puns.
Fuck the bowling puns. They were stupid.
He got, the bowling ball got gutted.
Oh.
And then that was really all I had for that episode.
Yeah, there was a whole lot to this one.
Yeah, but also, there was one other note that I didn't put down. Max letting the kid line slide for just for once.
He's like, he gets one, basically.
Yeah, because I was like, he's not a kid. It's like, no, it's cool. He can have that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, we have the episode with Danny's love interest learning his identity, which really shouldn't be a surprise considering he literally wears the jacket that advertises "I'm the Black Power Ranger."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Merrick having the magical healing sword for some reason.
Why
because
not?
when the brides are mannequins, he's just like, oh, let me use my magical healing sword, like how Magna Angemon has the Magna Antidote to turn people back from being dolls.
Right, because, he knew immediately that this would work and not fucking kill the random civilians somehow. I just did not like that. It's fucking weird. We have a potentially trans monster.
I know, right? Because didn't they call the monster a he?
Yeah, but like obviously,
but it has a female voice.
Yeah, so female to male trans monster, maybe. I don't know what we were actually going for here. To be completely honest, it's weird. To like not have any clarification or like any nuance to that, really. But also it's 2004, so I'll let it slide. We also have the Twat Waffle Rival episode that we get every season here, where douchey rich guy tries to get the girl by being douchey and rich with connections.
Here we go. Despite having a female voice actor, Wedding Dress Org was repeatedly referred to as a he. This is because her Gal Ranger counterpart is male.
So they were utilizing the pronouns from the Gal Ranger, but the voice from the voice actor.
If it weren't for Wedding Dress Org referring to herself as a bride, she would be presumed to be male based on the pronoun usage.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
But what isn't interesting and what's actually frustrating is Power Rangers give Joel Miss Fairweather, but Danny does not get Kendall.
That's fine because she'll never appear again.
No, Danny has to have the win.
He really does.
It's still.
She was meant to be on that round the world trip with Max and Danny, but she never went, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, it really is. Because he pursued, he did all the things properly. He wasn't a creep. He didn't fucking basically stalk for like multiple episodes. He didn't fucking become this massive douchebag when he wasn't getting his way. He didn't assume that every other male in her life was a fucking potential rival, right? He just literally tried to get the girl the entire time. But because he has the responsibilities of being a ranger, he doesn't get the girl.
Yeah. And don't worry, Joel. Your time will come when we do the tier list on the Rangers of the post-Zordon era.
Instant
It
F
is-
tier. Instant
It
F
is
tier.
coming. It is coming, Joel. You are coming.
Yep. I'm sure he is coming. Because he actually fucking got the girl.
So, so the next episode after that one, we get Alyssa's dad, who somehow knows the growl phone number.
Yeah. Which is fucking insane.
Yeah, because I honestly want to know what the growl phone number actually is. It's like, is it like 87576, or is it like one of those stupid numbers? Like, I'll find the most stupid, ridiculous phone number
It's
that I've ever.
8657309 or some shit.
No, let me find it. I'll post it in Mod VC because it's from a British sitcom, but it's just an insanely long number.
Oh god, no. I honestly like this episode. This was a really cool episode. Because we realized like Alyssa has like the world's busiest schedule because she's a college student, she's a Power Ranger, but she's still the most in tune with her abilities as a martial artist, right? And it's revealed that she was training essentially to kind of take over the dojo for her dad at one point in time, but she wanted to go to school in Turtle Cove and just
There we go.
It's for the fucking IT crowd.
Yeah. 018-999-881999919725.
Fucking Christ.
That's probably the number for the growl phone.
If that's a number for the ground.
Oh, 800 303 30080 883 003 308 3 8 8.
I find like Alyssa's dad to be the most chill parent in this franchise so far as well.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
He's the best dad.
Yeah.
Fight me.
I was like, well, I guess you could say Captain Mitchell.
Yeah, Captain Mitchell's up there
The
too.
best dad.
Okay, Tyler. Okay.
Alyssa's dad, Captain Mitchell, and then every other father combined.
But initially when we watched this episode, I was like, oh my god, are we going to get another asshole sensei?
And we kind of did for a second.
For a second before he was like, no, I needed to actually prove that, hey, if she wants a life away from the dojo, she has to be tested.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
like
go ahead.
The fucking at first, right, when Daddy gave the test, right, and she failed, it seemed like he was going to not let her go. But then he has to sit down with Mommy, and he's like, I gotta let her choose her own destiny, kind of thing, which I love. I love that he let her pursue her own life, even though she failed.
Yeah. And
we're talking about martial arts father right now.
Yeah, we're talking about martial arts father. And also, I love the fact that he's not an idiot. He sees the White Ranger mimicking his daughter's movements. It's like, oh, I wonder if that's my daughter. Yeah, it is my daughter.
Yeah, like the fact that he's not stupid is really helpful here. Like, I'm shocked at how quickly he caught on because I'm so used to idiot adults of this franchise. You know?
Yeah. Like Ernie should have caught on very, very early on that
Ernie's got this is different. Ernie's got a lot of things to do, man. He was a busy guy.
Well, so is Alyssa's dad.
Alyssa's dad has one thing going on.
More so because this guy's like has a active business he has to run. He has to check on stuff. He has to make sure no one's like constantly stealing his stuff. Like,
and a dojo isn't a business.
But it's a business, but you have different priorities when you run a dojo compared to,
an actual functioning business where you're taking cash and waiting on customers, and also have to
Yeah.
take care of like 85 kids that are running around acting like idiots because their parents don't want to put up with it.
Yeah, because at that point, like, they're in his building. He's responsible for them.
Mm-hmm. So he's got to be like the mentor. He's got to be doing inventory for the back room of the business for his smoothies. He's got to be making sure the equipment that he has in there for like the martial arts kids is maintained properly so they don't get fucking hurt. And he gets sued by a parent that didn't want to take care of their children in the first place. You know, you got to fucking babysit the kids that are there doing homework and trying to help them. So he's got to also keep up to date on like all the schooling bullshit and like what's going on there. Like, oh, is there an event today at school? Am I going to have an influx of kids coming in? Holy shit, how am I not losing my hair?
And then he got like charities and events in order to run and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, fair
a lot
enough.
more than taking care of like 5 snot-nosed little brats that are fucking in a dojo.
Fair enough, fair enough. But the other note I did have on this episode is when I think it was Max who said, "Good choice, Taylor," when she threw him and Alyssa the black and bear swords. And I'm just there like, the bear swords are the only other sword she has.
Yeah.
She could have just thrown one of them.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the anchor out of nowhere.
It is his weapon.
No,
Let Kongor let him have his banana anchors, okay?
Banana anchors for the win.
They are anchors shaped like bananas.
Okay, you can have anchors shaped like bananas. I'll have Rangers on rollerblades, thank you very much, with the Mega Battle mode.
No,
It's
why do you need the wheels when you can fly?
I don't care. I don't care. So yeah, we also have in the next episode we have the Deer Sword and the Conga Sword using seismic toss.
Yeah.
Yep.
But also we have a continuity issue with this episode because in the flashback we have Merrick there with the ancient warriors raising the Animarian, but he should have been in the tomb. So those were my only notes for the episode.
I'm gonna think like the Rangers are like thinking about this event and they have no idea the way like they're getting the story told to them and they don't remember and they don't know what sequence this stuff happens in.
Yeah.
And they imagine like all of them up there because they were up there.
Yeah, probably. But I don't know about you, Fex, but I didn't put Deer Sword being an asshole.
I put
He can be as much of an asshole as he wants to be. He is super important because without him, they don't really have like.
I know
a
Tyler.
healer.
I know Tyler doesn't think highly of the Deer Sword.
Yeah. He's muted right now.
Yeah.
I fucking like the Deer Zord in a way, right? Because it's an interesting concept, and Merrick being the white mage is also kind of fucking funny. But I do find it absolutely hilarious that the Deer Zord just fucks off because he didn't get sung to for the entire time, right? Like, of all the things that are going on right now, it's like, oh, you didn't sing to me and play the flute, so I'm not going to help you right now.
But you got to see it from his perspective, though. It's just like, wait, where'd my friends go? Where did everybody go?
Yeah, it's very valid from that perspective. But, like, also it's
we talk about the Deer Zord?
Yes.
Yes, the precious boy.
Yeah. We were talking about the Deer Sword being an asshole.
I hate the Deer Zord.
You're on opposite poles today.
Deer
I
Zord is
love the
best
Deer
sword.
Zord so much.
Deer Zord is best
The
boy.
little spoiled brat of the Zord.
He might
Exactly. He knows his own worth.
Yeah. Let's
He is like, I am the white mage.
It's one thing to know your own worth. It's another thing to hold your entire team for ransom.
Yeah,
like,
it's
I
like
don't know these humans.
These humans might try to kill me for meat. My robotic meat. I'm fucking around. I think he's a dickhead too, but I also love him dearly. Like,
pun intended.
yes, sure, pun intended. It wasn't intended, but okay.
So then,
I
go
think
ahead.
the only other thing for this is like finding out exactly who Master Org is. Because we knew he was a human, and now we know like it's Dr. Adler, right? That was the only other note here that I have.
Yeah. So yeah, we have Wings of Animarium, which gives us Cole's Battleizer, the Animarium armor. Finally, for the first time, it's not 5 episodes before the end.
Right?
No, we needed 5 episodes before the
We
end.
need that instant, like, quick boost of power, like a little hit of coke, you know? That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, you need to meet up with like an ancient man in a cave. He'll give you like armor and cement boots.
Yeah. Or you'll have someone construct
Or rollerblades.
a motorcycle.
Yeah, your cement rollerblades. Now, these will sink you to the bottom of the ocean if you don't come back with my payment.
Or you'll have someone construct a motorcycle for you. That's your Battleizer.
God, I fucking love it. I love the
How
animated armor.
did Carter not get like back pain from carrying that thing?
He's just built different. That's how.
Superhuman strength from his suit.
Like, honestly, that's the answer. But, like, yeah.
But yeah, the Animarium armor is absolutely perfect.
It's my favorite Battleizer.
Oh, it's my favorite Battleizer. You thought it was the Mega Battle Mode? Nope, it's the Animarium armor.
I'm sorry, my favorite has to be cement boots all the way.
The cement boots serve no purpose. They
don't. That's why I love it so much.
Neither do the roller skates, so shut up.
No, the roller skates are awesome. You shut up, Flex. Well, we can argue till the cows come home about Battleizer.
No, but then seriously, I love the weird balance between like the supernatural with the high tech feel of the Battleizer.
Yeah, if there's one thing that can top the Animarium armor, it's the Falcon. It's the Falcon summoner, the bow and arrow. I love that. That the Falcon sword is just summoned by an archer.
Volcano erupt.
And also, there's inconsistencies about the number of wild swords on the Animarium because they're only supposed to be 5. So, is it 5? Is it 6? Does the Falcon sword count?
You know they can move around, right?
I think Tyler's been trying to get a word in here.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I would say to weigh my 2 cents for the best favorite Battleizer. I also really like the Dino Knight armor from Dino Fury.
Oh yeah,
I thought that was a really good one.
It's a good one too. But I have the only other knowledge here or note here of like this is where we get the Isis Megazord.
Or as I like to call it, the Megazord named after a certain group.
No, it's named after a god. Yes, they existed before what that group is.
Yep.
People need to stop giving power to these terrible people. Like, seriously.
Thank you. Yeah, this Isis was a goddess in Egypt for literally centuries before that group existed. But anyway, on to the team up, which is halfway through the season. A little over halfway through the season. That's because we also have Forever Red later on.
Our second team up, which is way later.
Which I love this team up.
Oh, absolutely. It's the best team up. No question about it.
I love this team up because
good, but I feel like Forever Red's overhyped.
Yeah. Well, Forever Red definitely does have its overhyping.
I would argue this is better than Forever Red.
I love this team up because we get to see Jin and Latex. So
I mean, yeah, I would consider this one slightly better, but it's a two-parter, isn't it?
Mhm.
If I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about the Time Force team up. My bad.
Yeah, the Time Force team up.
This is better than Forever Red.
Yep, absolutely. And because of the lovely
Only because it doesn't use the metal heroes as like bad guys. That's why it edges it out.
Yeah. So my notes for this episode were we have the mute orgs, half mutant, half orgs who's speaking backwards talk.
Just be assholes. They can talk regular.
Yeah. Eric still has an ego.
We have Wes and Eric being like life partners in the Silver Guardians. Changed my mind.
Which was probably bought, which was probably the police force, which got integrated into the Silver Guardians by Wes's dad.
Yeah, more than likely.
We also have Rancic not being frozen, but it's more than likely he was unfrozen for this particular mission.
Yep. We have a one-sided ass fight there at the beginning as well. They just get absolutely bodied. We also have Spanky back.
Yes, we have
Spanky.
the Spanky Trans Megazord one last time.
One more spank for the road.
One more nice little healthy.
Yeah, a Megazord cannot be trans. End of. What about the Trans Megazord from Power Rangers Time Force?
Damn right. Representation.
Yeah.
Transcontinental butt spanking.
Yes.
Name
but we
a
also
trans
have
person that doesn't have a few kinks.
Yeah. You want the Trans Megazord to spank you, don't you, Vex?
Sure. Like I'm
no,
pretty sure
I think you would die horribly.
I would absolutely die, but I go out in style. That's a clip.
Oh, obviously, in one of the Time Force swords. Not you.
No, if I die, I die, Luke. If I die, I die. No, but honestly, we get Rancic's backstory here for like how the Mutorgs were created, and we learn that Rancic is technically canonically the OG throat goat.
Oh, absolutely. But
I don't know why I pointed that out.
But my other note about the Gen special assignment gear for Time Force, which is just latex leather, I put in brackets, it could give Pharaoh a 10 a run for his money.
I thank you for pointing that out, Sangatsu.
But I just noticed, like, he literally, like, all three orcs, like, enter his through his mouth, and he, like,
he just
they're
takes
like 6 feet tall each, and like he took every foot.
He took every fucking foot.
So that's 18 feet of monsters went down his throat. That sounds so weird.
I love it.
But also as well, we made the joke in this episode because Eric and Taylor flirt all the time. Flirting in front of the gorilla, especially in front of the gorilla.
Yeah, no, like, it's fucking hilarious, like, the amount of flirting. And they're just so alike, too. They're two edgy military dudes. Like, they have this, like, lone wolf mentality before this, you know, because you have, like, the trauma that comes with being in the service, right? So they would make the perfect couple. So I hope off screen they kind of got together. You know, that would have been nice.
Probably, more than likely. I put Wes and Jen want the dildo sword.
God, there's so many sex puns for this episode.
And
Go ahead.
I don't know, like about with Eric and Taylor, for some reason, I don't know why I thought this, but I thought like why do I think they're gonna go down the route of like being like Duncan and Courtney? I don't know why they gave me Duncan and Courtney vibes because they're like both really big hard asses. Something makes me feel they're gonna bicker a lot.
Oh, they're
absolutely.
definitely. Like, I still say that Gwen and Duncan was a better relationship. But like, they definitely do give
It was
the
a
Duncan.
healthier one.
Yeah, they definitely do give that like Duncan Courtney vibe. You're right. Like, I didn't think of that until you pointed it out.
But in this episode as well, we also have what affects his dreams come true. Taylor and Katie working together.
Yes, yes, power couple, stop me. No,
Yeah,
I just need like a 5-foot rod here to instantly bonk me whenever like the strong lady type comes out that can kick my ass and just instantly just bonks me every time we record this.
But yeah, also as well, we get the conclusion to Rancic's story arc.
Mhm.
The fact that he finally is able to become fully human.
He gets fully humanized and seems to have like a lovely like time about it, right?
Yeah, which I can understand. I can understand why that was because of the fact that he had that mutation that was probably driving him insane.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably just a weight off his mind now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that he's like normal, he gets to watch his daughter kind of grow up into like this lovely person. And he gets to watch her have a relationship and everything now, and he has to come to terms with that. And he's still trying his best. He's dadding instead of like trying to plot the downfall of humanity for likely the first time. Because like he cared about his daughter fully, right? And that's why he gave himself up in the finale of Time Force. But he never really had a chance to like be full on dad mode until now. I don't feel like.
Yeah, and I there is one thing I want to see. I want to see a comic where, which follows up from the ending of the Reinforcements from the Future team up of Rancid going back in time and just having a conversation with Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I despise Alex with a passion.
I'm sorry I'm about to kill you, but not really, because you apparently live somehow. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It would be wild to see, like, that conversation, right? I kind of want that now.
Somebody make a comic about that.
Give
Alex
Boom, like,
and human Rancic having a conversation.
Give Boom like 5 years and we'll get to it. But yeah, that's the two-parter team up. Here we have the trap episode, right?
Yep, it's a trap.
Dr. Adler is literally the first Power Rangers incel. My first fucking note.
Absolutely. And also the first Power Rangers human character to legitimately kill in the series.
Yeah.
I despise Dr. Adler with
Good! That's the whole point of it. Like, because I put Dr. Adler pure evil.
Makes him a good villain.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're supposed to, like, have you know, emit emotions onto them like that. Otherwise, like, the worst kind of villain you would have is that they're boring.
Yeah. Whereas Dr. Adler is not boring. But also as well, everybody betrayed me. I'm fed up with this world. I'm going to eat these seeds and become an orc.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, that's not how you become an orc.
But also as well, why were they in the jungle trying to discover the animarium in the Amazon when it was in Turtle Cove, which is the whole reason why the Turtle Cove Lake looks like it is?
Because they're fucking stupid.
Yeah. But also as well about this episode that I had, it had, in my opinion, no question about it, best one-on-one fight between a ranger and a main villain.
Yep.
Oops, sorry about that.
And we also have like the "You have no heart" line, which is possibly one of the most cold lines in all of Power Rangers.
This is probably true.
And it doesn't affect Dr. Adam because he knows Cole's right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he
But-
does get a heart eventually. He just has to deep throat it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But again, and I said this earlier in the video, like it was kind of bold of Power Rangers to say like, no, we're going to keep the parents dead.
Oh yeah. Like I still think it's fucking crazy. Like we have this dude with no heart because he's kind of sacrificed all of his humanity. And then we also have him get resurrected at the very end of this fucking episode as like the actual Master Org. Only for him to like be completely devoid of any compassion for even his generals or anything, right? Because we watch him use them as pawns going on. And then he gets his heart and then it just fucking turns him even more fucking psychotically evil. Like the heart is supposed to be like this source of like humanity in fiction, right? Like having a heart means you have like a soul, a conscience. You know, you have morality because you have like those functions. In the storytelling perspective, right? But as he became more and more in line with what would typically make him become more human, he became more inhuman.
Oh, absolutely.
This is crazy, yeah. But we also like see in this very episode, like Cole essentially give like last rites to his parents because now he knows they're like dead. There's no coming back from that. We see his grave too, like where he's been declared dead as well.
Which, as we learn in the final episode, gets removed. So, again, more than likely, he came out to the authorities and said, "Hey, I'm alive."
Probably just matched up with some birth records and just called it a day.
Yeah. Maybe he got like verification with the other Rangers, like they went and sorted that out for him.
Yeah, because I don't think he knows how to human fully at this point either. Because he's still running around like he's fucking Naruto.
Yeah. Well, no. And as well, because we see in the finale with Alyssa when she's in her teacher job, we see pictures of Cole. Like if you look very closely, you can see pictures of Cole and Taylor when they've left their lives as Rangers, including Cole as a vet. So it's more than likely Alyssa helped him through the events of like again integrating society properly.
Yeah, I'm sure she did in some regard. Yeah, I put in here like you're going one-on-one with the Undertaker for the fight, because why the fuck not? That was a good reference when we were filming or watching the episode. But like, yeah, no, we get to Merrick regressing as a character a little bit.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
the only
where we
notes...
have like the crazy kid stuff starting out too, right?
Yeah, the only notes I had for the Sanako is still alive episode is no feelings are welcome on Power Rangers. And laws of physics don't apply to Pool with Cue Ball and Armadillo.
No, Armadillo go burr. It's like the only fucking thing it can do is it just becomes like a giant Deus Ex Machina. It defies the laws of physics. It defies the laws of logic. Fuck everything else. It just goes spin. I love that the whole
soccer cheer, yay!
Yeah,
the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, I love this entire time. Like Merrick was using one pull shot, and we talked about a little bit ago. He learns a second pull shot only for only for him to serve Armadillo or shoot Armadillo like a pool ball to beat this fucking orc. That was the only purpose in this entire fucking season that learning this pull shot served. It was never seen again.
Oh no, absolutely not.
The amount of shit in Power Rangers as a one-off is laughably large.
Yeah. But it's just that one-off thing. It's like, how are we supposed to explain this one random thing that happened in the Zord fight? All right, I got an idea.
fucking funny.
That's legitly it.
Yeah, no, it really is. Like it got to the point like in Mighty Morphin we talked about it. Like they had to have Toei create more footage so they could explain away what they wanted to do in the plot and shit too. So like it's crazy. God, I'm starting to get a headache too.
I'm getting such a headache.
Yeah. We have the kite arc coming up now, right? So this is more
Okay.
recent stuff.
Also, let's just get it out of the way since it's here with Kite. We'll get the fun bit out of the way before we get to the more infuriating bit with Kite. PE Tone Rock and Roll R&B Willie's House Roadhouse Saturday.
What in the Chat GPT was this sign?
Yeah, it was clear. That's what that's what Merrick does on his free time when he's not. Yeah, he's like, I'm hosting pool tournaments. Come and be down here.
He's hosting pool tournaments and concerts, and this is where he
Yeah,
learned
that's
to
why.
play.
That's why he can't be around him too much. He's got to run the concert.
He's got to sell the merch. He's got to do all the things. He's running the merch table for the bands. He's running the pool tournament. He's collecting bets, you know, and he's also like using this event to pay his room and board for like the bar, right? That's what's happening.
Also, as well, I've just got to say one thing. I guess Mandalok, the general that's now in charge, is non-binary.
I guess kind of, maybe.
Considering it has both male and female voices.
About it, technically, all the orcs are because they're just spirits inhabiting just inanimate objects.
Yeah. I jokingly said we would do like a tier list of the mouths for Mandalorian. So I guess look forward to that when we do the fucking the tier list for
to tell me your favorite mouth isn't the abdomen?
No. I think it's the right shoulder. I don't fucking know. I'm going to have to take a good long look and rate them based on how long the tongues are and everything. Gonna go real in depth for a shit post. Why not? May God have mercy on all of our souls.
Yeah.
Kite was the protector of the statues too, that we inevitably see get brought back to Animaria.
Yep.
So we realize that there's more happening with this kid as time goes on. And then shortly after we see Mandalok use the Malthusi, we see Shayla and Merrick have their little lovers quarrel over the ocarina.
Oh yeah, the flute monster. It's like, the orcs hate the song because it's full of pure goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Orc music is no different from regular music.
No, it's full of evil. That's why they love it.
I guess they could have a rock off concert at the R&B Willie's Roadhouse.
Right. Yeah, we must have that flute off. We get all the best flautists in town, and then we summarily execute them because flutes are annoying.
And then
I agree.
And then Sheila just
hate for flutes. Wow.
And then Sheila just casually throws Merrick off a bridge.
He'll be fine.
Why play flute when you can play a bass?
Why not both?
But also as well,
flutes suck.
As somebody that had to
I love piccolos.
I love
Piccolos
one
are
Piccolo,
cool.
and he's a green man.
I'm talking about the flute also.
I hate flutes specifically because I was in fucking marching band. that's why
I was never in a marching band.
Fucking hate.
I was.
I've got there was something else I wanted to say. Yeah, Bebop original. What? No Rocksteady.
No, it's just Bebop original. It's on the
and also as well
the poster.
Yeah, and also as well, the other note I had for this episode was recorder blast and missiles. Like, seriously, whoever's made it this far into the video, just comment, how often did we play the recorder as kids but never use it now?
I still have one of my recorders, and I busted it out to annoy somebody.
Oh, there's one in like the storage area where right next to my bedroom.
I found mine in a box of shit I was going through to just toss to like a thrift store, right? And I'm like, that might come in handy if my neighbors get really annoying. And I still knew how to play fucking Hot Cross Buns on it. Because that is ingrained in anybody's memory if they had to fucking play that stupid fucking instrument.
Wait, what about your hot buns? What?
They are.
You never played
really...
Hot Cross. You never played Hot Cross Bun on the recorder, Songetsu.
No, because I never had music class.
Really?
That's surprising.
Even my fucking shitty backwoods school threw the recorders down our throats. I hated
Now
it.
some kids had them, I just didn't.
That's unfortunate. Well, probably better for your fucking sanity as an adult. But like that fucking instrument is a nuisance. I also bought a Frozen recorder book for one of my friend's kids, and it came with like a little
I'll be right back.
pink recorder just to annoy them for Christmas. I'm like, you owe me like $200, so now I'm going to make your life hell because you haven't paid me back and it's been a year. They paid me back quite quickly after that because they're like, I know you're the one that bought this, so fuck you. But yeah, no, that was the only time I had any experience with the recorder. We had Papa Zord popping back up.
Mm-hmm.
And the Antler Crush is a hilarious final attack.
Well, you're not gonna heal them in order to defeat them. That'd be ridiculous.
No, I'm just gonna crush every internal organ that you would have if you were.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, look at those horns.
Oh,
look at them. You think you're gonna stab anybody with those? No, you're gonna crush them to death.
You're just gonna break the ribs, and the whole ass abdomen's gonna get collapsed in on itself. It's a brutal attack, honestly. And
you can also throw them, which we learned later on.
Yeah, like I watched that back like twice on the other monitor, that fucking attack, and I'm just like, that is insane. Like, how they utilized CGI for that attack was really fucking cool. Because they did like the Sonic spin up with the
fucking... And it goes downhill from here.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He does like the Sonic spin
I'm not even joking.
I don't doubt it. But like the Sonic spin up where he just grabs them as if he's going to do like the Antler Crush and just fucking corkscrews them. It was really cool. Shayla's inability to confess that she likes Merrick is the most annoying part of this episode, though. And then we have the fucking like the Carnival Bros episode where Gindrax has his emo phase. Where we have like Clown and Juggler team up.
Yeah, and his name is. Wait, are we on Team Carnival?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and the juggler's name is Juggalo. So I might.
He doesn't understand how magnets work.
Whoop whoop. I think we all had a Juggalo phase, maybe. I don't know.
No,
I did not.
I went to. I went to the.
I had their album though.
I
did listen to
it. Yeah. I watched possibly the craziest shit in all of humanity happen at the carnival. So yeah.
I did meet juggalos in like community college.
Yeah. I went
Yeah, they're pretty cool. We played Yu-Gi-Oh together.
Yep, same. Couple of my friends in high school and college were juggalos. That's kind of how I ended up there. I went to Carnival recently and saw Vended, which is Corey Taylor's kids band as well. They're actually pretty good. So that was an insane experience. So fucking Tech 9 playing there as well. I don't know what qualifies as Juggalo related music anymore. I think it's just become a just music festival in general.
I think it goes to like a lot of their like concert, perform.
Yeah. But anyway,
I don't think that's just a one-off, one.
No. He's been there a couple times apparently. He was talking about it. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is happening here? But yeah, that was an interesting trip. Max owning Taylor was probably the highlight of this episode for me. Though, because it wasn't a great episode. Like, there were great moments, but I think this might have been one of the weaker episodes in this. Because Jindrax, like, can't carry the plot alone. He needs his foil. And Juggalo wasn't really it. Toxica is a better foil for him. And it's just how they're written together as, like, this, like, pseudo couple as well.
Yeah. That's sad when his love interest is more his foil than his actual brother.
Well, I mean, his brother was meant to be a one-off too, unfortunately. But like, we get the bonus weapons finally, which was really neat.
Buy our toys.
Buy our toys. Did they make these into toys too?
The toys in which the Rangers have like random weapons and stuff with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like one of those moments, but actually in the show.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought maybe they made like additions to the blaster or something with these. But
which is kind of like the opposite of like the Sentines, in which the Sentines would have like other like weapons, but sometimes they would not sell them as like toys. Like sometimes they would, and sometimes they don't, which is weird.
You would think, like, as ingrained into capitalism as fucking Power Rangers is, they would monetize every single thing possible.
It's like the same situation with like the figures. Like now,
they now
Sentai's like having more related figures, but even then they're like kind of scarce.
Yeah, like now we care more about making a Cobra Kai tie-in figure than we do finishing actual Ranger teams. I hate the Lightning Collection so much.
Yeah,
I hate it because of the quality. It's just like, oh god. I was so upset when I like got my Anubis and the sword.
Mm-hmm.
It's bent.
No, like the Trent figure had like 3 different iterations before they got the paint right. They sent out 2 different replacement helmets for that figure. Corone looked like they used Midjourney to make her face instead of actually using like a face scan, because it looks nothing like her.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Hasbro's have a lot of issues with quality control with their figures and other lines as well. They cannot get their shit together.
Did you see, like, off topic as fuck, but did you see the new Marvel figures?
I have not, and I hope not. I hope they aren't that bad.
So they got Tom Holland looking like Tom Holland. This is a Spider-Man line. They got Tobey Maguire looking sort of like Tobey Maguire from like the No Way Home, like looking like dad mode, right? And then there's Andrew Garfield that looks like random G.I. Joe figure 95. It looks nothing like Andrew Garfield. I saw a TikTok of it. I'm like, surely it can't be that bad. They were at my local Target, and they are that fucking bad.
I heard people keep getting all these like toy deals at Ross and shit. I was like, where are they? What Ross is getting these deals? I'm not getting these deals.
My Ross has some, because I live like 5 minutes from a Ross. And I went there, and they had like a bunch of the Demon Slayer stuff that you see on the random TikTok hauls and Naruto stuff. And then they had like the Ahsoka figures and stuff like that. I just didn't care to pick any of it up. I just wanted to see if it was real, if it was just TikTok being TikTok. But yeah, like I hope they get the there's a fucking Sasuke figure that I keep seeing in those Ross halls that I want badly for my Naruto collection.
Yeah, if you see a line like in like one of those stores and it's just a row of them, like a big ass row of them, it's not a good sign.
Yeah. No.
And it's not a good sign for Hasbro because I've seen like videos upon videos of just their stock ending up in like Ross's.
I picked up a second,
even the D&D related stuff.
Yeah, no, I picked up like a second cog for my Lightning collection as well a few weeks ago because I saw it for like $2.99 at Walmart. I'm like, fuck it, I need an extra cog for my Mook army. But like, dude, like the quality control is utter ass. And what annoys me though, like in that regard, is like the helmets, right? Like the big shit. They never finished like even Mighty Morphin for the helmets. There's no yellow. I don't think they did fucking green, but they did white. So like, where
didn't they have green? It was like what, exclusive or some shit.
I don't know. It might have been a Comic-Con exclusive, but I've not seen like. I've seen like podcasts like talk about like not having the complete set and then not having like green there. So either it was like Comic-Con exclusive or they just never did green, but they did.
I think it was a Comic-Con exclusive. I don't think.
Which means it's like $7,000 on eBay at this point. If that exists. But like, yeah, this was just another episode meant to ship Gendrex and Toxica. I still don't know how the fuck he got Toxica's staff in this episode though. Like
he took it, duh.
Yeah, but
she
like,
was distracted, like cooking. That's why.
But yeah, it was a decent enough episode. But now we get into the stuff we watched today as of filming this episode. So
yeah.
No tame kitty. Kitty can't be tamed. You can't tame a calico. Was
I have watched this episode so many times it never gets old for me. I think it's just because of the fact that they probably had the most fun making this episode.
Oh, they definitely had fun. I have a weird take, and it's the you know the meme of like the writer's poorly disguised fetish. Whoever the writer was for this was into pet play.
Oh, absolutely. Good job, little key.
You'd be surprised how often they do this type of stuff relating to the animal themed rangers.
Oh, I do not doubt it in the least.
I do not doubt it for even a second.
And like the internet, I'm sorry, you would be very, very shocked if you were too innocent to know how often.
That includes like Go Busters.
Yeah, you'd be shocked if you're too innocent to realize it. How often the writers insert their fetish into actual.
Totally Spies.
Totally Spies. There's a fucking list. There is literally a list.
There is a list. It's called the entire series.
No, there is a list that describes like what
I know.
Is in front of us. I like
and it includes every fetish in every single episode, in the series.
Like
from episode synopsis.
Yeah. I did not think that like egg laying was a fetish as a kid, and then the internet corrupted me, and now I have tabs of that.
Why are you blaming them for your tabs?
Again, Ann Arbor introduced me to something new yesterday, and I want to just bleach my eyeballs at this point.
Which is probably soon to be one.
The Meggy Weggy Zord is the one line that wanted me to end it all today.
No, the Meggy Weggy Zord will forever live on.
The Meggy Weggy Zord had a little eggy in it because it has the soul bird.
Fucking kill me. Actually kill me. I love that Kite started to move his plot along here because it was feeling like drawn out, and then I immediately hated it. Or like the next episode,
it's like reincarnated Megazord father has amnesia, and then goes through a midlife crisis.
Yeah, 3,000-year midlife crisis, you know. Zords live a long time, apparently. But
While so, like, Dad, I thought you were killed
I'm
3,000
here.
years ago. Where you didn't come back with the milk?
Where are the Dewports and the Code Red Zins? I asked you specifically for these two things. I am not kidding. Those are two things that exist now. Because Mountain Dew is putting their name on anything. Apparently.
Got to do the do.
Baja Blast Newport's gonna go crazy. Don't smoke, kids. I say as I hit my puff bar.
What kids? There's no kids watching this.
Yeah. The other notes I had for this episode, the Shock Sword jumps in for a quick bite.
Oh God.
And just like the Flintstones with the Wilkins commercials, we're saying smoke.
And also as well, the Greater
Seriously,
Sword
don't watch these videos if you're below the age of 18.
What
Fuck
are
off.
you doing here if you're below the age of 18? Our audience audience skewed a little the other way that time.
And also as well, the Greater obviously going bananas and how effective throwing fruit can be, and how big are those bananas?
Listen,
About 4 to 5 feet.
tall enough to bury Toxica.
Yeah. But my other note for this episode is that I just love the commentary that Toxica and Jintrax
They're doing their best. Jerry the King Lawler and Jim Ross impression.
It works for this episode because it's a fun, silly parody. It does not work in another particular series where they do that constantly.
Oh.
I think you know what I'm referring to. We'll get to it when we get to it. It's in one of my favorites.
It's not entirely that season's fault.
It's in one of my favorites. It's in one of my favorite seasons, but that's the one part of that season I despise the most.
It's a carryover. I'm just going to say that.
Well, that'll be interesting to get to because I have no idea what the fuck you two are talking about. I
know. I'm trying to be as vague as possible, and also Luke probably still understands what I said.
Yeah, I know.
And then the episode that had you two bickering, that basically.
Oh God, here we go.
No,
I
was just trolling Luke. Like I know what he was talking about.
Yeah, cause okay, Kite, who is revealed in this episode to be Animus, has a hissy fit about pollution, and it's just the case. And here's the thing: I don't mind Animus taking this stance about like, yeah, humans polluting the earth is bad, but it's just he just presents it as like, oh, that's the only reason why I'm going to distrust humans now, despite the fact I've seen humans before doing their best to protect the earth as much as possible. But no, I have my little history fit because I see this one news report, but not seeing like, hey, there's these charities here that are maybe helping to preserve the environment, or maybe these people, hey, Animus, there's a thing in the UK called an allotment. You know what that is? It's a garden where you can grow things, aka preserving nature.
Luke.
Meanwhile, Animus looks at China. What the heck is going on here?
Do you think that
they're painting the mountains green?
Do you think Animus has ever been to the UK? Or
no, he hasn't. But if he came to the UK, I'd be like, "Hey, Animus, come over here. Oh, what's this here? Oh, what's this here on my on this allotment that my mother has? Which side note, I'm going to be taking over when she's no longer with us. Oh, it's an apple tree. Oh, what do you do with an apple tree? You grow things. Oh, really? Oh, you preserve the environment? Yeah. Duh.
But you need
idiot.
like,
wow, you mean you don't shoot the apples out with a t-shirt cannon?
No, I don't.
Missed opportunity.
I don't.
I mean,
I will say though, when I do take over that allotment, there are going to be changes. But the apple tree staying where it is. I love that apple tree.
I never said it wasn't going anywhere. I'm just saying
No,
it has perfect ammo for a t-shirt cannon.
I know.
Absolutely. Load those damn apples into a t-shirt cannon, shoot them at your local Bobby. I mean, what?
But
No,
yeah,
I'm saying you got
Animus-
like the dummy you shoot them at, like target practice. That'd be pretty fun.
yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Animus in this episode is just essentially a member of Just Stop Oil. It's like, hey, pollution is bad, blah blah blah, but I'm not gonna have any solutions to the problem.
Aren't
I'm
those
just
the
gonna say,
psychos that threw fucking canned beans and shit on paintings?
yeah, they're the psychos who will basically glue themselves to the road to prevent.
Yes, let's glue ourselves to the road so we waste more gas.
Yes, exactly.
And pollute faster.
Exactly.
Because cars produce more when they're idling than moving.
Thank you, Songetsu. That's the thing that they don't like. Here's the thing. They don't like to hear that type of thing. They just like to hear like, no, we're taking a stance, we're protesting, so we're doing this so until the government says, right.
And a fucking place
And
for a
also,
protest.
most of their clothes, they're probably wearing all the stuff they ordered out for Amazon. Guess how they got there?
Yeah, they don't
oil.
care about that. They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. All of them.
Technically, Amazon uses mostly electric vehicles at this point, but that's beside the fucking point.
That's besides the point.
Here's the thing: what you use for electricity,
Oil.
in most cases,
Oil.
and coal.
Yeah. They're expecting it to be like what Animus is in this episode, to humans just stop doing it, but not offering a solution. Like, okay, if we stop doing it, like, are we going to power for it? I don't know. Just we use renewable resources. Like, okay, how are we going to get them up and running? Like, I don't know. Just do it.
No, his solution was basically, it was like, all right, I'm just going to take my kids and leave Earth.
We'll load him into the Astro Megaship 2.0 and fuck off.
Yeah, he makes it sound. They're
going to be the Galactic Beast 2.0 if they left.
Yeah, he makes it sound like, if humans weren't here, then the entire ecosystem would be absolutely perfect. No, it wouldn't, Animus, because you still have other animals who would be damaging the environment, like with elephants that can mow down entire trees. How are you going to replant those trees, Animus?
Seeding from the tree itself. That's how nature kind of heals itself.
You're asking how a magical deity that produced other mystical animals is gonna plant trees. When one of his said animals can plant trees just by shooting lasers out of his eyes.
I like this season, but these two episodes with Animus, and at the end of it, it was all a test to see if you were dedicated to the task.
That was just bad writing at that point.
Yeah. No, it wasn't, Animus. You got told off by Merrick, and now you're just trying to save face by doing the most hypocritical thing you can think of, giving Cole a flying motorcycle.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the writers wanted. As I said earlier, the writers made that scene happen so they could add in the bike.
They literally created a toy for one scene in a fucking other episode just so they could further the plot. But, like, at the same time, it's not the most egregious thing that Power Rangers has done either. And it's also not the first fucking environmentalist episode we've had either.
No, it's just that all the other ones were better.
All the other ones like had a balance of showing it, whereas here it's just Animus presents it as just a black and white. Humans bad because they pollute, but not offering, but no one's saying like, hey, what about nature? What about nature itself?
Yeah. But here's the thing, Luke. It could have been worse. It could have been like that episode of Captain Planet in which they said the one-child policy was a good idea. It could have been that bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like there's definitely worse versions of this out there. It's just we need to nitpick this for this episode. We have Goldar's VA come back and just play Goldar, but inside of a fucking living AC unit orc. Daddy taking the toys, obviously. But like what we're experiencing here, like what they were attempting to do and failing miserably to do, is show like how we're instilled with like current issues in school, right? Because, like, when I was growing up, we were being told, like, taught little bits about, like, the ozone and how it's being deteriorated and how global warming is this thing. So like they wanted to push that agenda onto kids, like, hey, we need you to be the generation that fixes things, because our stubborn asses won't fucking do anything, and we're still seeing the ramifications of that today. But our generation, like millennials and Gen Z, like Tyler, like they actually care about the environment more and actually partake more in like protecting the environment than say the boomers and Gen X did. So like we're seeing that from the kids' perspective. We're using Animus as the kids' lens here, but they're failing to give any reasonable solutions other than like human bad, and that is terrible fucking writing. And like Zangetsu was saying, but like we're seeing the emo arc in the next episode, where like everybody's kind of pissy and mopey because like they don't have the Zords and feel like they're not going to do anything. But we see also like the resilience of humanity, where we see them try to use little tiny fucking crowbars to save the people that are being blasted.
Which is like you're not. It's not catching anything.
It's not catching anything. It's not giving you any leverage whatsoever. You're trying
nothing
to
at all.
You're lifting
would have got way more just lifting it up yourself and
Right.
just moving it the fuck out the way.
Yeah.
You could have actually got them the first time you ran off.
Yeah, you could have. Well, also the fucking org was firing, so maybe not. They might have just got blasted into more rubble. But they're lifting a fucking support column for this building that they were working on with the fucking tiny ass crowbar.
Also, that reminds me. Why was Lone Wolf there? Why was he there?
Yeah, no, you're right. Why?
What was he fixing on?
No idea. None.
No, it's just a board attached to like something, and he was just screwing it in. And I was like, "You don't work here. What are you doing?"
No, you're right. You're 100%.
And where did the little girl come from?
It was
There's
somebody's...
so many weird questions I have to ask about this construction site.
Yeah, it was somebody's daughter that just wandered onto the set because daddy was working that day, probably. And also the dog was probably literally her dog. And they're like, fuck it, we'll film around them.
So it's like, but this is a scene in a building. This is a construction site. They wouldn't have kids here normally.
No, but like it was probably somebody, like one of those construction workers' actors' daughters that just wandered onto the scene with her dog, and they just used it because they didn't want to reshoot it and redo the pyro. Is what it boiled down to.
I know that was probably ass, but it's just so bizarre.
But like Animus trying
even more bizarre than the monsters.
Yeah, no, like this was just like an exterminate. We had like a diet Dalek mixed with a Cyberman here. But we have Animus trying to flip Merrick, which was super cunning. But like it makes the most sense out of all of the shit in this episode because they know each other. They've served together essentially 3,000 years ago.
Come with me so we can meet the Galacta Beast.
Yep, we're just gonna fuck off to another planet, let these idiots figure things out on their own. You can come with me, or you can fucking die here. Got any questions? Okay.
It is like, yeah, why did they write me to be at this construction site? And he's like, I have no idea.
Yep.
Also, I love that the orc is just a stereotypical like toy robot.
Yeah, no, for real. Probably also some fucking blown up toy that was on the set of the source material. Also, why the fuck was Animus dressed like Lestat from a fucking vampire?
wrinkled ass fit. Like, damn.
Went back to the Victorian era
damn
for that
starch
fit.
on that shit.
I kind of fuck with the outfit. I want the kid to die.
Animus is like Gucci forever. Gucci is life.
Yeah, honestly. This is Gucci Gang before Gucci Gang was a thing. I'm going to go jump in a lake now. Okay, we got the first anniversary episode of what, 3, 4?
4.
4? Okay. This was 10 year, right?
Yeah.
10 year. I just wanted to clarify for this. We got the cogs popping back up.
I think his counterpart's also anniversary season. Let me see.
Yeah. Also, as well, there are a few questions that I just want to get out of the way. It's a team up of all the Red Rangers, but there is one missing. Rocky.
Rocky was
Yeah.
having fun that day.
Yeah, yeah. He was having fun by moving and couldn't make it in time for filming. But he did say he would have come back. But apparently, he wasn't going to be a Red Ranger. Do you know what his role was originally meant to be?
Villain?
Tommy's butler.
Excuse me?
I am not even kidding.
That is disgusting.
Justice for Rocky.
Give that role to Jason. Actually,
Yes, give that role to
make him Shaltier from Overlord. Let fucking Tommy sit on Jason. I don't care.
Man,
Also, yeah, its
What
counterpart was the
Jason?
25th season.
That's pretty
Yeah,
fucking cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
here we
sorry,
go.
25th anniversary.
Here we go. Steve Cardenas was originally contacted to appear as Rocky, but he moved and changed addresses without notifying the production team.
That's
Probably
excellent.
because he read the script and was like, hell no.
I'm not going to be reduced to a butler. Thank you very much.
yeah, beat Tommy Butler. The disrespect. I mean, I thought the writers hated Rocky. This confirms
It really
the writers
does.
hated Rocky.
It really does. But not as much as Orico. Like, the fucking red ninja, the alien ranger. Like, they just rotoscoped that motherfucker in there. But he had some of the best fight sequences too, so maybe that worked. I just find it funny that the cogs were brought back for this. Because like obviously it's a machine empire, it makes sense. But
They just probably found their spare parts and just rebuilt them.
yeah, honestly. And then Beetleborgs for the villains.
Beetleborgs and other associated metal heroes like were used,
I think some of them
as the villains for this, which is fucking weird.
I think
Beetle-
some of them were meant to be like in season the second season of VR Troopers as well, but they ended up running out of other source footage, so they just repurposed the suits for this.
Beetleborgs that are played by three former Power Ranger actors: Walter Jones, Catherine Sunderland, who played Kat, and Archie Cow, who played Kai.
That's kind of cool in a way. But like that's also like weird that they used Metal Heroes for this because they'd set Metal Heroes up to be like other mainline franchises for Fox back in the day.
Yep, but at this point, like the Fox related shows, at least Fox Kids no longer existed. Like around this point, so.
Yeah, it was around the episode where Dr. Adler's backstory was fully revealed. That was the last episode to air on Fox Kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it shifted to Disney, right?
ABC, yeah.
ABC.
This yeah, still
But,
more or less Disney.
But like
Even though they didn't fully, own them, all their shit was still on there.
yeah. So Beetleborgs kind of got shit canned, and well, it was VR Troopers first, and then Beetleborgs got shit canned.
I mean that, and where are they gonna get the rest of it? Like the Metal Heroes franchise kind of imploded.
Yeah.
Around that point,
and they had used
a little
like,
before that point.
They'd used like
because it was like, oh, the Common Rider series is like, in a hiatus, but the Metal Heroes is, still going strong at that point. And then Metal Heroes implodes because of ratings, and they made the final Metal Heroes like series more kid oriented with like robots.
Interesting.
And that's what Zenkaiger kind of reminds me of, is like the final hurrah for like the Metal Heroes that were more kid oriented. But that's going off subject.
Yeah, so like when they shit canned that, I think they had used like most of the footage by that point as well.
Yeah, and then a little bit later on, we got the re-emergence of like Kamen Rider.
Yeah,
and then we got with Kiba, I believe.
Yeah, and then we got Dragon Knight over here, which you can't even find legally.
Just pirated.
Yep. I love that. Like even the cast and crew for that are just like fucking pirate it. We don't care. We're not making any money off of it, so fuck it. But yeah, like we had them kind of be that. Andros had to suffer through the raccoon hair again.
Yep.
Yep.
His actor hated that. He hated it with a passion.
Oh yeah.
But they kept making him have the hairstyle.
And also we have Leo being digitally inserted into shots, and because Danny Slavin's own personation with the production team from his team up in Lightspeed Rescue, um, and it's made further apparent that because in scenes where where he's supposed to be unmorphed, you can clearly see the red Lost Galaxy suit.
Oh yeah. It's weird, right? Because like we have Alien Ranger and him both kind of just be digitally inserted into this. It seems like, one is confirmed, one is like kind of like hinted through the footage. 'Cause he doesn't even get fucking morph, you know. So like,
No, he doesn't.
it's kind of
I
wild.
guess the one upside is I don't get to hear the.
Yeah.
Did he speak and have the fucking water sound effect?
No, he didn't.
That's the only saving grace.
He just kind of talked normal for the few lines of dialogue that he had, and he didn't have a whole hell of a lot.
As I said, saving grace.
But I find it fucking hilarious, like Bulk and Skull's role in this. Like they were in here for like 30 fucking seconds,
And they were butlers for Tommy.
So they were like, we can't use Rocky, we'll use Broken Skull.
Yep.
Or they could have cut out the scene entirely of him having butlers in the first place.
Yeah. But they wanted to degrade somebody. And it had ended up being Bulk and Skull because they're kind of just used to it at this point.
And there's also theories about why Broken Skull respect Tommy now. Most prevailing theory is that they know he's a ranger.
Well, I mean,
that needs pay.
Yeah, he's paying them. That's probably the bigger one. But it really, at this point, if they hadn't figured out who the Rangers were, they're fucking idiots.
It's like, you gotta be a Ranger now. We figured out, like, with the other guys that we hung out with, and they were, like, at the school. It was like, we thought they were like you, Tommy, you know, the weirdos who go into the corner of, like, the staircase and do drugs.
Yeah, but
no, you were a Ranger this whole time.
How did you figure it out? Well, we just put two and two together. We might look and act stupid, but we're not really that stupid.
They're actually not. Once they, like, enter in subjects of, like, when they enter the field they're actually well known for, they're really talented. It's just like they go for everything else to be cool.
Yeah.
And it fails miserably.
Yeah.
Like, Skull being, like, this really talented musician, Bulk being, like, somehow gifted in other aspects. Like, he actually was a decent cop, you know? He was actually good at that job in his own right, you know? Which isn't saying much about him, because it doesn't really take a lot to be a cop, you know? But it's still...
it takes a lot, because, like, I'm not going to shortchange it. They have to deal with serious stuff. But a lot of people in the field are really trigger happy.
Yeah. And it would not shock me if Bulk ended up becoming one of those cops down the line if they wanted to go dark with the reboot, you know. Like they say they're going to go dark with the reboot if they utilize Bulk and Skull and take bits and pieces from this plot. They could mimic real life with that aspect of things. I don't think that the original Bulk and Skull would enjoy that being portrayed, because they're not at all in tune with that nature. Like, they actually do embrace, like, that punkish lifestyle that they played as well.
Yeah, it's not like every cop is like, oh, sorry for that.
But we have Carter popping up to be the one to recruit Cole. While Zon gets who I think takes his turn.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting choice because Carter and him hadn't really interacted before that. It would have made, I think, more sense for, Wes and Eric to be the ones to approach him.
Yeah.
Because they've already met. But Carter also being like a first responder or something, it makes sense for him to trust him, seeing the jacket and understanding what that is by that point, because he's seen enough of that, throughout, the show. You would think in the background of like various tragedies that have happened in the show, from like all the orc attacks, he's had to at least interact or see firefighters and shit to deal with the aftermath. So they might have interacted off screen in that regard too. We don't really know. Now that I talk it out loud, it was kind of cool seeing TJ, just, bringing back the classic car here.
Yeah, or as is known, Theodore Jarvis J. Johnson.
I'd go by TJ2 with that ridiculous ass name. Fucking hell.
Yeah. But there's also questions of the powers of like how some of them can have it. Like Jason, considering he transferred the powers to Rocky, unless Rocky gave them back to Jason.
Yeah, that is one of the plot holes of this episode, right? Because there are quite a few canonical plot holes here, and it just goes to show how slapped together the show actually can be. Because he would have transferred the power, and then that power also would have become like the Zeo power, sort of, kind of, because the coins were destroyed. Well, technically, only the ninja coins were destroyed. So
yeah,
so
it's fucky wucky.
How I would explain it is, I think I'd probably say Billy somehow recovered the original dinosaur coins, and that's when he like made proxies of them.
It's certainly possible.
That slotting in here makes a lot of sense, because we see the proxies in Once and Always, and them having the powers in Once and Always would have made sense. He probably made two proxies, one for Jason and one for fucking Rocky.
Yeah. Or another explanation for it is that Billy figured out, like, hey, they're not really destroyed, the dino coins, so it's entirely possible that they can be repaired, because we saw Adam in space able to morph with his damaged morpher.
Mm-hmm. But also, like, he admitted that there was an inherent risk with using that at that point. So I don't think that power save had happened yet, because he admitted that, like, that could kill him in a way. So maybe they hadn't gotten to the point where, like, the powers are fully restored yet. They might have been working on it at the time of In Space. But here, by the time we get to Wild Force, they probably had the ability to, like, fully repair the morphers and the coins. And then by that point, they probably had clones of the coins to give to the other Rangers that held those powers.
Exactly.
Yeah, possible. And also with TJ's red turbo powers, it's very likely, like with Justin in Space, the Lightning Cruiser had a spare morpher for him.
Yeah, but also we gotta think here for a second of the Zeo powers for Tommy, because we know by the end of his reign as a Ranger and like the last anniversary, where it was just the fucking Tommy Oliver show, which is my note here. This is the Tommy Oliver Show, episode 1. The Zeo powers are supposed to be fully gone. Like,
yeah, which means he probably used a source similar to the turbo powers for to run them.
Right. Or
unless
he had a clone of them.
But yeah, it's like, obviously, because the Zeo crystals are like yeeted off somewhere else. Who knows where they're at? And he's obviously not going to keep them on Earth, because that would be dangerous. If they constantly keep growing in power.
Yeah. So they probably ended up on Eltar, is where they likely ended up, where they could be contained by Zordon or somebody of his race.
If he
I'm
was
also
still
thinking
here.
I'm also
Right.
thinking perhaps because the Zeo powers haven't been tapped into, perhaps they've grown weaker,
That's entirely possible.
and the reason why the Zeo crystal has gotten so strong is because they've had to tap into that power so many times.
Yeah.
You're saying it's like an overheating effect?
Yes, I'm thinking as it got stronger, it's actually overheated, but now it's had time to cool down. Now Tommy can tap into that power safely.
Yeah. And that's why I can use it in the Master Morpher as well, maybe. I was logicking, like, Zordon had, like, a final list of things he wanted to do before he ended up getting captured. Like, I gotta hide the fucking Zeo crystal so, nobody gets a hold of it. I gotta make sure, like, all of the fucking contingency plans I left on Earth are set in motion so I can potentially get rescued or let loose the Z-Wave or whatever.
I gotta make sure my, like, dumb friend who's attached to the wall eventually gets off his metaphorical ass and picks a team.
Yeah. I gotta make sure that I Discord call that bitch, like, you gotta logic a lot of things in Power Rangers, unfortunately, but it does make for some.
I mean, that's the
interesting-
fun. It's
Yeah.
it's just like there's holes missing, and it's just like but it's like it's probably this. In reality, obviously the fucking writers and producers didn't think of this shit because they're just like they were just hanging on by a fucking thread
every season. That's what I love about the Boom comics. So like it's made by fans who want to fill in the holes of the lore. That's what makes it so much fun. Jason was here to ruin Tyler's day entirely. I had as a note.
The Karate Man is back.
Hey, at least he didn't do too many he-yahs, okay? He calmed down a little bit at that point. He didn't want to tear a hammy before going back to his other acting job, though. Apparently,
Man, someone Jason, not Tommy.
Leo just getting yeeted from Miranoi with Artico. And then the fight, which took up the bulk of this episode. Like, this was a quick 21 minutes. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
I'm shocked how fast this flew by. I just wish the legendary battle was this short. Or felt this short. It's
But
like
it's
molasses. Go ahead.
I think Forever Red's kind of overhyped. I preferred the Time Force team up.
Yeah, for this season, I definitely think it was. But this also wasn't meant to be like inserted into Wild Force. This was meant to be like a standalone thing originally.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why it's kind of just like here. But that's why we didn't get it last time on or next time on.
I feel like it also would have gelled better if the rest of the team
actually,
didn't
thanks.
show up. Oh, sorry.
I remember there being a next time with the Wild Force team up.
Really?
Yeah, there was at one point. Because I remember it going, for the first time ever, all the Red Rangers are called for duty, except for Rocky, of course.
Damn it.
Well, it's not like him and Jason like share the power.
Yeah. It would one have ended up being like a ninja, like using the ninja
Except
power.
he wouldn't because
the power is destroyed. The power is destroyed, so it couldn't work plot wise.
Unless he just randomly found Ninja and is like, "Hey, make this." It's like, who the fuck are you? Because he never met him in this timeline.
It's fucking insane.
Also, where was I going? I was gonna say something and then I forgot.
I guess we got like I was talking about like how quick this episode felt in comparison to the legendary battle. Maybe that'll help bring a thought train back.
Okay, I think bits of like the quote unquote legendary battle was like scenes from the movie. Yeah.
So they used the movie original footage and then slapped together other source material, I'm guessing.
Yeah, for the movie and then Go Kaiger. Yeah.
What was that?
That's where the bits from the dream sequence are from. Is from Gokaiger.
What was that production team thinking? Is all I got to say.
Action scenes. Nothing but action scenes.
Listen, I love action scenes as much as the next fucking meathead, but god damn was that season shit.
I want to any. This is what I want to showcase to anyone who's just like a action tard with anime and manga. Like, just show them the Legendary Battle from Power Rangers Megaforce.
No, like I dead ass want to clip like that final fight and just put that together as like a compressed GIF.
I am dreading when we have to watch those two seasons.
I'm going to be fully intoxicated for those seasons because that is the only way I'm making through it. I have like a Dutchie order specifically made for that batch of episodes, which is like, if you don't know what Dutchie is, it's a like storefront to buy marijuana. So I can just be high the entire time and at least get some enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, it's like the worst kind of bad. It's like Mighty Morphin, like some of the episodes were terrible, but you can laugh at them. This is just sobering boredom bad.
Like, this is like watching a Zack Snyder film with no flashy lights. I'm going to get so many hates for that comment.
I get that.
Yeah. But back to this episode quickly. So there are a couple more notes that I want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Serpentera back, which has been sitting on the moon for several years, and it has
new double D batteries.
Yeah, it has a neoplutonium reactor, which is just glitter, but it fixes a AAA battery issue.
Glitteriness is radiation.
Listen, glitter fixes everything.
It doesn't fix strippers. Yeah,
and it gets taken down by a toy advertisement.
I hate glitter with a passion. As somebody that's in the cosplay,
your stripper has a flat tire. Put glitter on it.
Cole's use of the Wild Force Rider to destroy Serpentera was considered the Deus Ex Machina of the episode by fans. So, and going into detail about Serpentera previously being powerful enough to destroy a single planet, but apparently, the Wild Force Rider is from Animus, who's like a god, therefore it's a godly weapon. No, it's a motorcycle.
It's a godly weapon motorcycle, Luke.
It literally is. Like, this is something that bodied the fucking Thunder Megazord, and it just gets one-shotted by a fucking motorcycle. It is so fucking hilarious.
But there was I love
that it's just like a shitty, like, half-ass like planet destroyer, and its counterpart is just a deity that said, "Hey, shut the fuck up!" Like, it's literally Rayquaza, like, really appearing out of the ether.
Really
it's like, you two stop fighting. I am trying to sleep. Shut the fuck up.
I will.
That's literally what it did.
Yeah,
that's literally what it did.
I will throw you both off of the edge of the universe. Fuck off. I need my 8 hours. Oh, I put down, like, watching the Beetleborgs get absolutely obliterated is fucking hilarious. Because it was they were no threat, none. Like, these fucking villains that were hyped up for the beginning of the episode, they basically get shit kicked by Liu Kang, and then they get punched around by a ninja, and then that's the end of it. And then you gotta deal with fucking Cole riding goddamn Nimbus Cloud through a fucking dragon. That's the episode. It was fucking crazy. But there was one other funny thing that I noticed. I don't think either you did until I pointed it out. There was a sneak diss from Jason. And at the
end we have Cole calling Tommy the greatest ranger ever, but the others have their own reasons why they are awesome. One of them being a diss about Jason doing all the work while Tommy was in the juice bar kissing on Kimberly.
And the funny thing is, he's not entirely wrong. There were so many episodes where it was just like Kimberly and Tommy romance, and then the other Rangers having to pick up the slack.
Yeah, and then you have Andrew saying something about hair regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Eric's commenting that the Q-Rex could eat the Dragon Sword for lunch.
And then
Which is funny because I own a toy that is a combination of both of them.
That's fucking hilarious.
And then we have
Nope.
I'm
gonna
say it. So we have Wes saying he changed history. So why does he? Tommy Evans fan club and he doesn't. But then we get to the one that was redubbed. Andrew saying, "Hey, I saved 2 worlds. How about that?" Which wasn't his original line. His original line was, for what reason why he is a great Red Ranger, was, "I destroyed Zordon."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's all that happened. That's all the lines, Luke. That's all the lines.
Yeah. Likely redubbed.
I'm forgetting which special referenced the pizza.
Damn it!
Because I know there's one way later on that referenced it.
The reference that it was this one. Did I ever tell you?
No, I'm saying there's more than one.
Oh yes, we're gonna get it, Fex. We're gonna get it.
I was literally hovering over the mute button for Luke because I thought he was going to bring it up, and you did it, Sangetsu.
Yeah.
Why would I not bring it up? That's my favorite episode of Turbo.
Thank you, Sangetsu. Did I ever tell you about the time I got baked in that giant pizza?
God, I hate that episode so much.
It's so hilarious.
But you wanna know what's crazy? There was more to that line.
What?
At the end of the episode, TJ had more lines than the original script, saying, "I mean, laugh. It was like pepperoni and cheese and heat, and it was hard to breathe. It's a great story." Eric says during this, "Yay, may the power be with you." Jason also said, "Yeah, and I heard it was burnt and crispy and all kinds of stuff."
You can kind of see why they cut the rest of that out.
But it was cheesy. It was pepperoni and cheese with onions as well.
It was definitely cheesy.
I said this after
and a Centaurian.
The episode, but of the whole with the whole "I killed Zordon" line being cut, I said this. It was like, I cured cancer. I stopped world hunger. I blew up Malaysia. And then if they included the TJ scene, it'd be like, I made a salad with craisins.
Honestly.
No, he got baked into a pizza.
It's crazy, like, the strange stuff that gets cut from this fucking series, though. He did kill Zordon, and none of the other stuff was really bad. It was just terrible dialogue, but this is a series that thrives on terrible dialogue, so why cut it? It's it wasn't for time if this was meant solely to be a special originally, and it just got recut into this, and being put in here. But
the bit I was gonna talk about, I remembered. I was like, it seemed awkward to show the rest of the team. They should have just had a scene in which you showed him alone caring for an animal, which he does a lot.
Right.
It would have not felt out of place.
Yeah, no.
And then you wouldn't have the awkward dialogue about why you need him and not the rest of his fucking team.
Right. No, that's true. Fucking weird. Huh.
Yeah, you see, Cole, we don't want to have to pay the rest of your team's actors, so
they're already paid. They showed up for the scene.
We don't want to. Okay, rectify. We don't want to pay your team any more than they're already being paid. So we're just gonna be taking you.
You also got to think about this in retrospect. They already got a contract, and this is it wasn't cut for a special. This is an episode in season.
Yeah. So
they're getting paid for regular rates.
They're getting regular rates, but it was it was originally supposed to be a special, but it was also in the season. And this is such a weird outlier thing that they were going to do. But it was also meant to be a adjacent to another season that they were going to use instead of Ninja Storm. Luke pointed out as well. Like, it was going to be called like Hexagon.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's in the mod
this-
VC. I didn't even know this until he pointed this shit out.
Heck is a
It was
where is
basically
this
going to
at in mod?
above
see
the Orc Express, which is above the
Yeah.
Is it in Ranger stuff?
Yeah, it's in Ranger Wiki. I've got it up right now. So
No, I mean like the
Here, I'll repost it.
yeah. So Hexagon was a Mick Barmick's original plan for the 11th season of Power Rangers after Wild Force to adapt Hurricaneger. So the plan was to include some ideas and storylines from Forever Ed, because Jason does say that he recognizes some of the Rangers, and that was going to be touched upon in that season. So it's basically going to be a umbrella organization unifying various teams over the years. And it was meant to be led by Tommy, who would act as the mentor, and include Andros as well. But it would eventually get to a point where it would develop into a civil war, and Tommy would become the main antagonist.
Okay. I think Sentai did like a similar thing to that. Like it was like a battle royale. It had like Ranger teams in it. And
That
they
sounds
were
amazing.
ironically enough battling on Planet Nemesis.
Yeah,
That's fucking hilarious.
Also, as well, what would have been included?
There was
would
a
have been-
character named Rita who was the antagonist.
Also, as well, what would have been included in this would have been a Wild Force team up with Merrick, Senaku, Gindrax, and Toxica.
Yay!
Weird.
Then we got the Vipe Prairie. Yay!
Weird, but cool.
Yeah, it was probably for the best that it didn't happen, because it would have been a bit too fanficky.
Then there was like, wait, we have to shoot more scenes. I don't want
Yeah,
to shoot
it would have
more
been
scenes.
a lot. There would have been a lot of original footage.
It would have been 100% original footage. Where are they getting the...
Yeah, and they really didn't want to do original footage at this point, because this was when they were having like budgetary issues, and they started moving everything over to New Zealand to save the franchise. So adding in original footage to that bill probably would have been the end of the franchise there.
Yeah, but there were plans as well to obviously reveal the Phantom Ranger's origin at last, and also find out what happened to characters like Scorpina, the general from Mighty Morphing, and obviously King Rondo's lost oldest son, Prince Gasket.
Okay.
Could just said he got yeeted.
Yeah, honestly, like.
Which, given what happens in Forever Ed, that might have worked if it had Prince Gasket. Like, he finds out what happens to the Machine Empire. I was like, right, I'm gonna come back and be a pisshead about it.
No, I mean that would have worked for him, because he definitely was a fucking pisshead.
It's so strange that they made him a new character when essentially it's just the same character but just older.
Yup.
But they're like, nope, let's split them into two different people.
Yeah, I never said that they were smart. Like at all. Like the fucking.
And also, it's like, yeah, where did she go? It's like,
who knows? Follow your nose wherever it goes. But on to the Yonikage stuff. We have a mini plot here that leads to some sad episodes, some cool episodes, and some very, very wild plot
Ending
stuff.
episode.
Yeah, honestly, because we're really fucking close to the ending at 3 hours and 15 minutes into this video.
Fucking hell.
Does this shock you at this point?
Oh, it doesn't. Also, as well, I stole a joke from Linkara in this episode where
the Lightbringer.
when Onikage sees the Rangers, it's like, interesting outfits. Look, the Sentai was pajama themed and the toys sold like crazy, so the producer's hands were tied.
Yeah. So Danny with the teddy is the cutest thing. I love that. I love that he's such a soft boy in this because it's so wholesome, and we don't really have a lot of Rangers with this wholesome nature to them. They either try to be like super tough guy or they lean into edgy. They don't really have like a male Ranger be this soft, which I loved. Toxica and Gendrax are getting the shit kicked out of them by Mandalorian, and then we have like the reflection illusion trope that we see quite often, all in a small frame of time here. The thing that shocked me in this episode, and I think everybody else that watched it tonight as well, is like, where was this badass Princess Shayla every other time she's been in danger? She's over here like a wushu master, and like she's never shown any fighting capabilities until this point.
Well, I guess in most cases, just like, why would I even need to go? I got Guardians doing this shit.
But she's a guardian of the Earth.
And
it's like my thing is mostly to like sing to the Deer Zord and warn them of danger, and also prepare them for to be the Guardians.
Yeah, she didn't really have any plot relevance until this, I guess, is the way we'll watch it.
Yeah, she was like, yeah, she's a bad mentor character.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like her, but she's horrible at her job.
Yeah, she's likable enough, but she sucks as a mentor.
But we also have her just roasting the fuck out of Toxica. Like, you have no will of your own. Like, you just do whatever. Do you not just boss the Rangers around, though? Like, are you just not the exact same thing that you're bringing down her for following every, like...
Yeah, but that's kind of her job, and also...
But isn't
the Rangers could have also just left.
But isn't that also Master Orc's job or Mandalorian's job or...
No, they don't have any jobs. They're just bums.
I know you're doing it to be argumentative.
Yeah, they're just bums who, like, out of no reason, they're out. It's like, we're going to destroy stuff. Why are we going to destroy stuff? I don't know.
Fucking hell. She's
had this job for like 3,000 years trying to prevent whatever the heck they're doing.
But Master Orc's been trying to destroy the planet for 3,000 years. What the fuck?
No, he's been dead for 3,000 years, correct? Until some weirdo decided for the swallow his seed and become an incubator.
Put his fucking cybernetic helmet on with a little...
Oh, that sounds so weird. He swallowed his seed. Cut that.
No, absolutely not. That's staying in. That might be a Twitter clip. I'm not that much of an asshole. But like, I've got enough clips from this one to post on like TikTok and shit. But like, Gendrax just literally... Well, let's dial back. I created a word in this because like the moment where fucking Toxic is winding Shayla up with her ribbon, the look on her face just had me aroused, like terrified and aroused. I've been creating words for these seasons, guys. I hate it. Rizrassment, aroused. What the fuck is wrong with me?
I don't know. You're becoming a new Dr. Seuss, maybe.
But like,
or Snoop Dogg. I don't know.
Yeah,
either one.
I'll take Snoop Dogg. I don't want to be Dr. Seuss. I'm not going to immediately cheat on my wife after she dies, or as she's dying. But like the Watch Mojo moment happens, right? Where it's like on every fucking top 10 list of sad moments or, you know, dark moments in Power Rangers, where Toxic is being used as a shield. And then Gendrax, who just watched his best friend / possible lover get murdered, simps back to fucking listening to Master Org and Mandalorian and all them, and just fucking just follows orders and yeets the princess off. Like
he just did it because he was scared. Be honest.
I mean, you're not wrong, but because you admit it's like you're my bargaining tool, but like at the same time, like why listen? Why not protest then instead of dragging it out for an episode and a half?
Who knows? She might comes back as like some random totem later.
But
Maybe
yeah.
a cat statue. I don't know.
Well, I mean, at least you get some pussy finally. I mean, what? There's something seriously wrong.
How
with my
do
brain.
you make new orcs?
That is a good question. Let us know in the comments if you made it to hour 15 of this video.
Wrong answers only.
Okay, now hour 15.
I'm just
Wrong
guessing.
answers only on how new orcs are made.
I don't think it's that long, but it's probably getting close to it. I don't know if YouTube's going to take this as one upload. We're going to find out with a post Zordon if I got to split this shit.
I mean, they got loops of like 10 hours. I'm pretty sure this will be fine.
I think the limit's 12 or some file size. I don't know if it's like one or the other or they have to meet both requirements. We'll find out though. Mandalok is gone. Masterwork's back. I hate that we have like evil / Shadow Ranger shit almost every season. Like that's getting tiring at this point.
It is a trope.
I know.
That's what tropes are.
But we got the shadow.
That trope is older than all of us. The
That's
evil ranger.
that's not at all shocking considering how old this franchise's source footage is. But like we got the Shadow Clone Rangers and they destroy them. They kind of destroy themselves as revealed. So you just got to basically hold them off. Jindrax just going through it. Blah 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 blah. The funny thing is like we get the Pegasus sword, right? Which is just the Isis sword riding a fucking lion.
It's stupid.
I love it. I love it.
I
I love it as well.
Centaur-based Megazords. They are based.
Jindrax being the way they beat him is the coolest thing, though. Like, he has that mirror there, right? And he just reflects the beam back. So, and I don't think he meant to do it because he's dumber than a sack of shit. But he's over here, he just reflects the beam back. And then, all of a sudden, they have the ability to, like, fucking one-shot him. But then all the Rangers get sent to this, like, parallel dimension shit. But... like, I think out of all the stupid combinations, Pegasus might be my favorite in this season. I'm just gonna be honest. Because it's just Isis Megazord on a lion. It's so fucking...
Does a giant lion like toy exist for to make that? I'm just
Yes,
Just
there
wondering.
must be.
It's gotta be. But yeah, that's the two-parter notes from me. I don't know if you guys have anything else for that one.
Pretty much the notes that I had as well. But there's one. But going into the next episode where Toxica is revived, never leave the cave without it. And with Jindrax having his own credit card, an obvious nod to the back credit card. So I have to do it. An orc credit card. They gave Jindrax an orc credit card.
maybe he had really good credit before he died.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
It's like ancient bank is like, here's your account. He returns and it's like, you're rich now.
Honestly,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Can you imagine the interest on that shit at this point?
Like
Yeah.
the episode of Futurama.
But also, I love the fact that the store clerk, who, as Tyler points out, never trust anyone played by Bryce Pappenbrook, is Bryce Pappenbrook's father. I just love the fact that he's just there, just like so disinterested in his job. He's like, oh, this creature's walked in. Oh, whatever.
Doesn't get paid enough to give a shit.
Yeah, he doesn't care as long as they're paying.
He wouldn't probably care if they didn't pay. He'd be like, okay, monster stealing shit, whatever. Happens every other day here. After Nadira, do you think anybody would question a random monster showing up and stealing half of a store?
No.
No.
I don't even think they would question that after Rita.
That's honestly fair.
And I believe that's like nationwide because like they had shows with her on it. I refuse to believe that was only in Angel Grove in
no,
areas
100.
in Angel Grove.
You know, the adjacent LA counties, you know, that's all that saw it. I refuse to fucking believe that as well. But like, it's a parody of the American Express card, like you pointed out. We have a generic ass robot again. They didn't decide to create anything unique for this episode. I
I'm
find
actually shocked that there's not more orc like robots.
Yeah, honestly, I am too. Because, you know, those fucking cheap-ass dollar store robot toys break constantly, so they have to contribute to a giant portion of the pollution. Since
But I do like the one that earlier was the wind-up version of the robot.
yeah, they had, like, the flamethrower hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool. Jindrax just essentially used the Ranger's powers to kind of help bring back his waifu, and that is based as fuck. I'm proud. I'm proud that he got his girl back, and then they fuck off. Like that. That's just like the most smart thing to do. Is like,
Yeah, they can live there like centuries together. Because I'm pretty sure orcs don't die of old age.
Yeah, I mean, they at least have a healthier marriage, relationship, whatever's situationship than Rita and Zed had apparently. I mean,
their entire like relationship was built on toxicity
and lies.
Pun not intended.
Yeah, no, like it really was. I still find it fucking hilarious that at the end of Cosmic Fury, like the torment for fucking Zed was marriage. That was the most hilarious lesson he had to.
And the torment for him is like he hates how much he loves her.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, you know, like out of every fucking villain we've had here so far, like I think Toxica is like the most neutral because she didn't really fucking do anything overly evil, so to speak.
Other than just making the monsters grow.
The only thing that she really did was make the monsters grow, but she, like I said at the beginning of all of this, like as soon as she comes in contact with Master Orc, she's like suspicious of him to a T.
Yeah, and like once she
because it's just like, wait a minute, I know you look way different than this. Because she obviously met him.
Yeah, like, and the fact that she's like suspicious the entire time had her, I think, more restrained because she didn't want to, you know, commit any, you know, atrocities in his name realistically. She just was the black mage essentially, right? She was making the evil monster grow. Wouldn't even consider her a black mage.
What if we're using?
I would consider that more of like a summoner type of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
Summoner would be fit.
Well, if we're using D&E terms, I would say chaotic neutral for her.
Yeah, no, like I don't think she's overly chaotic though. I think she should be like true neutral, like realistically.
Well, she is chaotic because she's still on the side of causing destruction for the sake of Orc kind. She just doesn't trust that this is the original Master Orc.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, chaotic is used for like either very unpredictable or selfish.
That's fair, and she is incredibly selfish when it comes to like Orc kind. Yeah,
that's
like,
the real way to use it. People just use it for to be like chaotic stupid.
Yeah.
Trope of is what my character would do is like learn how to support the team in a team-based game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting when we get to our D&D campaign. Like that's gonna be hell.
I think y'all do fine.
It's more dealing with Ann Arbor in that sense. Because like I just picture the chaos he's going to cause for the sake of chaos. But I don't know. He might be good at not being a dickhead in that sense, like he is in the Progression series. But we'll get to that in the new year. Episode 38, 39, and 40. I don't have a lot of notes for 38. I have Masterwork brings back dead guys. Time number I've lost fucking count. All
He's
too
brought him back a lot of times because
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. It's easier to recycle recycled material, I guess. All of that to just eat a heart, essentially. Like that was the entire plot of this episode. He just ate the heart. That's all I've got. I don't know if anybody else took any other notes on that one.
Cole forgave you for what he did to his parents.
Motherfuck, he did not.
I did not take that note.
There is a difference between
Forgiveness
forgiving
and
somebody and just letting somebody go because they are not worth it.
Forgiveness versus tolerance versus acceptance. Those are three very different emotions.
Yep.
Like, I accept that my family is fucking stupid and will never, allow me back into their life. I did not ever forgiven them for what they've done. Those are very different emotions.
Absolutely. It's the same thing with me. Like, even though I accept what happened to me in the past with those two people who now are no longer friends, I won't forgive them, and I'm going to cement what they did by writing a book about it.
Yep. Like, I've let my if you follow the Twitter, like I interact with Thurman on there now. Like I've let our beef go that we had, our little mini beef, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let fully back into life. We just kind of let bygones be bygones and chose civility over that. We worked past the vast majority of that issue. It's growth in that sense. And it's being the bigger person in Cole's case, because he's choosing to not go down the path of violence and evil and stoop to the level of Adler / Master Orc, which is the true lawful good choice if we're using the D&D alignment chart there, which is the trait of a ranger, right? You don't want to go down the path of evil in any capacity while you're trying to, be on the side of humanity and protecting and preserving nature, because at the end of the day, Adler still technically was part of nature. He was a human being. It would be betraying his cause. Which is a weird way to view a human, but that is still a fucking mammal at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
I think it was more of like, like view it as like more of like, and you're gonna do more harm than anything else. Might as well just stuff you out.
right, absolutely. But for the finale, right? There's a lot of notes for this shit. I'll let you guys start this one while I go take a piss.
All right, so my note for the finale. Well, I had a couple more notes for the last episode before the finale. Pretty much confirms the toxic exchange ship where Toxic is getting jealous over Dream Drax getting attention from Princess Shayla. That was my only other note, but yeah. So way to ruin the party, Max, by saying the Power Rangers are over, and then it's just like, oh yeah, we're over. We've got nothing else now. Now what do we do? All the orgs are defeated, but then we have Master Org growing into evolving into his highest form, and looking.
That's right. He's smoking the weed.
Yeah, he's smoking the weed, and I don't know. I don't know about you, but I would say, apart from the final, apart from the last half of the final episode, this is probably one of the more intense finales of the season of the franchise. What would be your opinion? So you don't have an opinion?
What?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I thought Songetsu was going to answer.
Oh,
Oh.
I got distracted by some.
All right, but yeah. So I don't know, but I would say it's a pretty intense finale. I mean, we have Master Org basically stomping in, just one-shotting all the Rangers, one-shotting Cole's Battleizer, just one-shots everything in this episode, in the first part of this episode. And you said it best, Tyler, like, even though the swords are getting destroyed in this episode, it has much more emotional weight because they're actually alive. He's basically killing the wild swords.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I
the
did not feel sad when the Rescue and Turbo Megazords got annihilated in Turbo.
I
Or
did
that-
feel bad for, like, you know, back during, like, Lost Galaxy, the Megazords were destroyed because obviously they were living things. And the fact that they were tortured, you know, brought back from the brink of death only to be tortured and used as a prop to beat the shit out of their own friends. And then after being revived, they've been blown up. I feel so bad for them. I even feel even worse for Zenith.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Zenith's carrier Zord's friends are blown up to smithereens, and he's just there by himself now.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, and also not even the soul bird escapes death in this episode. But
the Soul Bird doesn't even look like a bird. It looks like a jelly bean.
yeah,
It really does look like a fucking jelly.
Well, it's
bean.
not fully grown yet. Eventually, it's gonna look like a recolor of the eagle.
oh, absolutely, probably.
No, I'm saying its mother was a recolor of the eagle. It's just green.
Yeah. So I was saying while you're away, Fex, that aside from the last half of part 2, every couple today is probably one of the more intense finales because you generally just see Master Org just one-shotting everything. Like no, he is essentially invisible until the taste the rainbow moment.
Yeah, no, like it's crazy, right? Because like until this, I thought like Time Force was the most intense finale of Power Rangers, right? Because we see like the ultimate villain here, Rancic, at that point, you know, going through and running roughshod through essentially all of time, right? Because like if they meddle too much with, because it was found out like at that point, like if they meddle too much with it, you were going to like destabilize time and space itself. So that was why they were sending the other Rangers back, and it was essentially just going to be, you know, Wes and Eric on that. Here, we're watching Master Org basically one-shot every fucking Megazord with the fucking, the Animus Blade thing, right? It's fucking insane, because he gets onto Animarium even, and starts fucking murdering Zords. Like, you just see like the pockets of the Rangers start glowing as their Zords are reduced to shattered crystals. And then you see by the end of this, you know, gay / bi awakening for people part 2, you know, Cole ripping his fucking shirt off when he doesn't need to rip his shirt off, monkeying across a bunch of vines to fucking save a little kid that had no business being out at like midnight o'clock in the middle of the city, you know, while they have no fucking business being out there trying to fight a giant 60-foot being. It's crazy, right? Also, can we talk about why the fuck was there a next time on Power Rangers before the second part of the finale?
Yeah, it's Power Rangers.
Did these not air
That doesn't explain it.
Did these not air back to back?
Sometimes it's like I had this issue with RPM, in which ABC Family or whatever like station it was supposed to air on was supposed to show a new episode because guess what? It's syndicated supposed to show the next episode the next week or the next 2 weeks after, but no, they keep repeating the same episode over and over and over again, and then you forget where you were at.
I remember that when I was watching the little bit of Lightspeed Rescue I watched as a kid, because they would air like on Fox Kids like the same 3 fucking episodes. It seemed like on a loop.
Yeah.
And then they would air in between all that because it was, well, it wasn't like at this point. It was like when we got cable back when I was a kid. They did the same fucking thing on ABC Family with like the reversion of Mighty Morphin too. And that's why I just kind of didn't fucking care about Power Rangers for the longest time. It's because I'm like, well, apparently nothing new's happened because they're re-airing Mighty Morphin, so whatever. And then I started watching wrestling again because that was like my 2 things. It was like that was like the Attitude Era, or like at that point like the Ruthless Aggression era was getting ready to start, and then fucking Power Rangers was my other interest other than like Toonami. Then I got into Gundam, and then it was all downhill from there because Gundam is a fucking mess as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess my other note about part 1 is just yeah, okay, I feel like the one that really hurts the most in terms of like the death of the Wild Swords is, and again, justice for Danny, because you see all the other Wild Swords actually moving as they're being killed, but when you see the Bison Sword getting killed, it just literally plops on the ground as if it's just been straight up murdered.
Yeah, no, it's wild, right? Because Danny got shit on this entire season, but he was the most wholesome boy. I think the stupidest line in part 1 had to come from Max, though. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. The Power Rangers are over!
Yeah. At the height of a party. At the height of a party, by the way, that they're celebrating, and then he just brings the mood down immediately. I also love that the Battleizer did fuck all in this finale.
Yeah, it was
like we sold enough toys with it already. Fuck it.
Yeah, it just clipped its wing off.
The final episodes.
But like usually the Battleizer is kind of an equalizer in the final fight, right? It
worked in Lost Galaxy as one.
And fucking Time Force, you saw it utilized. Go ahead.
I was about to say, back in Lost Galaxy was. I was about to make fun of the Wild Force Megazord. I mean, not Wild Force Megazord, the Wild Force Battleizer. But I realized, oh wait, I like that one.
Yeah. But like,
I forgot my own opinions.
But like, it's like Merrick being the first to fall is kind of crazy too. Like, Animus and Kite, or Animus/Kite, just gets beat the shit out of, and then fucking Merrick losing first because he chose to stay behind to play lone wolf with Animus. He's like, I didn't stand by his side 3,000 years ago. Ooh, let me be the big badass, and he just gets fucking bodied.
Yeah, Animus was fucking useless during that fight.
Animus is fucking
I don't know what y'all expect. Like he is literally just the ancient version of the Wild Force Megazord.
I get that, but
like outside of like his like powers and stuff is like he's got his ass kicked by like Master Org 3,000 years ago.
I expected him to have like trained and beefed up, maybe gone through like a bodybuilder.
He just got reincarnated, and when he got reincarnated, he was like a little kid. You expect a little kid to do against that?
I don't know. Maybe kick him in the balls. Yeah. Do orcs have balls?
I don't think so.
The orc heart is kind of like a ball, but they tried to kick him in that, and he cummed everywhere.
I was just about to say like that. It definitely functioned as some balls.
but then he used his cum to regenerate himself.
They do say it's great for skincare.
So yeah, and just like the montage of just like it really does feel like a more darker version of just like the scene in One Piece where Kuma's just popping off the straw hats one by one. Because it's just like pop, 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 shark, eagle, bison, and then the red lion.
Lion! I get to taste some yummy lion steaks today. Like, every Zord was beat in the span of, like, a minute and a half.
Yeah. And I guess that's really all I had for part one.
Yeah.
Which it makes sense. They're not as strong as Animus, and Animus got his ass handed to him.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we see in part 2 after we get past the stupid next time on
Next time
we watched the finale, and the finale was awesome. Like, the final episode was like back-to-back action sequence after we got past the like inspirational speech, right? We watched them ride the Animarium down like it was a fucking ship, right? Like, you're going down with a ship, essentially. But I love the sequence at the very beginning of this episode where they're just shit stomping the mooks as humans, right?
Which, by the way, we've gone this whole episode not talking about the mukes. There's a reason for it. The mukes or the putrids in this season do jack shit.
They aren't even really.
Yeah, they don't do anything interesting. They don't have like their own little personalities at times. Because certain henchmen would just, go around wearing random items of clothing. Sometimes even when the villain doesn't even tell them to do it. They just do it on their own.
So anyway, Ron Rasselman,
God, we're on this again.
I am always gonna find a way to bring. I am always gonna find a way to be the Piranhatron defender here, and this is the season that I'm gonna do it. Hey, Ron Rasselman, you want to talk about useless, pathetic, and lazy? The putrids, not the Piranhatrons. The Piranhatrons could eat the putrids for breakfast, but then they'll probably barf them out.
1 second, I'm doing something.
Yes, do it, Fex. Do it, Fex.
Also, putrids are made out of pilk.
Oh. Are you really doing this, Fex?
I got it in my autocorrect. Give me a second here. Actually, it's just easier to fucking bring this up. I'm not tweeting anybody, by the way.
Why don't you write something and then your autocorrect just randomly gives you a slur for no reason?
Yeah, though, I'm shocked it hasn't done that at some point in the entirety of this.
It happened for me, and then I was like, "What the fuck, autocorrect?"
No, like the Google fucking keyboard decided it was going to update last night. So enjoy your new nickname, Luke. Number 1 Piranhatron's defender.
Run it back.
I had to do it for the bit, okay? I had to do it for the bit. No one's going to see this because it'll be a fucking like.
Okay.
Where the fuck is it?
But yeah, the mukes in this season. What do you remember about them?
Nothing except for their name, which is putrids, which is the worst name ever, and they have nothing on the wondrous dancing
Cyclobot
boys that are the Cyclobots.
I love
which the Cyclobots, they at least have a movie that they made starring the Rangers.
And our favorite spanking robot.
But like the mooks from like Dino Fury, personality, Putty's personality, you know, every fucking variation of the Putty had a personality. The Cogs had personality. Piranhatrons, personality. The Putrids existed in like 4 episodes of this season. Like,
Oh yeah, there are like the least used like
if
moves.
they were given more screen time, maybe we'd look at them more favorably. But like they had fuck all to do with the season that they're in.
Even like here's the thing, even the OG mooks that just appeared for like the the pirate mooks used in like Lost Galaxy.
Yeah.
And only for that segment of being in the actual fucking Lost Galaxy had more screen time.
God, that's just sad.
Yeah, like it's funny that you bring that up. Like, is there a?
Oh, I just noticed. I just noticed. Like they kind of look like those stereotypical like pirate toys, but they also kind of look like the mascot for Weekly Jump.
Yeah, but like, is there a less used mook in the franchise?
I don't think there is.
I think it's them.
Really, like that's depressing to think about. So like, out of all of the fucking post Zordon seasons, they're the least used, but also out of the entire franchise, which is wild because there are 20 plus seasons of this shit that we still got to go through. Well, actually, like I think there's like 15 that we have left.
15. Yeah, that's 15.
15 and counting.
And then Ninja Storm we can start after the new year. But like,
yeah,
I think this, like, out of everything in this last little bit though, I'm probably the only one that could get this reference. But when we had all of the orbs of all of the fucking Zords, it just reminded me of there's one scene in Kingdom Hearts 3 where like all of we're going to tie in like the stupid mobile game, right? Union Cross. So like you see like all of the keyblades of all of the characters that had ever played Union Cross, come down and assist you with this one fight. And that's all that came to my fucking mind is like all the powers from all the other fucking Wild Zords are coming in. And it's just like the one thing. I'm like, oh my god, this is just fucking Kingdom Hearts 3. No more.
Like, yep, all the spirits of the scrapped, like,
Nomura, you cheeky bastard. You stole this from fucking Power Rangers.
Yeah.
But no, legitly, that's what the scene was. It's like they couldn't add in, like, because they didn't have enough time or budget to add in all the
100%.
quote unquote 100 beasts.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So essentially, that scene was just for to say, "Hey, here's the rest of them."
Yeah. So that's the same way in the source material.
Yeah.
Oh god. That's fucking hilarious.
Sort of.
Yeah. So anyway, my other notes for this episode were up until this point were we had a great last stand of never giving up by the Rangers. Like even when they were stripped to their bare basics, they were just like, as long as
one
we're
of them partially stripped.
Yeah, but as long as we're breathing and as long as we're alive, we're still going to keep fighting you, Master Org. And we get one of my favorite speeches in the entire series, know our names.
Yep. Yeah, no, like I have that in here too. The know our names speech. I fucking there's one other thing here I have from like before the final strike basically is life always finds a way. Wrong franchise, Max. Wrong franchise. This isn't Jurassic Park. Don't give Hasbro any ideas. We don't need any more goddamn crossovers for toys. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you're getting one. You're getting one. This is a crossover between Star Wars and Jurassic Park done by Hasbro.
And then, of course, we get the final taste the rainbow, motherfucker, which is appropriate for us.
Literally.
Considering
they come off the Rainbow Bridge.
He fucked over Cole's mother.
Yep. Like it's fucking hilarious though. Like this final attack, you have all of the like giant beam lasers coming down from the fucking the 100 Zords, right? and then the giant sword with one final Getsuga Tensho until you get the most fuck you Rangers, your duties fulfilled moment in the franchise, I think. Why the jackets, Princess Shayla? Why? Why did they have to give up the jackets?
It's like, I'm gonna
Don't
sell them
even
on
get me
eBay.
started.
She's gonna sell them on eBay later to get her a new dress. I
Just
guarantee it.
let them keep the jackets.
I
And she's like,
understand
fuck
the
off,
morphers.
no.
I understand the morphers, the
This is
animal
Power
spheres.
Rangers, not Hell's Kitchen.
Maybe she's gonna give the jacket to the new quote-unquote Rangers whenever that happens in like thousands of years.
That kind of makes sense, but at the same time, don't you think by like the year 6000, you know?
But here's the thing. Cole had a spiritual connection with the Red Lion. He is the Blazing Lion.
It's the same fucking
So
line
is he gonna live long enough for those 3,000 years? I think not.
No, but his great grandbaby does, probably. I don't fucking know.
That looks exactly like him and has his exact match of DNA.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm still gonna rag on it because that scene made no sense.
No, it did not. Fucking carbon copy. Like, that's eugenics 101 right there. Let me just make
it is eugenics. It's literally that. Why do you think the Yellow Ranger is so strong? Eugenics.
Absolutely. Like fucking like we have like these final moments. Why am I getting a Depop notification in the middle of this episode? God damn it. I have Fortnite's goddamn Lego mode as a full page banner ad on one side of the screen, and I got Depop hitting my fucking phone.
Hey Vex, this is worse than the time you had to play Fortnite with Peter Griffin.
Yeah. So we have
watching Fortnite Peter hit the gritty while I got goddamn AI Peter on the fucking level, the little half screen above it on TikTok was a meta I did not think I'd ever fucking see in my life. And he's gonna
tell you about how much money you lost because you didn't sign up for the government's like 6,400 bullshit plan.
Yeah, God.
I keep getting that. I keep getting that.
Ew.
So we have Sheila doing what essentially the first Doctor did in Doctor 2 to his granddaughter, but with Merrick in this situation, saying like, oh yeah, you're a human now, Merrick, but one day I shall come back. Yes, I shall come back when the Earth needs me and the Wild Swords once again. No, you won't.
Nope. None of this shit.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
There might be more orcs coming out, you know?
Yeah. Also, we have now, because we've had the narrator in a few episodes coming in, but now it's Alyssa telling the story to her her kindergarten school class about the Wild Force Rangers.
It's wild, right? Because we get all of the like futures of the Rangers here. Well, there's technically two that were written for Cole, because he showed us like the alternate scene. I just before that I put fuck you, Princess. No more Colegrave, and no Dr. Adler did not deserve that from Cole. I think that is undeserved. Fuck him. You know.
I guess it was again just Cole deciding like there's no point in like the deal's done now. Yeah. So there's no point in me keeping on to this anger, and also it probably would have made sense if he actually knew his parents. That if he actually knew his parents, I could understand your frustration of like he didn't deserve that. But that's the thing, Cole never knew his parents.
Right, he was a baby. So I guess like he doesn't have the like frustration of that holding on to it. We also see Miss AWOL go right back to the fucking Air Force, which in reality she'd be court-martialed, probably thrown in a gulag, and never seen from again.
Or they figured it out. It's like, oh, she was a Ranger this whole time. It's like, okay, yeah, you come back.
Or
you served her country well. Come back.
Or they had her as like missing in action instead of AWOL.
Missing in action, but eventually they figured it out because of like what was going on.
Yeah.
I don't think they're that stupid.
You don't understand our military.
No, they're not that one lady. They're not that one like desk lady that said there's no such thing as monsters in a universe in which monsters attack the city every fucking week.
It's fair. Not every military personnel is a fucking idiot. But like Max and Danny get to be like vacation bros. We have Merrick and Zenaku teaming up for like a walkabout, and then Alyssa is a teacher. The alternate version is Cole is a fucking like vet, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that even though it was deleted and not really, I could definitely see that as being like his profession.
I love how there's a different fucking narrator for that scene as well. I guess they didn't dub it over with Alyssa.
No.
Yeah, that was just going to be her lines that she was going to read in the finale. Or who the fuck knows? Like they could just had like.
But it kind of makes sense that
yeah.
he does become a vet because she does say he continued to use his skills to help animals wherever he went. So he more than likely got. Alyssa probably helped him as well. Alyssa probably did help him a lot. Like, hey, you want to be a vet? Like, okay, go to this university and that, do all of this, do that. And he probably got in based more on his skills rather than test scores.
Oh, absolutely. Because I'm assuming because. Well, I'm going to guess he had to take his GED in that.
Yeah, take his GED, but I would say he was probably, like I said, probably got him because I would argue that experience is more important than just sitting behind a desk writing out an essay.
Well, yeah, but you do actually need to know how to fill out the paperwork because you need to order the stuff. You actually do need to,
understand basic English, You
gotta... Okay, fair enough. But
you do need to do paperwork because not only do you need to order stuff, you also need to have records of stuff because you don't want to get sued for not having your stuff in order with the government.
There's a lot of shit with any form of healthcare.
Also for insurance and whatnot.
Okay.
And billing.
But yeah, like I said, it was
ordering. There you go.
Fair enough. But like I said, it was probably Alyssa and probably her dad probably helped at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to assume like they taught him basic math and stuff like that to help him get his GED, because this is, I don't think at any point like he had any schooling whatsoever while he was in the fucking jungle. Obviously, he fucking Tarzaned it. And at the same time, like that would lead to severe illiteracy if we're going to humanize this. So he would have had to have like.
Well, I guess he doesn't. I guess he knows how to read because he was reading a Ranger rulebook in one episode.
So maybe Princess, Shayla helped him at some point, but like that also doesn't make sense because she wouldn't understand like modern English. So
maybe Alyssa off screen gave him at least basic schooling.
I mean, that just adds to her ever-growing list of duties, but like I could picture it.
But it makes sense because she became a teacher.
Yeah. It probably was great fucking experience for her, because she went from teaching like a 20-something-year-old kindergartner basically to actual kindergartners.
Yeah. And also as well about Cole, he gets the dog back from the first episode.
Yeah. He gets the little doggo. And the doggo that helped him find his way, I guess, in a way.
Yeah. But going back to the first episode really quickly, the line, there comes a time where everyone must come and have their own destiny, yet everyone in the tribe is still there.
Yeah. Like, that was a stupid fucking line for a stupid fucking premise, but it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
But, like, at the same time, like, I like the idea of, like, him going and furthering himself in that regard more than just, like, I made peace with my past, I get to move on. And I fuck off with a dog. Like, that, it just didn't tie him together like it did the other Rangers. As a final, like, little nitpick there.
I think he would, like, take care of the dog and probably came back to the place, who probably helped raise him and whatnot and help build that community up,
Yeah. Like that could be a possibility for him.
Like a not only a spiritual journey to find yourself, but also find a part of yourself you didn't even know that's even greater.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Which kind of fits because it's it's spiritual, especially with the orcs. They're literally spirits that just possess objects.
Yeah, I mean, but that's post Zordon era. Like now we get the
and it's the mouse seasons.
By the time this comes out, it'll be copyright free. At least one iteration of Mickey Mouse.
Kingdom Hearts songs.
No, when you walk away.
I'm so excited for the
When
Disney
you
I'll play the Barry Kramer version of it because it's copyright free. I'm not trusting any of the fucking the mouse versions. Unfortunately, it's just one version of the Mickey Mouse. Be copyright free that first appearance, and then the rest of them will be like.
Oh yeah, this reminds me. Disney is freaking out because the mouse is almost not theirs anymore.
One specific version, and they've played fucking fair use and what is it, public domain dodgeball for as long as I've been alive, basically, for that fucking thing. So they're like, listen, it's over, it's Jover. But it's just the one version.
Jover, sponsored by Joey.
It's just the one version, and the rest of them they still own, like, fully. Just like certain versions.
You think China cared? No,
absolutely
they didn't care before, but they definitely cared.
But like, it's the same thing with like Sherlock Holmes. Like, certain stories came out of like into public domain later than others. That's why like Enola Holmes was kind of in that weird bubble of fucking. Like, can we make this one? Can we not make this one for season 2? It's weird. Public domain's weird, but I love it. We got the gay Gatsby because
it's only weird because of like companies want to play dodgeball.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty soon. Superman will be public domain.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Not really.
I mean,
it's super old.
It is in a way because you realize like. The people are going to turn Superman's pink kryptonite experience into like some really fucky shit just to piss off the super soy boy comic book fans. I'm going to enjoy the era of like fan writing comic books where the like no, you can't have anything remotely woke in my comic books. It's going to have to deal with the fact that the embodiment of the American dream is public domain.
And I'll say this again. I think
they were more upset about certain. Like, I get like when people want to like make their own comic books, but I kind of iffy on like changing the character that dramatically when it's like some other like properties work.
Yeah, there's nuances to what need to be done with comic books, but that's not my domain to decide. I don't like certain things that have happened in the last couple years either with comics, but at the same time I accept that that's the writer's interpretation of the character. And I do think representation definitely matters for marginalized communities as well. What really got me is that the comic book shop owner that was freaking out over the X-Men, not understanding that the X-Men have been like civil rights icons for fucking generations. That one was the one that really baffled me. I'm like, have you ever actually read an X-Men comic? Really? Have you? But that's a topic for another video, everyone. We gotta record an intro for this still, so we will see you in the Mickey Mouse era. Peace.